Haiti's new dictatorship. The coup, the earthquake, and the UN occupation. Justin Podur. Foreword by William I Robinson. Contents. December 5, 2003, the incident at the University Ramicos in St. Mark NGOs and support for the coup. International opposition to the coup, CARICOM, Venezuela and Cuba. The kidnapping of Aristide in February 2004. The slaughter on U.S. watch, to June 2004. Silencing Lavalle's paramilitary violence against Lavalle's unraveling the justice system. The arrest of Annette Augusta. Internationalizing the occupation, the summer 2004 transition. Why did Latin America's pink governments support the occupation? The confusions of the UN's disarmament program rooting out Lavalle's incites Olyle. The arrest of Jean-Just Haiti's armed groups. Occupation year 2, 2005. The murder of Abdiassine and political cleansing. The financial coup. Emmanuel Constant's day in court. The slow road to elections. Police and paramilitary violence. The assassination attempt on Yvonne Neptune. More reversals of justice. The July 6, 2005, raid on sites Olyle. The massacre at Martissant on August 20, 2005. The electoral game of 2006. Voting cards and candidates. René Preval enters the race. Attempts to rig the election against Preval. Preval takes office. Assessing the Minusta/Latertu government of 2004-06. Corruption, human rights, crime, aid and development. 8. The Preval regime, 2006-10. El pacification of the poor neighborhoods. The prison system and the justice system. Haiti's economy under Preval's government. I. Preval in the Americas, Haiti's relations with Cuba, Venezuela, the U.S., and Brazil. 9. The earthquake and Haiti's politics of disaster. 2010-11. The earthquake, the emergency response, the international aid regime and the failures of rebuilding. 10. The 2011 elections and Michel Martelly. U.S. interference in the elections. The candidates. Duvalier returns. Aristide returns. Martelly's chaotic presidency. Conclusion, replacing dictatorship with sovereignty. Foreword. Introduction. Haitians have lived under dictatorships for much of their recent history. As dictatorships do, they terrorized the population, bankrupted the treasury, and caused lasting damage to society. Haiti's best-known 20th-century dictators were the Duvaliers, Papa Doc and Baby Doc. Under them, the country was ruled arbitrarily, without a consistent rule of law. Terror was used as a weapon of control against the population, who had no say in their own political or economic affairs. Paramilitaries, called the Tonton Macoutes after a character in traditional Haitian stories, were the ubiquitous symbol of dictatorship. Along with section chiefs, the Duvaliers used the Macoutes to terrorize and control Haitians' lives in detail. The nightmare of the Duvalier dictatorships ended in 1986, when a popular movement, which came to be known as Lavalle's, the Oud in Haitian Creole, threw them out. Among the leaders of this movement was Jean-Bertrand Aristide, twice president of Haiti, twice overthrown in coups. Haitian scholar Michel Rolf Troerlet wrote one of the most respected analyses of the Duvaliers. He argued that the concept of dictatorship was vague, insufficient to describe the way the Duvaliers exercised power, as it has no comparative value, and that the Duvaliers were worse than just dictators. He conceded, however, that dictatorship as commonly understood had two elements, the use // of violence and the centralization of power, and he analyzed the Duvaliers in these terms. The concept of dictatorship is a useful one, and to Troerlet's 2 points I would add a few others. In a dictatorship, there is impunity. Crimes, including the violation of human rights by the regime and its supporters, go unpunished. Impunity sets the stage for the routine use of violence and terror against the regime's opponents, and as a strategy for controlling the population. There is no effective right to assemble or organize politically. 1. Dictatorships also have a specific economic arrangement. Is concentrated and financial and economic power is _ID in the interests of the regime, not the people. Haiti scholar Bellegarde Smith described the economic model under the export-oriented agriculture and manufacturing independence on the U.S., leading to migration WMTEE0 MTTYSLDE and a need for docile, cheap labor in the siège de competitive in world markets, as well as tourism, WICEAS to the displacement of local cultures. This economic model is inextricably linked to the dictatorship as the net effect degree F having less than 1% of the population own almost 50% of the national wealth, while simultaneously increasing poverty and wealth differentials, is an increasingly powerful defense apparatus. According to these criteria, this book argues, Haiti is again living under a dictatorship. This is true even though there were elections in 2006 and again in 2010/11, even though there is nominal freedom of press and assembly, and even though there is an extensive international aid effort in the country. As it will show, Haitians have no effective say over their own economic and political affairs. Their right to l'assemble and organize politically is sharply limited. Human rights violations are routine and go unpunished. Haiti's new dictatorship is less centralized than older dictatorships, because it involves a large number of international actors working in concert with local powers. It also exercises violence in ways. And where older dictators muzzled the press, the new dictatorship outcompetes its opponents in P1 Opigal 1D3 _ the new dictatorship has cost Haitians thousands of lives and years, perhaps decades, of time to develop. The new dictatorship has made every natural disaster, from hurricanes to food crises to earthquakes, measurably more deadly. And it continues to deny Haitians their fundamental rights to sovereignty and democracy. This is not inevitable. The new dictatorship has taken tremendous international effort to impose against the will of Haitians. THIRD-WORLDISM argues that, in Haiti, as in many peripheral societies, dictatorship is a traditional form of government. Another important Haitian 5 degrees R0 ERT Fatin, Jr., analyzes Haitian despotism in terms of an authoritarian historical pattern. Based on these scholars, it would be no great leap to argue that Haiti has suffered a continuous set of dictatorships, from before the Duvaliers, to the military rulers of 1986 to 90, to Aristide, to the interim government of 24/6 and to the Preval and Martelly governments. Indeed, a recent history of Mdaouaknon 3 Haiti argues that Aristide and the Duvaliers are both examples of dictators who mismanaged the country, but the idea that Haitians have lived under an unbroken line of dictatorships is incorrect. In the 1980s, Haitians made a revolution to overthrow the Duvaliers and built a popular movement to try to overcome the structures of dictatorship, trying to stop the use of violence, challenge the centralization of power, change the concentration of wealth, establish the rule of law, and stop impunity. This movement became the government in 1990 when Aristide was elected, but was violently overthrown months later. Aristide was returned to power in 1994 through a U.S. intervention, whose complex causes I will discuss below, and from 1995 to 2004, the struggle against the deeper structures of the dictatorship, the army, the economic policies, foreign control of Haiti's affairs, won important successes because the movement had links to the government. But from 2004, when Aristide was overthrown the second time, until today, Haiti's new dictatorship was imposed and solidified, and the popular movement and its representatives in government were exiled, jailed, and murdered in massive numbers. This was done under the control of the US, Canada, and France, and with the full participation of the United Nations. How this was done, in the open, successfully silencing Haiti's popular movement, is the subject of this book. Political contests are in part contests of belief. Communities have ways of sharing their beliefs with one another, creating stories to fit the facts that they observe and, sometimes, their interests as well. Sometimes narratives are created that cannot be reconciled with all of the facts. Which facts are selected, or which facts emphasized, is a matter of ideology. From the facts of Haiti's politics from 2000 to 2010, or 2004-06 in particular, two very different stories have been created, and propagated, in North America. One story is associated with most of the mainstream media, the governments of the US, Canada, and France, and a large number of well-funded non-governmental organizations in Haiti and internationally. This is a story of Haiti's President Bertrand Aristide getting elected, becoming a dictator, and leaving in the face of a popular uprising. The other story is associated with the ousted government of Aristide, its supporters, the majority of the population, proven every time elections were held, and a small number of independent journalists and researchers. This story is of Aristide being undermined, overthrown in a coup, kidnapped, and the popular movement that brought him to power being brutalized. If resources alone were a guide to the truth, readers should believe the first story. This book is a telling of the second story. If both stories deal with the same evidence, readers can decide which fit the evidence better. If the stories disagree on the facts, as they sometimes do, readers will have to decide where the balance of evidence rests. If the stories agree on the facts, as they sometimes do, readers can discern differences in values between the stories, and decide which story fits their values best. My hope is that the presentation of the second story as clearly as possible will help readers to make these decisions. Everybody involved with Haiti says they want to help, but these two stories are irreconcilable. If you are helping according to one, you are hurting according to the other. As a consequence, the stakes are high. I believe that helping Haiti means bolstering its sovereignty, its government's capacity to resist external predation, to enact policies that are in accord with the will of the majority, to redistribute and develop wealth internally. Many of those who I disagree with in this book believe that helping Haiti means putting it under external control. What follows is an account of the coup/occupation regime that followed the premature ending of the presidency of Jean-Bertrand Aristide in Haiti in 2004. As of this writing, Haiti is still occupied by foreign troops in the form of MINUSTAH, the United Nations mission of stabilization in Haiti. The country was thoroughly devastated by an earthquake in 2010, an event whose repercussions have only begun to be felt. While the book offers an account of the lead-up to the coup beginning in 2000, and of the coup and invasion in 2004, the central focus is the 2004-06 period of Gerard Laderteu/MINUSTAH administration, the period of the Preval presidency, from February 2006 to the 2010 earthquake, and the post-earthquake period, 2010 to 12. My chronology and analysis of this period has several motivations. The 2004 coup was justified by claims that Aristide had become an unpopular dictator who was violating human rights. But the coup resulted in an actual dictatorship and human rights violations that dwarfed anything that occurred under Aristide's presidency. By every single measure, the 2004-06 regime was far worse than the regime it replaced, and elements of that regime remain in place today. This was entirely predictable, given that its local base was the elite and the military, and its enemies were the majority of the population. A history of the coup regime is necessary to establish this important point in the historical record. Those who supported the coup on human rights grounds should not be allowed to rewrite the record to make the coup seem like a liberation from tyranny. It was a delivery into tyranny. The coup regime was an important international phenomenon. Dozens of countries sent their soldiers to participate in the occupation of Haiti. The diplomacy that occurred between the Haitian business community and other coup-stir groups, the United Nations, and specifically the powerful Latin American countries, especially Brazil, leading MINUSTAH, and the most hardline coup-stir countries, the US, France, and Canada, is of interest to those who are looking to understand how a multilateral violation of sovereignty is organized and carried out. The 2004 coup was characterized by misinformation that shaped the responses of progressives and the international solidarity community to the coup. The political economy of this misinformation is somewhat complex, but can be simplified as follows. Many non-governmental organizations, NGOs, especially those that are well-funded, are an instrument of the foreign policy of powerful countries. These countries use their foreign agencies to fund NGOs in poor countries. These NGOs can do development, democracy promotion, human rights promotion, or any number of very benevolent-sounding activities. The logic of their funding sources pushes their policies and public political statements in the direction of the foreign policy of their donors. These statements are picked up by the press, by official spokespeople, and by progressives in the rich countries as being the voices of the grassroots of the poor countries. Thus, a message that originates in and serves the foreign policy interests of the United States is delivered to a Haitian NGO that rebroadcasts the message, which is then picked up by people in the U.S. as the voice of Haitians. Solidarity movements seeking to follow the lead of the oppressed then follow the lead of these Haitians, ultimately serving U.S. foreign policy. An even deeper analysis of this phenomenon is provided by anthropologist Erica James in her 2010 book Democratic Insecurities, Violence, Trauma, and Intervention in Haiti. Ames argues that in the 1990s, in the period after the first anti-Lavallaz coup, two overlapping political economies, one a political economy of terror and the other a political economy of compassion, took hold in Haiti. The political economy of terror is the more straightforward. The dictatorship of the time used violence and terror in order to control the population and suppress the democratic movement. The political economy of compassion, James describes as follows: the opaque and sometimes secret crafts of activists, bureaucrats, and other humanitarian and development experts aiding Haiti made suffering productive. Their labor converted the suffering that embodies individuals after malevolent, inhumane interventions into what I call trauma portfolios, the aggregate of paraphernalia compiled to document and authenticate the experience of individual, family, or collective sufferers. The work of conversion created the identity of victims or survivors for individuals who were once militants or activists. It was a professional transformation of suffering that fed a growing humanitarian market. The humanitarian market is a specific way for international aid agencies and foreign governments to relate to Haiti, whether it is to Haitian government or non-governmental institutions or directly with the Haitian clients of these agencies. The nature of the relationship is specified by the terms of the market, and it leaves little room for other ways to relate. Specifically, it leaves little room for a relationship of equality between sovereign citizens of two countries. In the humanitarian market, the recipient of aid, the victim, has no sovereignty and lacks any right to control where largesse is directed. In Haiti, where foreign aid and foreign governments effectively rule the country, the ideology associated with the humanitarian market is a powerful brake on relations of mutual respect and reciprocity. Another form of misinformation comes from what U.S. filmmaker and Haiti activist Kevin Pina calls a disinformation loop. Again, a rumor originating in the U.S. is sent to U.S. friendly Haitian media, where it is in turn picked up by the international press, and the U.S. friendly Haitian media rebroadcast it as having the additional credibility of coming from the foreign press. This process was documented by Isabel MacDonald in her Ma thesis, covering the coup, and in unpublished research on Canadian media and the Haiti coup by Daniel Freeman Malloy. Their analyses will be discussed in some detail below as well. The misinformation was successful and got deep into very introduction 7 progressive groups and publishers, and made leftists and progressives less credible and less relevant to struggling people. An honest look at what happened could help avoid this error in future coups and imperial interventions. The occupation of Haiti by MINUSTA had a very peculiar character and some very strange justifications. In Haiti, an internationalized military solution is being offered for what even the UN admitted were problems of poverty and social crime that occur in many places. The absurdity of this seems to have escaped debate or scrutiny, and worse, the UN occupation, and the justification for it in terms of security from gangsters and bandits, continues even after the rest of the coup was reversed in 2006. I hope that if widespread recognition of its absurdity can be achieved, a change in policy could be effected. After the earthquake, Haiti was even more completely dependent on foreign aid than it was before. Millions of people who donated to try to help Haiti have questions about where and how the money was spent and why the situation of Haitians does not seem to improve. These questions cannot be divorced from politics or history, especially recent history. Many in the aid community argue that aid is wasted in a country if its government is corrupt or irresponsible. Unfortunately, Haiti's government. The international regime referred to in this book as Haiti's new dictatorship is both corrupt and irresponsible. Finally, the story of the heroism and clarity of the Haitian people in this brutal and confusing period deserves to be told as often and as loudly as possible. It is not for an absence of Haitian will that Haiti is under a dictatorship today and not a sovereign government. They did not give up even when abandoned and occupied by most of the world. Their resistance was flexible, relentless, and successful in preventing the coup-sters from fulfilling all of their objectives. The coup did, however, succeed in installing a new form of dictatorship. Instead of Tonton Macoutes and the cult of personality of the Duvaliers, the symbols of this dictatorship are the blue helmets of MINUSTA and thousands of NGOs. The new dictatorship has already lasted 7 years, and Haitians still have no say in their own economic and political affairs. This analysis is offered in the hope that it can help motivate those outside Haiti to support initiatives that strengthen Haiti's sovereignty and weaken the external, dictatorial controls against Haiti's people. Although I visited Haiti in September-October 2005 and again in October 2011 to investigate some of these problems, my principal sources for this book are published reports from the mainstream and alternative press and from activist groups, especially the Canada Haiti Action Network, CHAN, the Haitian Lawyers Leadership Network, HLLN, and the Center for Economic Policy Research, CEPR. Haiti in the Americas from independence to today. Before starting the analysis of the post-2004 period, some historical context is necessary. Most books on Haiti include a short overview of the past, and there are several good histories. This background will emphasize the aspects of history that are important for understanding recent history, specifically, the constraints on Haiti's economic and political sovereignty, imposed from the outside. Haiti in the colonial period with the Dominican Republic. Haiti is one of 2 countries on the island of Hispaniola, whose indigenous inhabitants came into contact with Europeans in 1492 with Christopher Columbus's first voyage to the Americas. Columbus left a settlement behind, and the devastation of the indigenous population through brutal violence, forced labor, and disease began immediately. Over the following century, the indigenous population of many of the new Spanish colonies was wiped out, reducing the forced labor pool accordingly. The Spanish then introduced African slaves in Hispaniola, as they did in Cuba and other colonies. Haiti was thus one of the first terminal destinations for the captured men and women of the transatlantic slave trade. In the 16th and 17th centuries, European colonial powers, including Spain, the Netherlands, England, and France, fought naval battles directly and through proxies, pirates, for colonial possessions in the Americas. The Caribbean was the major site of these conflicts. France began to settle colonists in western Hispaniola in the 17th century, and by the end of 910 historical conflicts for that century the Spanish ceded the western part of Hispaniola to the French, who named the colony Saint-Domingue. Saint-Domingue became France's most important colony and a major source of its wealth. Saint-Domingue's wealth was from a variety of export crops, especially sugar and coffee, but also tobacco, cocoa, cotton, indigo, and others, produced with slave labor for European markets. In the 18th century the colonial capital, Port-au-Prince, was destroyed twice by major earthquakes, once in 1751 and again in 1770. By the late 18th century, the slave population was far higher than the white population. The slaves' resistance was constant and, in various ways, successful. They raided plantations, freed others, and, like slaves in Brazil, Colombia, elsewhere in the Caribbean, and the United States, they founded maroon societies of escaped slaves. The history of slavery anneled of resistance continues to have a powerful resonance in Haiti's THIRD-WORLDISM. Unremitting slave resistance meant that the French colonists maintained power through atrocity. Described in detail in CLR. Ames's indispensable The Black Jacobins. These atrocities are also summarized in a well-known letter from revolutionary leader Henry Christophe's personal secretary and quoted in Robert Heinel's 1996 History, Written in Blood, have they not hung up men with heads downward, drowned them in sacks, crucified them on planks, buried them alive, crushed them in mortars? Have they not forced them to eat excrement? And, having eyed them with the lash, have they not cast them alive to be devoured by worms, or onto anthills, or lashed them to stakes in the swamp to be devoured by mosquitoes? Have they not thrown them into boiling cauldrons of cane syrup? Have they not put men and women inside barrels studded with spikes and rolled them down mountainsides into the abyss? Have they not consigned these miserable blacks to man-eating dogs until the latter, sated by human flesh, left the mangled victims to be finished off with bayonet and poniard, too, if slavery, and the atrocities required to maintain it, provided the rage needed to provoke a revolution, the vulnerability of the mercantile economy to a scorched earth strategy, and the fact that the slaves outnumbered the colonists nearly 20-1 provided the possibility for success. Haiti's revolutionary leaders, Toussaint L'Ouverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and others, were able to take advantage of this possibility. Independence was won in a bitter, brutal revolt against the French colonial masters, the only successful slave revolt in history. Despite Toussaint's willingness to make all concessions except the reimposition of slavery, including allowing the colony to remain a part of France, the French under Napoleon ultimately decided on a genocidal campaign. If Haiti's population was not to be France's possession, it would have to be utterly destroyed. The Haitian revolutionaries, faced with complete destruction, chose a scorched earth strategy themselves, as summarized in the instructions Toussaint wrote to Dessalines in 1802 as the French fleet, commanded by Napoleon's brother-in-law, approached. Do not forget, while waiting for the rainy season which will rid us of our foes, that we have no other resource than destruction and flames. Bear in mind that the soil bathed with our sweat must not furnish our enemies with the smallest aliment. Tear up the roads with shot, throw corpses and horses into all the fountains, burn and annihilate everything, in order that those who have come to reduce us to slavery may have before their eyes the image of that hell which they deserve. When the War of Independence ended in 1804, Haiti was divided between two revolutionary generals, Alexander Pétion as president in the south and Henri Christophe as king in the north. Haiti was not reunited until Christophe's death in 1820. Toussaint L'Ouverture used the language of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, and suggested that the Haitian Revolution was only an attempt to live up to those ideals. Similarly, Haiti might have hoped that the United States, upon becoming independent, might embrace its independent neighbor. But the new republic, although in part based also on the ideals of the French Revolution, was also a genocidal settler state and a slave society. These realities colored the USS policy toward Haiti much more than any shared revolutionary ideals. Historical context. The U.S. refused to recognize Haiti and feared the example of a successful slave revolt. Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the former field slave who had led the final struggle for independence after Toussaint L'Ouverture was captured, declared himself emperor upon victory, but was assassinated shortly afterward. Alexander Pétion, president of Haiti after Dessalines' assassination, helped South American revolutionary Simon Bolívar in the fight for independence against Spain. Bolívar ended up in exile in Haiti twice, in 1815 and 1816. Haiti provided Bolívar first with sanctuary, then with material, volunteers, and transport back to the continent to resume the fight. Pétion's condition, that Bolívar free the slaves in the territories he liberated. Bolívar modified the condition in the implementation, issuing a decree that slaves would be freed if they joined his army. Early independence and the indemnity to France. In 1825, France issued the Royal Ordinance, calling for Haitians to pay a massive indemnity for winning the revolt and freeing themselves. The indemnity was for 150 million francs, based on the profits that could have been earned by colonists in the period. It represented France's annual budget plus 10 years of revenue from the plantations and estates that had been destroyed during the war. On top of this, French ships and commercial goods entering and leaving Haiti were to be discounted 50%. The demands were delivered by heavily armed warships just off of Port-au-Prince. The French promised to recognize Haiti as an independent nation if the indemnity was paid. Haiti had fortified itself against another invasion, but was no naval power. Facing a blockade, the island economy was forced to acquiesce. A French bank loaned Haiti 30 million francs for the first installment, deducting management fees and charging exorbitant interest. By the time payments were completed, Haiti was 6 million francs deeper in the hole. It took Haiti 122 years until 1947 to finish paying the indemnity debt. 5 The scorched earth warfare, disunity, and indemnity prevented Haiti from establishing itself economically. Haiti's post-revolutionary rulers tried to impose measures to continue commodity agricultural production, but several additional factors worked against this. The lack of international recognition impeded the re-establishment of normal trade. There was no easy way to transition from the plantation economy to an export-based economy that was not based on slavery. The monopoly of skills and organization by the colonists before the revolution meant that after the revolution, when colonists left or were massacred, the country had a shortage of skills. An additional earthquake in 1843, as well as hurricanes and outbreaks of disease, were also devastating. In this period, when the US and European countries were undergoing explosive industrial growth, revolutionary Haiti was excluded. Indeed, it continued to be squeezed to enrich the already wealthy with resources it needed for its own growth and development. Haiti was only officially recognized by the United States during the American Civil War. After the Emancipation Proclamation, the US had no real reason to fear the example of a republic of freed slaves. Haiti's government held a state funeral for Owen Brown and allowed the U.S. Navy to operate from Haitian ports to maintain the blockade of the South. The U.S. Marine occupation, 1915-34, saddled with these crippling debts, Haiti was hardly able to move forward. The mulatto elite's Liberal Party fought the Black National Party for control through the 19th century. There were military conflicts between rivals for power within Haiti, local revolts and rebellions, and border wars with the Dominican Republic. As U.S. economic power grew in the 19th century, so too did its influence in Haiti. By the 1910s, this influence was symbolized by Hasco, the Haitian American Sugar Company. Like United Fruit in the Latin American banana republics, Hasco was a major player in Haitian politics and a vehicle for U.S. influence in the country. In 1915, the Marines invaded Haiti. As always, the U.S. cited local politics and concerns for its business interests, including Hasco, as the reason for invasion. But this was a period in which the U.S. conducted several invasions in the Americas. Nicaragua was occupied from 1912 to 1933, the Dominican Republic from 1916 to 1924, Cuba since the Spanish-American War, and others. The U.S. privatized the National Bank, reinstituted forced labor, tied resistance leader Charlemagne Péraud's body to a door and circulated the photograph. When the Marines left 19 years later in 1934, the U.S. reserved a special role for itself. The U.S. left behind two military forces for use against the population, the Gendarmerie and the National Guard, which evolved into the Haitian Army, renamed Forces Armées de Haiti, or FADH, in 195-8. In 1935, the post-occupation government of Haiti granted a 25-year banana contract to the U.S. Standard Fruit and Steamship Company. 2 years later, in 1937, the U.S. supported Trujillo dictatorship in the Dominican Republic massacred thousands of Haitian workers there, in a systematically planned, 5-day pogrom. In his history of the period, Matthew Smith argues that the Haitian government may have had sufficient force to stop the massacres from taking place, but was focused on internal threats to its own stability and not the security of its people, who had no international champions either. The Haitian government accepted an indemnity of $75,000 for the families of the victims in exchange for canceling an independent investigation of the slaughter. In 1941, the Société Haitiano-Américaine de Développement Agricole, or SHADA, was created with a $5 million grant from the U.S. Export-Import Bank. This mega-project, which came to control 100,000 hectares in Haiti, was motivated by the need to produce rubber for the Allied war effort in World War II. By 1944, the project had failed to produce much rubber, left no sustainable infrastructure, and forcibly displaced peasants from their land. The economic failures were accompanied by repression and surveillance. A government law insisted on the presence of a police officer at all meetings of workers' associations. In 1946, a popular movement including workers and students mobilized to oust the undemocratic regime that had ruled Haiti since 1941. The National Guard struck first, ousting the president and promising new elections under a military executive council. In many respects, these events were similar to the 1986 overthrow of the Duvaliers, see below, also accomplished because of popular mobilization but which also ended with the military in charge. The outcome of the elections that followed months later, possibly tampered with by the military regime, were unfavorable to the popular movement. The regime responded to the ensuing protests with further repression. The eventual winner, Dumarceus Estime, was not the favorite. Elected by the legislature to surprise and disbelief in Port-au-Prince, he found that people shouted threats and slurs at him, while many women were, according to one observer, on their knees wailing miserable Estime. Used patronage to win a degree of popular support, brought some socialists associated with the popular movement into his government, and initiated a degree of economic planning. When this caught U.S. attention, Estime removed the socialist ministers from his cabinet, while attempting a modest program of reform, including increasing minimum wages, an income tax, new labor laws, labor inspectors, cooperatives, school rehabilitation, and a rural development campaign. U.S. corporations, Shada and IIASCO, labeled Estime's administration communist. U.S. banks denied the government debt relief and new loans. Estime successfully waged a public campaign to raise domestic funds to pay off a $5 million loan, but was again rebuffed in most of his efforts to get new loans from the U.S. A poorly planned attempt at nationalizing the banana industry harmed Haiti's market share, its economy, and its government's finances. He was removed in a coup by the National Guard, which he had renamed the Haitian Army, Armée de Haiti, in 1950.23. The post-coup regime of Philippe Magloire repaired any strains in relations with the U.S. and created an anti-communist dictatorship allied with Trujillo's Dominican Republic and Batista's Cuba. Like these Caribbean neighbors, Magloire emphasized the tourist industry in his economic plan. But tourism remained ultimately an insignificant contributor to the national economy. The major economic sector, agriculture, declined, subject to boom and bust cycles because of over-reliance on a single crop, coffee, and vulnerability to hurricanes. Corruption and nepotism devastated the limited public sector services in the cities. Foreign loans and relief funds passed through Haiti without any lasting benefit to its people. Magloire's government facilitated through massacres in Port-au-Prince, including slums like Bel Air, the rise of presidential candidate François Papadoc Duvalier, who came to power in 195-7. The Duvaliers Papadoc, who had campaigned on a platform of economic equality and improvement of the country's devastated infrastructure, was a repressive dictator. He kept the Forces Armées de Haiti, FADH, divided and under his control, created a parallel personal militia, the Volontaires de la Sécurité Nationale VSN, or the Tonton Macoutes, and crushed the labor movement. This latter act, as well as his anti-communism, kept Papadoc in favor with the United States, which had been suspicious of his closeness to the reformer Estime. The U.S. came to Papadoc's aid in 1959 when some Haitian exiles mounted an insurrection against the dictator. The U.S. Marines and Navy deployed to help defeat the rebels and end the insurrection. Papadoc held elections in 1961 and had eliminated all effective opposition by 1964, naming himself president for life in the Constitution and granting himself the right to name his successor, his son, Jean-Claude Baby Doc Duvalier. 28. By the time Papadoc died in 1971, the regime had killed 30,00060,000 people. The Haitian population at the time was 3 to 4 million, tortured and exiled many more, and embezzled $10 million from the small treasury for Papa Doc's personal use. Baby Doc's regime was no different in its abuses or its U.S. support. By the 1980s, however, Baby Doc was facing insurrections, which he viciously suppressed. In 1986 an uprising in Ghana sparked rural revolts all over Haiti, which eventually reached the capital. By February of that year Baby Doc fled to France on a U.S. Air Force jet, leaving Haiti to the military yet again. Haiti's development was in a disastrous state, symbolized by the fact that there was, at the time of his departure, one school to every 35 prisons. The arrival of Lavallées. With the arrival of Lavallées and the overthrow of the Duvaliers at the end of the 1980s, the Haitian people had arrived on the scene to stay. Their mobilization had finally overthrown the dictator, and their resistance was diverse, armed in some places, nonviolent in others. In Port-au-Prince, resistance coalesced around a church and a young priest who had studied liberation theology abroad and put it into practice in the poor neighborhoods of the city. Jean-Bertrand Aristide had been one of the only church figures to speak out against repression during the Duvalier years, and he used his prestige to organize against the attempts to replace the Duvaliers with another dictatorship, this time by the army. Aristide's movement evoked the image of many drops of water creating a flood. The Haitian Creole word for it is Lavallées, and that became the name of the movement. But if the people were coming into their own with Baby Doc gone, the FADH was coming into its own as well with the help of the U.S. The United States created a National Governing Council, Conseil National de Gouvernement, or CNG, to rule Haiti in the absence of the dictator and resumed open military aid for the army. Among the U.S. creations in 1986 was the National Intelligence Service, SIN, a CIA client that received millions of dollars of equipment and training, ostensibly to fight drug trafficking and provide intelligence, but which actually engaged in drug trafficking, torture, and persecution of Lavallées activists and others. The CNG, under control of the Army, led by Lieutenant General Henry Namfi, wrote a new constitution in 1987 and scheduled elections for November of that year. Mistide and Lavallées urged a boycott of the elections, which were postponed until January 1988. Turnout was very low. The CNG gave full control to Namfi in 1988.3, a high priority for the FADH, and the US was trying to crush the popular movement. Over the period between Baby Doc's departure and the January 1988 elections, the FADH killed more people than Baby Doc had killed in the previous 15 years. That year, 1988, there was an internal revolt within the FADH, led by General Prosper Avril, who took control from Namfi in a coup. Popular resistance did not stop, however, and in 1990 Avril was forced to hand power over to a civilian member of the Supreme Court, Eartha Pascal Troerlet, and flee, again on a U.S. aircraft. The popular movement continued, demanding economic reform, an end to corruption, and justice for the victims of the FADH and the Tonton Macoutes. In response, the Haitian right mobilized as well. Roger Lafontant, former head of the Tonton Macoutes, de Valierist Minister of Defense and the Interior, held a series of right-wing rallies between July and December of 1990.4. In the face of an explosive situation, the U.S. Embassy pressured the FADH to allow another election. The election was scheduled for December 16, 1990. The Lavallées movement decided in October to contest the elections rather than boycott them, with Aristide as their presidential candidate. The U.S. sponsored Marc Bazin, a former World Bank employee with a platform based on privatization and regressive income redistribution. Aristide won 67% of the vote in an election acclaimed as free and fair by UN, US, and Organization of American States, OAS, observers. Bazin, his closest rival, won 14%. Aristide's election represented a major change in Haiti's historic pattern. For the first time, the population had at least partial control of some of the mechanisms of the state. This had not been the case during the mobilizations of 1946. The battle had only begun, however. The external powers were just as powerful as they always had been. The Haitian elite was as entrenched and intransigent, and most of the weakened state and military apparatus, including even the parliament, was corrupt or opposed outright to the aspirations of the population. Lavalas might have represented the majority, but against all these forces they had only a fledgling popular organization, or more accurately a coalition of diverse popular organizations, hard-pressed to do battle against such wealthy, powerful, organized and ruthless opponents. The first coup, 1991–94, Aristide's inauguration was scheduled for February 7, 1991. In January, the Duvalierist Tonton Macoute leader Lafontaine seized the presidential palace, took President Troerlet hostage, and took over the broadcast facilities, anticipating support from the FADH. Lavalas mobilized on the streets and the FADH reversed the coup. Aristide took power as scheduled and nominated René Préval, an agronomist associated with the popular movement in the countryside, as prime minister. When Parliament attempted to pass a no-confidence measure against Préval in August, Lavalas mobilized again to protest. Aristide began making moves to dismantle the army, to separate the police from the army, retire the leaders of the officer corps, and create a commission to investigate human rights violations. The commission never began work because Aristide was overthrown in a coup on September 29, 1991. The FADH, seeing the threat to its existence, ousted the civilian government and initiated a 3-year-long period of massacre under General Cedras, General Biombi, and Major Michel François, who became the national chief of police. Shortly after the coup, an officer for the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, COL. Patrick Collins, approached a man named Emmanuel Constant and asked him to organize a front to balance Lavalas and do intelligence work against it on behalf of the FADH, and the U.S. Constant went on the CIA payroll and formed the Front for the Advancement and Progress of Haiti, FRAVE. As Aristide had moved against the armed groups, the FADH and FRAVE moved against the popular movement. Where Lavalas had tried to use legislation and, to a lesser extent, popular mobilization, the FADH and FRAVE used massacre, disappearance, torture, and rape against the movement. Over the next 3 years, the International Crisis Group, ICG, a major mainstream think tank whose board includes former presidents from various countries, estimates that 3,000,5,000 were killed by the coup regime, 100,000 ED into exile, and 300,000 were forced into internal exile. When it caught Haitian refugees, Washington returned them to Haiti to face death and torture, using a 1981 agreement between the Reagan and Duvalier administrations as pretext, but violating international law. Washington did, however, announce an arms, oil, and trade embargo under the auspices of the OAS, which it did not heed. Instead, it sent weapons to FRAVE via the Dominican Republic, including 5,000–10,000 pieces between 1993 and 1994.48. There was armed resistance to the regime. In the town of Gonaives, a Lavalas organizer named Amiot Metayer led a community group under constant attack by the FADH and FRAVE. FRAVE committed a major massacre against the group in the area of Rabateau in 1994, killing at least 15 people. This was called the Rabateau Massacre, and would become important in Haiti's collective memory. The coup was also devastating to Lavalas's basic economic program, which sought to lift Haitians from absolute misery to poverty with dignity, and say goodbye to American rice, both to the company with the same name and to the dominance of imported American rice in Haiti's economy, as journalists John Canham Klein and Worth Cooley Prost revealed in 1995.5. The government signed import agreements with American Rice's subsidiary and soon began operating a rice receiving and bagging facility in a Port-au-Prince warehouse owned by one of Haiti's wealthiest families. Aristide, who was living in exile in the United States, faced an impossible dilemma. His movement was being massacred. He was being kept out. At the same time, the United States was offering him a chance to return, in exchange for demobilizing Lavalas and becoming, in effect, an agent of U.S. economic interests, a more efficient one than the generals and paramilitaries who provoked increasingly uncompromising resistance. Compromise was precisely what Washington sought from Aristide, and the only alternative they offered him was acquiescence in the ongoing slaughter. In June 1993, UN diplomat Dante Caputo brokered an agreement between Aristide and Cedras called the Governor's Island Accord. Aristide would name a new prime minister, the sanctions would be lifted, the army would be reformed, the coup makers would be amnestied. And Aristide would be returned to power on October 30, 1993, with the help of a UN peacekeeping force. October 30 came and went, and the massacres continued. The US tried, unsuccessfully, to get Aristide to sign other plans, in which there would be an even more pervasive amnesty and in which Aristide would share power with AU's elected prime minister. Aristide refused. The military regime was having difficulty holding together without open and constant massacre, which led to increasingly large numbers of refugees and a political problem for the US. On September 18, 1994, the Americans sent former President Carter, Senator Sam Nunn, and a former Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman named Colin Powell to Haiti to negotiate Cedras's removal. Cedras agreed to leave on October 15, 1994.52. As for Aristide, he signed away the right to prosecute many human rights violations. He signed away 3 years of his presidential term, agreeing that his term would end in February 1995, counting the coup years as if he had been president. He signed away his preference for prime minister, leftist Claudette Worley, in favor of neoliberal Marc Michel. Understanding Aristide's return. Understanding Aristide's 1994 return as a simple capitulation is an oversimplification. Aristide's popular government made some terrible compromises, but it also had some genuine achievements. Some of the achievements of Aristide's post-1994 regime are easily quantified. Others are not. Respect and confidence and a degree of freedom from terror are all intangible, but expressed in one anecdote. A few days before the February 2004 coup, a foreign journalist asked a market woman in Site-Soleil, the largest and poorest neighborhood in Port-au-Prince, what she thought of the situation in Haiti. She responded, "If it wasn't for Aristide, you wouldn't be asking me for my opinion." 5. The US certainly did not see Aristide as their agent. On the contrary, they began undermining him as soon as they had installed him. While Washington had turned away, detained, and shipped refugees fleeing the dictatorship to Guantanamo, from now until the 2004 coup those leaving the democratic regime were granted asylum. Among them was mass murderer and lead organizer of the paramilitary organization FRAFE, Emmanuel Constant. He was arrested by the Marines in September 1994, but failed to appear for his hearing 2 months later. He turned up in New York City on a valid tourist visa granted him by an immigration error. 55 Like Aristide's 1990 election, his return in 1994 marked another change in the nature of Haiti's conflict. As he had in 1991, Aristide moved quickly against the FADH, this time actually dissolving it in April 1995. But Aristide could no more destroy the FADH and FRAFE with their US and Haitian elite sponsors than these forces were able to destroy Lavallaz with its deep roots amongst Haiti's P001. While Aristide had the power to legislate the end of the FADH, the US military was in charge of their disarmament and reintegration. Most of them stayed armed and melted into criminal gangs or private security firms. Others went to the Dominican Republic. Still others were recycled into the police force, some 200 of them moving directly from the FADH to the police. The Republican Party leadership, more comfortable than the Democrats were with openly supporting dictators, strongly opposed the US intervention to restore Aristide. 7 weeks after the US invasion in 1994, the GOP won control of Congress and soon dismantled the aid program to Haiti after Aristide refused a massive privatization plan. Per capita aid to Haiti from the US was 1/5 what it was spending in Bosnia and 1/10 what it spent in Kosovo. The Democrats, however, still in control of the White House, were less crude than the Republicans, but still insisted that Aristide implement every detail of the savage program of the IMFUB structural adjustment. The newspaper Haiti Progrès reported in 1995 on then U.S. Vice President Al Gore's visit to Aristide. The threat was clear in Gore's words: "We discussed the need for continuing international assistance to meet the developmental requirements of Haiti and the steps the government of Haiti and its people need to take in order to ensure the continued of these funds." Despite this tremendous pressure, Aristide tried to find ways to blunt the effect of foreign intervention and the destruction of the economy, delaying the privatization of the state-run flour and cement mills for 2 years and refusing to privatize the public utilities. These moves were made against the will of Aristide's unpopular, neoliberal Prime Minister, Marc Michel, 1994-95, degree, who resigned, after which Claudette Worley, Aristide's first choice, was appointed Prime Minister. Aristide made other positive changes against the current of foreign pressure. The minimum wage was increased, affecting 20,000 workers. A land reform gave land to 1,500 families. The land was returned to the absentee landlords after the 2004 coup. The government collected taxes from the wealthy. This was, no doubt, the source of at least some of the cries about government repression. Through government intervention, the prices of food were lowered. Prices doubled after the coup. Malnutrition dropped. An emergency response system was built in collaboration with the Red Cross, a system that could have helped with the hurricanes that ravaged Haiti in October 2004 had it not been dismantled after the coup. Lavall's administrations built more schools between 1994 and 2000 than had been built between 1804 and 1994. School lunch programs were expanded. 100,000 people were taught to read between 2001 and 2003. An AIDS treatment and prevention program reduced HIV transmission significantly. In a genuine example of international solidarity, 800 Cuban health workers traveled to work in Haiti and 325 Haitian students went to study medicine in Cuba. With Cuban assistance, Aristide opened a new medical school in the Port-au-Prince suburb of Tabary, offering free medical training to students from poor communities who agreed, upon graduation, to help fill the desperate need for doctors in Haiti's poor and rural neighborhoods. Immediately following the coup, the medical university was converted into a barracks for U.S. Marines, and, under Laterchu, it was used as a base for Brazilian soldiers. Under Preval after 2006, the building was returned to the Aristide Foundation, survived the earthquake, and was used to house earthquake survivors. The investment in health lowered infant mortality. The Haitian Constitution was printed in Creole and widely distributed. Haiti signed on to the International Criminal Court. The U.S. still has not. Struggles over the police and legislature in 1995, having dismantled the FADH, Aristide created a Truth Commission that issued its 1,200-page report in 1996, recommending reparations and rehabilitation for victims of repression and documenting violations committed under the 1991-94 dictatorship. Unfortunately, the report lacked impact. Since it was not made widely available in Creole, the justice system was developed to try to undermine the impunity of the 1991-94 dictatorship era while respecting the rights of the accused. The framework for the Haitian National Police, Police Nationale Haitienne, PNH, was outlined in a presidential decree in 1994, when Aristide returned to Haiti with the U.S. invasion. The PNH was made responsible for the Coast Guard and Customs. Now that the FADH was disbanded, the PNH became a battleground between the Popular Movement's government and the U.S., Haitian elite, and FADH forces. The U.S., with help from countries like Canada, established police training programs to professionalize the PNH. These programs were probably as much a source of corruption as they were of professionalization. The U.S. military in Haiti initiated a program to disarm the FADH and FRAVE, and actually seized several thousand weapons in 1994-95. While the U.S. destroyed 12% of these, the rest were handed over to the PNH. Among the most perverse of the U.S. disarmament programs was a buyback operation in which the U.S. collected weapons, paid for them, some $2 million in total, handed them over to the PNH, which then turned them back over to criminals and paramilitaries for further recycling. In this tug of war, the Lavallese government tried to turn the police into a force loyal to it, while the US and FADH/FRAFE tried to turn it into their instrument. The tug of war was exemplified with the career of Denis Toussaint, a major in the FADH under Baby Doc, once exiled by him for refusing to carry out political killings, who was in the palace during the 1991 coup against Aristide and went into exile with him, where he received FBI training in the US. Upon their return in 1994, Toussaint became the head of the interim police 7, perhaps accepted in this post by Aristide because of loyalty. Toussaint began angling for power himself. After the interim police were replaced by the PNH, Toussaint was ousted and took the job as Lavallese security chief. He organized pro-government armed groups that used terror against the opposition, helped Haiti become a gateway for narco-trafficking, and used police corruption to amass a personal fortune. He openly ran a showroom where he sold badges, handcuffs, and other military equipment. If Toussaint was an example of a leader of the pro-government armed groups, on the other side, the FADH/FRAFE and US were also organizing armed groups inside and outside the PNH. It was also slowly and inexorably choking the regime of needed financing. By 1996, when Aristide's first term ended, US aid to Haiti was equal to the amount it had provided to the dictatorship that had deposed Aristide. Such aid as did flow went to finance the opposition by reallocating federal funds to Haitian NGOs opposed to Aristide. A contest for the legislature occurred parallel to the struggle over the PNH. In local elections in 1995, the pro-Aristide coalition led by the Lavallese Popular Organization, OPL, made significant gains. The OPL took neoliberal stances on many issues, however, and Aristide supporters broke from the OPL to create the Famille Lavallese, FL, in 1996. The FL ran against the OPL in legislative elections in 1997, and the results were not recognized by the OPL, which accused the FL of fraud. This froze parliament and legislative initiatives until 1999. President Preval dismissed those legislators whose terms had expired and organized a new FL cabinet. It was an impasse. For Famille Lavallese, it could be resolved with new elections, planned for May 2000, in which they would, with their popularity, decisively win and finally take control of the legislature. The opposition thus tried, ultimately unsuccessfully, to delay the elections. The plan for delay was exposed, and denounced, by an independent Haitian radio journalist, Jean Dominique, who had tremendous influence and prestige in the popular neighborhoods. Armed men assassinated Jean Dominique in April 2000. Denis Toussaint, who went on to win a Senate seat in the May elections, and who had been close to Aristide before joining the opposition, was suspected of the murder. As a senator, Toussaint was immune from prosecution. He took to entering the Senate with a heavily armed entourage. In the long-delayed May 2000 legislative and local elections, the Famille Lavallese won decisively. The traditional parties had already been thoroughly defeated electorally, but the 2000 elections also wiped out the OPL as Famille Lavallese, henceforth Lavallese, winning 89 of 115 mayoral positions, 72 of 83 seats in the legislature and 18 of the 19 Senate seats. At this point the attack on Lavallese became more intense. The Convergence Démocratique, an anti-Lavallese coalition, was formed. The goal was simple: annulment of the elections and refusal to allow Aristide to participate in any future elections. The first step was to discredit the elections, and in this the Convergence was helped by the OAS, who objected to the methodology that the Provisional Electoral Council used to count the votes for 8 of the seats in the Senate. The method was to count only the votes cast for the top 4 candidates in each Senate race. But the Lavallese senators would have won regardless of the method used. Participation was 60% of the registered electorate of 4 million. Lavallese Senate candidates received an average 74% of the votes cast. The European community responded to this technical dispute over counting methodology by cutting aid to Haiti in 2000. The US began an outright aid embargo on Haiti in that same year, as the Republicans exploited Haiti's electoral controversy as an opportunity to discredit Aristide, who had won a landslide victory in the November 2000 elections with 92% of the votes cast on a turnout of 50% of the adult population. The Bush administration pressured the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, to cancel more than $650 million in development assistance and approved loans to Haiti, money that was slated to pay for safe drinking water, literacy programs, and health services, and had serious economic consequences. An IDB report in 2001 stated that the major factor behind economic stagnation is the withholding of both foreign grants and loans. 7 The dispute over the election was that 8 Lavallée senators had won and claimed their Senate seats after getting the most votes. The opposition disagreed with the method of vote counting and disputed the elections because there was no runoff vote. The OAS and the US took up the opposition call, though they had expressed no concerns with the electoral mechanisms known well in advance before the elections. At any rate, 7 of the 8 senators resigned in 2001 and the 8th was out shortly after that. The aid freeze continued, further evidence that the dispute over the senators was merely a pretext. The State Department, via the OAS, claimed the aid freeze was a decision of the international community in a declaration on April 22, 2001. There is a letter from the U.S. representative to the IDB asking the loans not be dispersed, dated April 8, 2001. The cancellation of the funds by U.S. order was in violation of the IDB's charter, which states, "The President, officers, and staff owe their duty entirely to the bank and shall recognize no other authority. Each member of the bank shall respect the international character of his duty." 75 Despite the cancellations, the IDB demanded repayment, of both old and new loans, to the tune of $1.134 billion, 40% of which was lent to the Duvalier dictators and had gone directly to their personal coffers. This odious debt should not, under international law, have to have been repaid. In July 2003, Haiti sent more than 90% of its foreign reserves to Washington to pay interest on this illegal, odious debt. Haitians were actually paying interest on loans the previous dictatorship had taken out, as well as payments on loans that Washington had blocked them from receiving. Some on the Haitian left argued at the time that Aristide had become an agent of neoliberalism. In this argument, what modest gains Lavallée was able to achieve between 1994 and 2004 were a sop, a way of using Aristide's prestige to demobilize the Haitian mass movement, which had overthrown the Duvalier dictatorship, and would have overthrown the paramilitary dictatorship that ruled between 1991 and 1994 as well, had the US not intervened to restore Aristide, the person whose removal they had supported in the first place. The changes to the justice system, the partial privatizations, and the creation of a police force to replace the Haitian military, these were strategies for containing the popular movement. Among those who made this argument were some foreign and Haitian diaspora figures like René Depestre, James Morel, and Christophe Warny. There were also the peasant groups Tête Colti Paysan, COSAPEP, Bataillevry, PAPTA, Haitian Platform for Alternative Development, led by Camille Chalmers, and the MPP, Peasant Movement, headed by Chavannes Baptiste. Many of these leaders were later to collaborate with the coup, supporting a cure that was infinitely worse than the disease. Aristide's options, given the international forces arrayed against him, were very limited. He had disbanded the hated army, but the mass of its soldiers remained at large, with a command center just across the border in the Dominican Republic and with ample supplies and support from the United States. Meanwhile, problems of social crime and violence, the crime and violence associated with unequal societies 79 were still present, and Aristide's government, having disbanded the army, had only the inherited and corrupt state apparatus to address such problems. A U.S. embargo meant that the Haitian police lacked the basic equipment, like riot gear, that police forces count on in such situations. Under such circumstances, a popular government has to simultaneously try to reform the government apparatus and use the parallel institutions of popular organization to try to overcome difficulties and solve social problems. In Venezuela, Hugo Chávez's government accomplished this by using substantial revenues from petroleum and using the military, which remained loyal, to compensate for the corrupt and uncooperative bureaucracy when necessary. In Haiti, Aristide had neither a resource base nor the military on his side. In this context, the charges that Aristide tolerated corruption, armed gangs of his supporters, and engaged in financial irregularities can all be understood. A corrupt and incapacitated bureaucracy, a holdover from the dictatorship, could not be tackled directly since the government had neither the means to do so nor the capacity to replace the bureaucracy. Such capacity, for Haiti, could only have come from external aid, whether through reparations or some other mechanism, which was forbidden to Aristide's government. Popular organizations in the poor neighborhoods, if they supported the government, were likely to come under paramilitary attack, and it should come as no surprise that they would arm themselves for self-defense. As for financing, in the context of an aid embargo closing official channels for finance, a government's turn to unofficial channels to procure fundamental items, such as weapons for the police, becomes understandable. The extent to which Aristide was involved in any of these activities is unclear, and in fact the utter lack of evidence, given the intensity of the search for it by Aristide's opponents, suggests that he was not. Peter Hallward, reviewing the human rights records of the various dictatorships and comparing them with Aristide's record, found the following: remember the basic numbers, perhaps 50,000 dead under the Duvaliers, 1957–86, perhaps 700 to 1,000 dead under Namfi/Avril, 1986–90, 4,000 dead under Cedras, 1991–94, and then at least another 3,000 killed under Laterchu, 2004–06. And under Aristide? What sort of numbers might warrant claims of continuity or even deterioration? But if reports from Amnesty International can be trusted, and it's telling that as far as I know neither AI nor any human rights organization has yet risked an estimate of the total numbers of people killed under Aristide, then from 2001 to 2004 perhaps 30 political killings can be attributed to the PNH, whose political affiliation was often anti-government, or to groups with, often tenuous, links to FL. Less or differently biased analysts like Ronald St. Dachine, Kim Ives and Laura Flynn put the real total closer to 10.30. Looking at Haiti's history from the perspective of sovereignty reveals how it came to pass that today's Haiti has very little control over its own economic or political affairs. The Haitian Revolution that liberated the slaves was a part of a longer, global, and still unfulfilled, struggle for democracy, a state of affairs in which people control their own lives. Haitians have contributed and sacrificed much in this struggle. The struggle is not over, but Haiti's new dictatorship, established in 2004, is a setback. Two narratives, media strategies, and NGO stories: the US, the UN, the donor community, and Haiti. Haiti has been called the Republic of NGOs. 1 second only to India in the number of NGOs operating there per capita. It is probably second to none in foreign-based NGOs, since many of the Indian NGOs are domestic. There are 10,000–20,000 NGOs in Haiti, and they provide 80% of basic public services. They are independent, fragmented, and in many ways undercut integrated government programs. They are also often controlled or funded by wealthy governments, through the U.S. USAID and Canada CIDA. This makes them less non-governmental and more other governmental, offering wealthy countries a morally respectable way of subcontracting the sovereignty of the nations they exploit. Paul Farmer, a longtime friend of Haiti and sharp analyst of foreign interference, argues eloquently in his 2011 book Haiti After the Earthquake that aid should be dispersed in a way that helps the public sector. As a physician and a public health advocate, he argues this for two reasons. The government is the only organization against which ordinary citizens can make rights-based claims, No non-governmental organization has a legal obligation to help anyone in particular, whereas a government has obligations to its citizens. Similarly, a democratic government is, or should be, accountable to its citizens, and not to donors, shareholders, or financiers. Narratives, media strategies, and NGO stories. Studies of major North American media, New York Times, Miami Herald, Washington Post, in this period, like E.B. Sprague's study published by Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, FAIR, July/August 2006, 15, find nothing different. If the alternative frame lacks factual merit compared to the official frame, then the media is doing its job. If, instead, the alternative frame has the balance of evidence in its favor, the media is presenting a biased and inaccurate version of events. MacDonald next asks how that came to pass, and analyzes the strategies of the pro-coup forces in disseminating information to the media. Of the 111 citations of official frame sources, 69 of them were non-official critics of Aristide. How were they so effective in getting their perspective? First, the owners of Haitis' private media were, by and large, opponents of Aristide. They had access to Haitis' airwaves, and international media would often follow their lead. The National Association of Haitian Media, ANMH, was formerly a member of the anti-Aristide opposition. In interviews, they told MacDonald how they used their media as part of the campaign against the government, inflating numbers at demonstrations, providing a constant platform for their messages, mobilizing demonstrations, and repeating accusations of corruption and human rights violations. Through exchange programs, ANMH journalists and sources were trained by U.S. and Canadian institutions, NED, IRI, CIDA, on how to influence the international media. They also belonged to the same social circuit, stayed at the same hotels, and spoke the same language as international journalists, advantages that Aristide's supporters disproportionately lacked. To escape from this kind of infrastructure is a real challenge for a Western journalist, and most of them did not do it. In the narrative, more details will emerge elaborating on the systemic explanation for why media coverage, and related books, in the official frame came out the way they did. But perhaps the alternative frame could be explained the same way? Indeed, Aristide's government spent several $1 million in legal and lobbying fees in the U.S. over several years. This money went to lawyers and consultants who made pro-Aristide arguments, some of whom are among Aristide's most articulate defenders, Ira Kurtban, Aristide's attorney, and Randall Robinson, whose wife, Hazel, was a consultant for the Haitian government under Aristide. But most of the independent investigators who worked on Haiti in this period were not paid. They weren't even salaried journalists like the official frame journalists, but volunteers with other jobs. And neither the money flows from USAID and the IRI nor the fact that Aristide's government paid legal fees for legal work change any of the facts about human rights violations or corruption, facts to which we will turn in the narrative. Unpublished research on Canadian media coverage by Daniel Freeman Malloy for the 2 years after the coup reveals similar patterns. Freeman Malloy looked at the 300 articles published by the G6/M in Haiti between 2004 and 2005. First of all, he notes that many of the facts on which the alternative frame rely are reported in the G67M in this period. The G6M reported, that Canada helped block the crucial IDB loan of $146 million that sealed Aristide's economic fate, that Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister met with paramilitary leader Paul Arcelin, that Canada participated in a military intervention on February 29, 2004, that Canada immediately recognized the Latortue government, helping entrench the coup, that Lavalas had won every electoral contest and enjoyed massive popular support. G.R.M. reported all this from within the official frame, even while repeating allegations of fraud and corruption against Aristide without evidence. Freeman Malloy notes especially the timing of the admissions and concessions. Discussing Paul Knox, the G0M star reporter in the field during the coup, Freeman Malloy writes, "Some final comments are in order about Paul Knox, and his gestures of feigned dissent. On March 1, 2004, Knox did finally break his silence on the U.S. history of attacking Lavalas. The United States, he explained, has much to answer for in its conduct toward Haiti over the past 2 decades. It allowed Mr. Aristide to be overthrown in 1991 after winning a landslide election, and its agents were linked to organizers of death squads in the next few years. It restored him to power not out of principle but to stem an exodus of boat people. It refuses to extradite death squad leader Emmanuel, Toto, C0N stand 17 with these passing admissions, revealing facts directly undercutting the framework he had provided for readers following Haitian politics in preceding weeks. Knox established some limited plausible deniability on his conspicuous silence. As for why he had failed to mention this information in the previous 30 articles he had written on Haiti in the preceding period of that year, he left that unexplored. The G6M's coverage is similar to the media's strategy in general. Inconvenient facts can be mentioned, but better to mention them once it is too late for them to have any effect, after the coup, for example, or when many of those unjustly jailed have been shattered in jail and their followers massacred on the streets. The official frame is most valuable when the coup is in progress, or being consolidated. Once it is too late to reverse the coup, the record can be corrected and balance restored. Take Freeman Malloy's final comments on Knox. Knox's last piece on Haiti in the Globe hammered away at the same theme: things had gone wrong, but only because we were not helpful enough. We should have done more to save Haiti from rebellion, the title read. It opened with a rhetorical question: realistically, could Canada have done anything on its own to prevent the triumph of armed rebellion in Haiti and the overthrow of President Bertrand Aristide? Some possible ways aren't hard to think of. It could have refused to back U.S.-led economic destabilization, decided to not deploy forces to help to oust the government, or even supported the diplomatic position of CARICOM. But, Knox replied to himself, I think the answer is probably no. It pains me to say so, because as readers know, I believe the actions of the Canadian government and others over the past few weeks made a mockery of their solemn pronouncements on democratic rule in the Americas. A gesture of feigned dissent, conveniently compatible with the Martin government's pledge of non-abandonment, and Knox was off. Shameful as they are, these patterns point to an important fact: the media were, and are, a part of the coup infrastructure. Because they helped shape people's beliefs about what was unfolding, they helped influence how people acted. By favoring the official frame, they helped ensure the victory of the coup, and the imposition of the new dictatorship, both on the ground and in people's minds. The NGO strategy. Haiti's new dictatorship also has a special governance structure, in which many of the functions that are normally performed by government are done by non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Their participation in the coup and in the current dictatorship is worth exploring in some detail. In Haiti, U.S. and Canadian-funded NGOs made and repeated false claims about the Aristide government's human rights violations during the coup. These NGOs provided ideal sources for the Western media campaigns and pretexts for military intervention against Aristide's government. There are numerous examples. The story of a massacre in La Syrie, in February 2004, was propagated by the National Council for Haitian Rights, NCHR, funded by Canada CIDA. This story was picked up by other NGOs, like PAPTA, the opposition group 184, the international media, and finally in books like Die Berts. The story didn't hold up to scrutiny and all of it was eventually dropped, but not before it served its purpose and got several Lavalas leaders in jail for years. Bataille Ouvrière, a workers' organization, was funded by the AFL-CIO Solidarity Center, and accused Lavalas of being corrupt and of capitulating to neoliberalism. No different from those who replaced it, Lavalas's fall from power was no loss to the Haitian people, Bataille Ouvrière said. The IRI provided political training for Haitian opposition leaders in 2002, and urged them not to compromise. The IRI also funded Reporters Without Borders, which gave vastly disproportionate coverage to violations against anti-Aristide journalists while ignoring much worse and more frequent violations against other journalists. The NED, IRI, and USAID funded and organized the anti-Lavaliz movement for participation in elections after the coup as well. Foreign funding is not a guarantee of compromised politics. Nor is independence a guarantee of adoption of the alternative frame. Even independent, membership-based NGOs like Amnesty International had failings on Haiti, although these were not so systematic as the funded government-bound NGOs. See Joe Emersberger's work for an assessment of Amnesty's mixed record in Haiti since the coup, point 13. This raises the point about what it means to help Haiti. Do these NGOs help Haiti? From their perspective, they help to denounce and remove a government committing human rights violations and corruption. From my perspective, they help deliver Haiti into a regime that commits much greater human rights violations and corruption. The new dictatorship features NGOs very prominently in the delivery of what could be government services. To a cynical observer, it would appear that NGOs had an interest in ousting the democratic government and replacing it with one where they play a primary role in governance. But on democratic or efficiency grounds, should those providing services be accountable to their own government, and ultimately to their own people, through some democratic process, which seems to be good enough for countries like Canada, admittedly less and less so in the West as well, as governments increasingly subcontract public services to NGOs and businesses? Or should they be beholden to other governments who fund them? The distance and unaccountability of foreign-funded NGOs to Haitians leads to distortions that would not be present if the services were provided by a democratic government, as we will see when we discuss Haiti after the earthquake. It also leads to questions that would never be asked in a sovereign, democratic context. An important book about aid to Haiti asks how much good all the aid dollars have done, stating that Haiti received $4 billion in foreign assistance from 1990 to 2003. This may seem a vast sum, but a few quick calculations suggest otherwise. At the time, Haiti's population was around 8 million. The entire donation amounts to $500 per capita. The period in question is 13 years. That's $38 per Haitian per year, much of which probably went to supporting the 1991-94 dictatorship and supporting the democratic regime's opponents in the years since, to economic programs to benefit corporations, and to aid dollars that flow back to the donor countries later. The same book states that between 1998 and 2007, Haiti received about $3.5 billion in foreign assistance but had little to show for it. Again, this amounts to $49 per Haitian per year at the most, assuming 8 million Haitians, when there were closer to 9 million Haitians in Z007, much of which probably went to UN soldiers and other dictatorship priorities from 2004 to 2007. The per capita government spending for Western countries is in the thousands, not the tens, of dollars. These paltry amounts of foreign aid come with very fuzzy thinking about development economics and the need for an export-oriented, private property-based economic model. An economy dependent on subsistence-level foreign aid cannot make the investments necessary to develop, especially while constrained by an ideology that states that services are better delivered by NGOs and that governments should stay out of economic affairs. Robert Fatton has argued that this economic model has been disastrous for Haiti. To advocate the withdrawal of the state and the supremacy of the market in a country like Haiti is to invite economic, political, and social disaster. Such a withdrawal seeks to expose an already devastated society to the harsh rule of unregulated markets, rather than protecting it from further social ravages. Beyond the argument about the G0-Verland's proper role in economic affairs, the point here is that Haitians have never had the power to decide on their development, and so cannot yet be blamed for development failures. When Haiti's development is controlled by a sovereign and democratic government, such blame can be usefully assigned. My argument can be summarized as follows: there are two connecting stories about Haitian politics in recent years. One is a story of a leader becoming a dictator and getting overthrown, leaving a basket case country in a basket case condition. The second is the story of a popular movement being thwarted in its struggle for democracy and development and ending with a new dictatorship imposed upon it. I have tried to explain who tells each of these stories and why, and to argue for why I believe the second story is the truer one. But perhaps the best way to make this argument is to get on and tell the second story. The narrative resumes with the Aristide government in power for the second time, in 2000, as its opponents prepare for the 2004 coup. There were thus, at the beginning of 2004, a number of different factors that made Aristide's government vulnerable. Economically debilitated, the government had little means to deliver its popular programs. Disbanding the hated military, an instrument of coups and external intervention, did not provide the government with adequate means of defense against paramilitary and external aggression. The U.S. and Canadian trained police forces were certainly not created with that end in mind. Politically and organizationally, the government was weakened by trying to hold the empty middle ground between its popular base and the depraved demands of the international community. The wheels of the coup machine had been set in motion years before, and sped up rapidly leading up to 2004. Early coup attempts in 2000, after the May parliamentary and local elections but before the November presidential elections, André Haitis, the Haitian-American leader of the opposition, called Aristide and warned him not to hold the presidential elections until the opposition could prepare a candidate. "If you hold elections now, you will mortgage the country," he warned him. Asked later why he thought he could dictate the timing of the election, Haitis replied that he was exercising his democratic right. Haitis owns 15 factories in Haiti, including many garment factories. They could also be called sweatshops, since union organizing is violently suppressed on the properties, and was the principal opponent of Aristide's attempt to raise the minimum wage above $1.60 a day. 2 In February 2001, leaders of the anti-Aristide opposition organization Convergence Démocratique (CD) told the Washington Post of their hope for another American invasion, this time to get rid of Aristide and rebuild the disbanded Haitian army, or else the CIA should train and equip Haitian officers exiled in the neighboring Dominican Republic so they could stage a comeback themselves. While the CD held talks with Aristide's government, the paramilitary insurgency was beginning. On July 28, 2001, these paramilitaries attacked police stations and killed 5 officers on the Dominican border, taking a cache of small arms with them. When the government arrested 35 suspects, including CD supporters, the CD broke off talks with Lavalas. The pattern of talk, paramilitary attack, and breaking off of talks by the opposition repeated itself in an assault on the presidential palace on December 17, 2001. One of those who participated in the attack, an ex-FADHS Pierre Richardson, was captured on December 20 trying to escape to the Dominican Republic. He told police and the press that former Col. Guy François, arrested the day before on December 19, as well as Guy Philippe, a former police chief of Cap Haitien, and Jean-Jacques Now, a former police chief of the Delmas neighborhood of Port-au-Prince, were involved in planning the failed coup d'état from the Dominican Republic. For his part, Guy Philippe had been shuttling back and forth from the Dominican Republic to Ecuador. In the Dominican Republic in October 2000, back in the Dominican Republic 2 weeks before the December 17, 2000 coup attempt, and back to Ecuador immediately after the attack. The Haitian government sought his extradition, but did not get him. The CD claimed the attack had been staged, and pro-government groups burned down some CD homes and offices. From January 31 to February 1, 2003, a group of high-level diplomats from the Americas and France gathered in Ottawa, convoked by Canada's Secretary of State for Latin America, Africa, and the countries of the Francophonie, or French-speaking world, Denis Paradis, to plan regime change in Haiti. 6 It was to be justified with a new Canadian doctrine, the responsibility to protect, R2P, which gives strong countries license to intervene in weak countries. R2P doctrine was developed as an argument that national sovereignty should not be allowed to trump human rights. If Iraq's government was violating the rights of its own people, for example, other countries ought to be able to intervene to protect them. Similarly, if Aristide's government was violating human rights, the international community should be able to disregard Haiti's sovereignty in the interests of Haiti's people. In practice, RZP is inconsistently applied. Instead of intervening in countries where human rights are being most grievously violated, powerful countries apply their own criteria, those of regional control, when deciding where and why to intervene. The human rights violations of allied governments are ignored. RZP offered a pretext for overthrowing an elected government in Haiti and replacing it with an internationally constituted dictatorship. Another phrase for responsibility to protect was presented by Rudyard Kipling in the 19th century, and is called white man's burden, the notion that some peoples cannot govern themselves and need to be controlled externally for their own good. One of the diplomats present at the meeting, Luigi Einaudi from the Organization of American States, OAS, was overheard later that year providing another formulation of responsibility to protect / white man's burden, when he said at a party, paraphrasing, "The real problem with Haiti is that the international community is so screwed up that they're actually letting Haitians run the place." All agreed that Aristide had to be removed and that Lavallée had to be prevented from participating in elections that would follow the ouster. Denis Paradis indicated that Haiti's population growth was a threat to North America, a time bomb that must be defused immediately. The opposition and the gangs of Sites-au-Lille. In July 2003, Haitian-American businessman André Apade, the leader of the Haitian opposition to Aristide and its organization, Group 184, met with street leaders from Sites-au-Lille. Home to 250,000 people, Sites-au-Lille is somewhat isolated from the rest of Port-au-Prince. The roads to it are easily cut by roadblocks. It is among the poorest neighborhoods in Port-au-Prince, and Lavallée was very popular there, with a powerful street-level organization and weekly open-air meetings on Saturday afternoons. The Lavallée street leaders of Sites-au-Lille with whom Apade met were Emeril, Dred Wilmy, Tupac, Billy, and Thomas Robinson, or Lavagny, who was from the Boston area of Sites-au-Lille. Apade asked these leaders to help him crush Lavallée in Sites-au-Lille. All but one, Lavagny, refused. According to two of the others, Emeril and Dred Wilmy, Lavagny was then bought by Apade for $30,000. Apade promised to use his influence to protect Lavagny and his men from arrest or reprisal by police or paramilitaries. Armed groups in Gonaives. For the period before the coup, the best source in English remains Kevin Pina, who wrote a series of articles in the Black Commentator online magazine as the coup plot came to fruition. The first was published in October 2003, in which Pina described an increasing barrage of negative propaganda in the U.S. media softening the ground for an eventual power grab by the Washington-sponsored opposition in Haiti. This media strategy depended on international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and journalists. One crucial NGO was, and remains, the National Coalition for Haitian Rights. The NCHR made dubious claims about repression under the Aristide government and was silent on the paramilitary assaults launched from the Dominican Republic that were going on at the time. The NCHR also told the lie that Amiot Métayer, a popular Lavallée supporter from the city of Gonaives with a long history of community organizing and resistance during the Duvalier and Cédras dictatorships, was the head of the Cannibal Army. In fact, Cannibal Army, according to Pina, was the name of a local gang Métayer had battled with in the past. On September 21, 2003, Métayer was viciously assassinated and the opposition suggested Aristide was behind the killing. Pina quoted a Lavallée observer with a different opinion: "This is part of what has always been the strategy of the CIA and the opposition, to separate the base of Lavallée from its leadership. This was the real reason behind the killing. The US wants Aristide out and a subservient government in place before we celebrate our bicentennial on January 1, 2004. They believe this plan is the best way to achieve that objective. They cannot win elections, so they have decided to create conditions for a civil war." Amiot Métayer's brother, Vieuxtemps Métayer, reorganized the armed group into the Artibonite Resistance Front and announced its armed opposition to Aristide's government. Pina's second article, published at the beginning of November 2003, reviews a set of articles in the Los Angeles Times, the Christian Science Monitor, and the San Francisco Chronicle, all of which described Medellín's assassination in lurid terms and his background inaccurately, and none of which could manage a single quote representing the views and opinions of 45. The hundreds of thousands of Aristide supporters in Haiti. Pina suggested these articles were coming from a familiar playbook. As was the case in Venezuela, the strength of the opposition to the government is exaggerated while pro-government support is at best, understated, and at worst, not mentioned at all. In his third article, published December 4, 2003, 12, Pina described a spate of political assassinations of Lavala's militants, charges of government complicity in the killings by the opposition, and the corporate media's constant trumpeting of the evils of Aristide Lavala's regime, climaxing with the opposition Group 184 holding an anti-Aristide demonstration in front of the National Palace with the international press in tow. Pina's description of the ensuing clash is worth quoting in detail, since the clash was so obviously stage-managed and intended for international consumption. The much smaller opposition Group 184 is overwhelmed and outflanked by over 10,000 angry Lavala supporters. Group 184 is forced to withdraw as the Haitian police fire tear gas and give orders to disperse in an effort to keep the two groups from clashing. Furthermore, 2 members of Group 184 are arrested for possession of weapons and are immediately pronounced to be political prisoners by the opposition group. Condemnation of the government by the new U.S. ambassador and the international community is swift as greased lightning. A new round of propaganda begins against Lavala's, hammering the theme that freedom of expression is now impossible in Haiti. This media-ready event is touted as further evidence that Aristide is actually a dictator in Democrats' clothing. International diplomacy for Group 184 is conducted through the Haiti Democracy Project, HDP, and most of the 184 organizations in the group are funded by American groups. USAID, the International Republican Institute, IRI, or the National Endowment for Democracy, NED. While the Democracy Project and Coalition for Haitian Rights published reports on the Aristide regime that were eagerly picked up in the international press, paramilitaries were using murder and massacre to destabilize the regime on the ground, as a timeline provided by Pina shows. On September 21, 2003, Ian Taytown, a former commander of the Haitian paramilitary Front for Advancement and Progress in Haiti, Frave, notorious for its massacres and killings during the 1991-94 dictatorship, led a violent demonstration against the government. On October 26, 2003, Taytown led an attack on a police station in the city of Gonaives, in which 3 police were wounded and a 17-year-old girl was killed. The police responded the following day with raids and arrests, with more shooting, with 1 woman killed and 2 other people wounded. On November 1, a group called the Front of Youth for Saving Haiti, based in Port-au-Prince, announced its intention to overthrow the government through civil war. On November 4, another Lavala's leader, Wilson Lemaire, was assassinated. The opposition used Lemaire's assassination to demonstrate for Aristide's resignation, despite the fact that Lemaire had been a Lavala's leader. As the government searched for an electoral solution, the U.S. ambassador stated that the international community would not accept the electoral results. The media and paramilitary strategies advanced in step. The local Haitian press, Pina reported, in particular the radio stations, were active members of the coup. The key features of their reporting were exaggerated reports of Lavala's violence, silence on opposition violence, and underreporting of the size and frequency of Lavala's demonstrations. One of the radio stations, Radio Vision 2000, is owned by the same family, Boulos, that funds the Haiti Democracy Project. Tele Haiti was founded by opposition Group 184's André Apade. 2 journalists from Radio Metropole had toured the U.S., funded by the State Department, meeting with editorial boards across the country as part of a campaign against Aristide's government. These journalists were frequent sources for the Associated Press, Reuters, and France's RFI. Haiti's media owners came together in the National Association of Haitian Media, ANMH. ANMH's vice president, Anne-Marie Issa, was also active on the opposition Group 184's steering and communications committees. Issa, who believed Aristide's government was a dictatorship, told researcher Isabelle MacDonald that she saw ANMH's role as using the media against the dictatorship, by ensuring that all opposition demonstrations were covered and opposition activities were portrayed sympathetically. Journalist Kevin Pina described the feedback loop as follows. Here's the way it works: Metropole reports a fabrication, AP and RFI pick it up for their wire services, then Kiskia and the others report it again in Haiti, backed by the credibility of the international press. The positive feedback loop of disinformation for the opposition is now complete. Observer Peter Hallward described the effect of the disinformation campaign on public opinion. The Western media had prepared the way for another humanitarian intervention according to the now familiar formula. Confronted by repeated allegations of corruption, patronage, drugs, human rights abuses, autocracy, etc., the casual consumer of mainstream commentary was encouraged to believe that what was at stake had nothing to do with a protracted battle between the poor majority and a tiny elite, but was instead just a convoluted free-for-all in which each side was equally at fault, rather than a political struggle, rather than a battle of principles and priorities. The fight for Haiti became just another instance of the petty corruption and mass victimization that is supposed to characterize public life beyond the heavily guarded gates of Western democracy. Rather than conditioned by radical class polarization or the mechanics of systematic exploitation, the overthrow of Aristide has most often figured as yet another demonstration of perhaps the most consistent theme of Western commentary on the island, that poor black people remain incapable of governing themselves. December 5, 2003, the incident at the university on December 5, 2003, another stage-managed violent incident occurred. 2 days before, on December 3, rumors began to circulate that Aristide would be forced to resign on December s. When the day came, Radio Metropole and Tele Haiti reported that Lavalas partisans attacked a university, specifically, that they broke in, destroyed computers, and broke the legs of the university rector. The violence was condemned by both Aristide and Preval, but the incident had already done immense damage to the government's image in the media. By the time the facts of the incident were shown to be false, it was years too late. In 2006, the case came to court, where a medical doctor confirmed that the rector's legs hadn't been broken. The students who brought the suit ignored summons to appear. Witnesses failed to find any defendants or place them at the scene. The next wave of demonstrations used this incident as justification to demand the resignation of the government. Ostensibly these were led by students. In fact, they were led by the Group of 184. On December 22, the same sort of drama played out as occurred in Venezuela a year and a half previously, an elite demonstration organized by the media, with help from the U.S. Embassy and the foreign press following, clashing with supporters of the popular government. On December 26, a massive pro-government, pro-Lavalas demonstration took place, but its size and scale, like the other pro-government rallies that were to follow, were minimized in the Haitian and foreign press. Pina appealed to his readers with a simple argument: what non-Haitians must try to understand is that if only half of the negative propaganda about Lavalas were true, particularly that President Aristide no longer enjoys wide support in the country, this government would have fallen long ago. Another, equally simple argument is worth considering: if only half the negative propaganda were true, and Aristide were as repressive as the human rights groups and journalists hostile to his government claimed, would he not have simply crushed the opposition? Ramicos in St. Mark. Starting in January 2004, Ramicos, a paramilitary organization and member of the CD, began a series of violent demonstrations in the town of St. Mark. On January 15, Ramicos attempted to free criminals in the St. Mark prison, set fire to the offices of Radio Pyramide, and burned the homes of several Lavalas activists. In February, Ramikos attacked the police station and looted and burned the customs house. The government took the town back with the support of the local population. The Lavala's prime minister, Ivan Neptune, flew to the town by helicopter and was greeted by cheering crowds. By January 2004, and the bicentennial of Haiti's independence, the United States came into the act in a more significant way. Colin Powell began to make pronouncements. On February 9, 2004, the New York Times quoted a State Department spokesman sealing the fate of Haiti's democracy. "We recognize that reaching a political settlement will require some fairly thorough changes in the way Haiti is governed. I think that could indeed involve changes in Aristide's position." Anti-government paramilitaries began an escalating series of murderous attacks, starting in Gonaives, where Métayer had been murdered and where Taytown had led his assaults in previous months. By February, the paramilitaries had achieved military 49 control of Gonaives, having slaughtered dozens of people, including 14 police who were mutilated after death. The paramilitaries had been trained, armed, and organized in the Dominican Republic. Among their leaders, Guy Philippe, former army officer, and Louis Jodel Chamblain, who had been one of the leaders, along with Jean Taytown and Emmanuel Constant, of the Frave paramilitaries who killed so many Haitians between 1991 and 1994. Philippe and Chamblain crossed the Dominican Republic-Haiti border on February 14 with 20 commandos, heading to Gonaives to assume command of the armed factions calling themselves the Gonaives Resistance Front and National Liberation and Resistance Front. American activist Tom Reeves provided some details as to how these paramilitaries were armed. Most of the M1s and M14s seen in the hands of the Gonaives thugs today have been identified as coming from those Haitian army stockpiles left untouched during the U.S. occupation. A few M16s, though, have begun to appear in Gonaives as well, identical to those given the Dominican Army en masse just a few months ago by the U.S. government, in return for Dominican acquiescence in placing 900 U.S. troops alongside Dominican guards at the Dominican frontier, and for the Dominican agreement never to use the International Court to accuse and try U.S. citizens for war crimes. The M16s Reeves refers to were part of a delivery of 20,000 such RIs. The paramilitaries were trained as part of U.S. operation called Operation Jaded Task. ZZ paramilitary leader Guy Philippe's record as a drug trafficker during his tenure in the Haitian police in the 1990s, along with his second-in-command, Gilbert Dragon, was well documented by U.S. agencies. The DEA attempted to arrest him in 2007, but he escaped and remains in Haiti as a fugitive. Given the utility of drug money in funding private armies, connections between drug traffic, arms traffic, and paramilitarism are always present, and are WDLL documented in current wars in Colombia, Afghanistan, and earlier wars like Vietnam. Philippe, who trained in Ecuador and with the U.S. Secret Service in 1995, worked with Colombian drug cartels, who in turn work with army-backed and U.S.-financed paramilitaries to destroy peasant and union movements in Colombia, to use Haiti as a waypoint for drug traffic to the United States. At this point in mid-February, when in Gonaives, a zone of escalating opposition violence, Lavala's activists raised barricades and threw stones to try to block a demonstration by the opposition. Then Secretary of State for the U.S. Colin Powell denounced the pro-Aristide militants for blocking a peaceful opposition demonstration. Neither Powell nor the mainstream press made mention of the largest peaceful demonstration of this period, which had occurred a week before on February 7 in Port-au-Prince, when hundreds of thousands demonstrated to defend the government, holding up 5 fingers to signify their determination that Aristide complete his 5-year term. The Haitian government, fearing for its international legitimacy, condemned the blocking of the opposition's demonstration in Gonaives, an act that did not, in fact, help its image internationally, since the international media failed to report it. As demonstrations escalated in violence and the Lavala's movement organized counter-demonstrations, the Haitian government ran out of tear gas and the U.S. refused to allow it access to any more. This ensured any confrontations would escalate quickly to lethal force unless the government backed down and forced its supporters to do the same. Meanwhile, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security announced its preparations for the coup, it had begun preparations for the internment of 50,000 Haitians at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. By February 23, 2004, the northern city of Cap Haitien was in the hands of Chamblain's paramilitaries. The military situation was not as dire as it appeared from the outside, however. The group of rebels was small, about 200. Although they were far better armed than any forces the arms-embargoed Haitian government could put in the field, such a group could never hope to control a hostile population for very long. They were able to terrorize the population of northern Haiti, but they would not have been able to take the capital. The reason they were able to take Gonaives was the defection of Bouter-Métayer's Artibonite Resistance Front 27, but even with this gang on their side, they could not take, or keep, the country. Lavala's supporters were preparing barricades in Port-au-Prince, and Aristide himself understood the rebels' limitations. A shipment of small arms, personal protection gear, and non-lethal weapons was on its way from South Africa, and with this resupply, loyal Haitian police would probably be able to hold the rebels indefinitely. U.S. Marines, Canadian forces, and French forces, however, were another story, as we will see. The Coup Adams, 2000-0451 NGOS and support for the coup. The disinformation campaign was enjoying success that probably went beyond the planners' dreams. Human Rights Watch, for example, issued a statement criticizing the Haitian government. President Aristide must take immediate, constructive steps to re-establish the rule of law and rebuild the country's democratic institutions. Human Rights Watch, while doing very constructive work in many parts of the world, aided the coup in Haiti with its reporting and is similarly aiding the opposition in Venezuela. A progressive U.S. magazine, The Nation, ran a column by Amy Willants, who had written a sympathetic book about Aristide in the 1980s but who came out against Aristide as the second coup unfolded. Rahul Mahajan, in his blog Empire Notes, noticed that Willants's article featured harsh criticism of Aristide but manages not to mention the fact that FRAVE, the paramilitary death squad that instituted a reign of terror under the military regime, had ties with the CIA, a fact first reported by Alan Nairn in The Nation, that the United States for many years harbored FRAFA's former leader, Emmanuel Constant, in defiance of Haitian extradition requests, or that Aristide's restoration to power had nothing to do with Clinton administration goodwill but rather with his agreement to institute a raft of brutal neoliberal structural adjustment reforms. 31 Indeed, various left civil society groups, including Camille Chalmers's PAPTA and Chavan's Jean-Baptiste's MPP, supported the coup as it unfolded. Chavan's Jean-Baptiste's MPP provided both political and paramilitary support. Before the coup, Chavan's wrote that democracy is not possible with Aristide. It is over. We must remove him from power. If the paramilitaries are the enemy, it is the second enemy. The principal enemy of the people today is Aristide. A resident of the Central Plateau reported that Chavan's helped the paramilitaries assassinate the director of police in the local town and that the MPP burned houses alongside the paramilitaries. Chavan's read names of Lavala's activists over Haitian radio, forcing these into hiding. Activist Tom Reeves interviewed representatives of MHDR, Haitian Movement for Rural Development, SOFA, Women's Organization, and Bataille, women's groups, workers' support groups, and non-governmental organizations who were critical of Aristide's capitulation to neoliberalism, his acceptance of the free trade zones, and his compromises with the U.S. But if capitulation to the U.S. was the problem, why would the leader of the MHDR, Pierre.G.C. Gestion, proudly describe how USAID trained us and taught us how to organize? Why would the unions of sweatshop workers assist a regime that was going to destroy every institutional gain Aristide had not given in on? These groups had argued that Aristide was the worst in Haiti's history, worse than the Duvaliers and worse than the 1991-94 coup period. Reeves disagreed. I met these groups during that time. They were in hiding then, terrified by the very same elements now roaming Haiti freely, committing atrocities now as then. When U.S. and other international delegations visited them a year ago, under Aristide's rule, they functioned openly. They did not appear terrorized. Their most concrete criticisms were that when they demonstrated against the government during the same period as the sometimes violent demonstrations orchestrated by the 184 and the Convergence, and coming during a time when it was clear that former military and paramilitary, the CIA-funded FRAVE, were entering the country and preparing a coup, police stood by as people they called lavelas threw bottles of urine and stones at them. All of that is terrible and should not have gone without a severe criticism of Aristide and Lavelas. But it cannot be compared to the brutal onslaught by the FRAVE and former army officers in Gonaives, Cap Haitien, and elsewhere after February 5.33. International human rights organizations like HRW and progressive funders like Grassroots International accepted and amplified the self-contradictory ideas and arguments of these NGOs, creating and amplifying the disinformation loop even into the spaces of alternative media and progressive activism, making the mobilization of international solidarity and awareness even more difficult. The Haitian government desperately tried to seek a compromise through the Community of Caribbean Nations, CARICOM. Diplomatic efforts were scuttled with the help of the US and France. In mid-February, Aristide later told reporter Claude Rib, two French emissaries visited him at the National Palace and told him to resign, threatening him with death if he did not. France's Interior Minister Dominique de Villepin called for Aristide's resignation on February 25. As these countries were scuttling diplomatic efforts, they were also planning a military intervention. While Canada, for example, argued for a power-sharing arrangement between the paramilitary killers and the democratically elected government, its Foreign Minister Bill Graham was meeting with the US and the French to plan an intervention force. Canada's Elite Special Forces/Terrorism Unit, Joint Task Force 2, JTF2, had been working in Haiti since the 1990s, training police there, but the U.S./Canada/France force announced its dispatch of troops on February 27. International opposition to the coup, CARICOM, Venezuela, and Cuba. The Caribbean Community, CARICOM, were involved first in trying to negotiate a power-sharing arrangement, but ran into the recalcitrance of the opposition. As the coup approached, CARICOM eventually asked for a UN force to intervene. CARICOM wanted a UN force to support Aristide's government. In the words of Bahamas's foreign minister, "If the international community refuses to act and act quickly, we will be condoning a creeping attempt to overthrow the government of Haiti by force." 3. They eventually came up with the worst of all possible worlds, a multinational force to consolidate the overthrow of the government of Haiti by force. Just before the coup, on February 23, Venezuela announced that it would donate $1 million in aid to Haiti. After the coup, Venezuela's President Hugo Chavez denounced the overthrow of Aristide, refused to recognize the post-coup government, and asked others to follow. Cuba's support for the elected government was, and remained, more low-key, mainly through its medical program. Aside from CARICOM and Venezuela, there was little official denunciation of the coup or even recognition of it as such. The kidnapping of Aristide in February 2004. In the last week of February 2004, the paramilitaries went from massacre to massacre as Aristide and CARICOM groped for a political solution. Under siege in his presidential palace, Aristide found himself dependent on a U.S. security detail. That security detail, contracted by the Steele Foundation, was contracted not by Aristide, but by René Préval, who had been president from 1995 to 2000. The Steele Foundation, which is based in California and maintains an office in Miami, was led by someone who came from the Pentagon's Office of Intelligence. On February 29, 2004, the Associated Press ran a long story stating that Aristide had resigned and fled the country. The U.S. ambassador to Haiti, James Foley, said that U.S. forces would rapidly be in Haiti to restore order. Haiti's Prime Minister, Jean Neptune, who we will meet again soon, told a press conference that Aristide had resigned to prevent bloodshed, and an unnamed senior U.S. defense official told the media that Aristide had submitted a formal resignation before leaving Haiti. Another such American defense official told reporters that 3 Navy ships were awaiting deployment. The news wires accepted the word of this unnamed U.S. official on this crucial matter. While Supreme Court Justice Boniface Alexander declared he was taking charge of the country and took the formal oath of office, the voice of Aristide himself, who could have confirmed whether or not he had resigned, was missing from the reports. Instead, there were senior U.S. officials reporting that Aristide flew from Haiti on a corporate jet that left at 6:45 am, accompanied by his security detail. The name of this official was not provided. Reporters were more diligent in recording reactions in paramilitary-held cities like Cap Haitien, recording touching scenes of the killers yelling "Aristide's gone," and hugging each other, dancing and singing, waving at hundreds of people who took to the streets in celebration. Contrasting with these touching scenes, the reporter described the situation in St. Mark, where the reporter, judging from the context, had not been, where Aristide militants have been terrorizing opponents, torching homes, and executing alleged rebel sympathizers. Kevin Scarrett reconstructed the clashes in St. Mark, where Lavala's militants and opposition members died in fighting, in detail in English. Haitian writer Ronald Steen analyzed the St. Mark incident in a report in French. These Aristide militants themselves had no voice in the story. Nor did Aristide himself. Had Aristide wanted to resign to prevent bloodshed, it might have been more efficient for him to do so by addressing the nation on television and radio rather than disappearing in the early hours of the morning. As it turns out, Aristide did address the nation, a little later. He circulated a statement on March 6, 2004, saying, "During the night of the 28th of February 2004, there was a coup d'état. One could say that it was a geopolitical kidnapping. I can clearly say that it was terrorism disguised as diplomacy." Aristide's statement described how that night American military personnel went to his house and told him that those American security agents Aristide had hired only have 2 options. Either they leave immediately to go to the United States, or they fight to die. They told him that some of his security agents had been interdicted, and that the paramilitary army, armed heavily, was preparing for a massacre in Port-au-Prince. The Americans precisely stated that they will kill thousands of people and it will be a bloodbath. That the attack is ready to start, and when the first bullet is fired nothing will stop them and nothing will make them wait until they take over, therefore the mission is to take me dead or alive. Aristide was convinced it was no bluff by the fact that the palace was surrounded by white men armed up to their teeth. He was bundled onto a plane by the Americans and not notified until 20 minutes before we landed in the Central African Republic that would be his destination. In an interview with Democracy Now! Journalist Amy Goodman, Aristide elaborated on the role of the U.S. The U.S. ambassador to Haiti, James Foley, told Aristide that he would be going to talk to the press once they put me in their car. They put me in their planes full of military. The Central African Republic is among the countries to which the U.S. advises its citizens not to travel. It has no U.S. embassy *3 against Aristide's own testimony. There is that of then Secretary of State Colin Powell, who has a record of lying and cover ups dating back from the American War on Vietnam through to the fabrication of evidence to prepare for the American War on Iraq. On March 1, 2004, Powell told reporters Aristide was not kidnapped, "We did not force him on the plane. That's the truth." Before this, Powell had told Aristide's friends in the U.S. that Guy Philippe was going to kill him on February 29 and that the U.S. would do nothing to stop it. Randall Robinson reported in his book based on long interviews with the Aristides, their helicopter pilot Franz Gabriel, Steel Foundation security guards and others. Robinson reconstructed the story of the kidnapping in detail. In the early hours of the morning of the 29th, the Aristides were interrupted by a group of fully armed U.S. Special Forces led by the U.S. Embassy's Luis Moreno. They were given no time to gather their things, but were bundled into an SUV and taken to an unmarked plane. The plane, full of U.S. troops, who changed into civilian clothing on the plane, flew first to Antigua, with the passenger windows shuttered, The Aristides were not allowed to open the shutters or know where they were going, and then to the Central African Republic. According to Robinson, the plan for them was likely to have them die there of some mysterious ailment, perhaps malaria, but for a rescue operation by Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Aristide's lawyer Ira Kurtban, journalists Amy Goodman and Peter Eisner, Jamaican parliamentarian Sharon Hay Webster, and Randall Robinson himself. When the delegation met with CAR's President Bozais, after a period of vacillation, he told them, "You know, we are trying to get some assistance from the World Bank. I don't want to do anything that is going to hurt us with the World Bank. This is very important. If you could help us to get the money from the World Bank that we are negotiating for, that they are promising us, we would appreciate it." The kidnapping and the invasion by US, Canadian and French troops was the key to the entire coup. Without it, the paramilitary operation would simply have had to wait in the north to be defeated once the small arms shipment from South Africa was distributed to loyal police. The short-term crisis would have been averted, and then the Aristide government would have been able to go about addressing the medium-term crisis of the blocked IDB loans and financing. But once Aristide was out of the country, incommunicado, his supporters were confused and in disarray. Foreign troops would quickly be able to claim they were invited, and the person they had kidnapped would be nowhere to say otherwise during the crucial moments. As with the many false accusations against Lavallée and Aristide, the lies about Aristides's voluntary resignation had a shelf life, but they did not need to hold up forever, only long enough for the US/Canada/France force to take the capital city and install a new government. When a similar operation ousted Venezuela's President Hugo Chavez in April 2002, there was a powerful outcry not only from the people of the country, which certainly occurred in Haiti, but also at the official level by many countries. 19 Latin American countries, including Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil, all refused to recognize the post-coup Venezuelan regime. In addition to the movement on the ground in Venezuela, this international diplomacy was crucial in reversing the Venezuelan coup and restoring democracy to that country. In Haiti in 2004, very few countries were willing to take such a stand. Those countries who stood for Venezuela's sovereignty were silent about Haiti's sovereignty. Only Venezuela itself, South Africa, and the Caribbean Community of Nations CARICOM, condemned the coup. CARICOM tried to take their demand for a full investigation of Aristide's departure to the United Nations, but recognized quickly that the US or France could easily block such moves in the Security Council. CARICOM was forced to appeal to the Organization of American States, OAS, instead. The OAS Deputy Secretary General Luigi Einaudi said that the request would be considered like all other requests in the organization. This was the same, unbiased Einaudi who, as noted above, had declared that the real problem with Haiti is that the international community is so screwed up that they're actually letting Haitians run the place. By this time the AP was reporting that 130 people had been killed in the lead-up to the coup. Aristide no doubt knew the actual number was far higher. From his return to Haiti in 1994 after years in exile, Aristide had a history of being forced to accept the unacceptable in order to try to avert the even worse. Aristide was kidnapped. Whether he was physically moved or just intimidated into acquiescence by the threat of a bloodbath makes no moral difference. A mother who is told to get in the car or her children get killed is no less kidnapped than if she were bodily placed into the car. My strategy was then, he told Amy Goodman, all I could do to avoid bloodshed. It was not avoided. The new dictatorship was in place. The paramilitaries asserted the new order quickly, starting at Wanaminthe, a production facility in the Free Trade Zone started up thanks to a $20 million World Bank International Finance Corporation loan to the Grupo M, a Dominican garment company that does $200 million business annually. The day after Aristide was kidnapped, 34 union members at the Wanaminthe Grupo M garment assembly factory were fired. The next morning the workforce, 600 strong, went on strike. The strike was broken by the paramilitaries with beatings. Paramilitaries attacked and destroyed over 100 buses that had been purchased and used by the Federation of Public Transport Workers of Haiti under Aristide's government for a bus cooperative. Point 2 On March 3, they murdered Cassie Augusta, a 20-year-old American citizen, sitting outside his Haitian mother's business in Port Saint. They said they killed him because the family served lavelas at their business. In Saint Marc, the Ramicos paramilitary organization began a vengeful massacre against lavelas, who had repelled their attempt to take the town a week earlier. Refugees later told journalist Kim Ives, 7 young people, including 2 pairs of young brothers, were macheted or shot to death by pro-coup forces. The mutilated bodies were then paraded around the town and dragged by a rope behind a truck to terrorize the rest of the town's population. They were then burned. Ramicos proceeded to take the telephone company, tax authority, and port authority buildings. The paramilitaries also released those who had been jailed for crimes against humanity under previous dictatorial regimes, including former General Prosper Avril, leader of the Presidential Guard under the Duvaliers and dictator of Haiti from 1988 to 1990. A U.S. district court had found Avril's regime engaged in systematic human rights abuse and awarded 6 of his victims $41 million in compensation for his personal responsibility in torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. In November 1994, the U.S. Secretary of State told the U.S. ambassador that Avril's Red Star organization was planning an assassination campaign against Aristide supporters, information that was not relayed to the Haitian authorities. In December, when Haitian police tried to arrest Avril, U.S. soldiers stopped them, allowing Avril to escape, first to the Colombian ambassador's residence, then to Israel. He returned to Haiti and worked with the opposition, openly helped and funded by the International Republican Institute. Finally arrested in May 2001 to the applause of human rights groups like Amnesty International and France's Committee to Prosecute Duvalier, Avril was formally charged on December 9, 2003, and put in prison awaiting further proceedings. He was freed by the paramilitaries on March 2, 2004. 5 Marines quickly moved on important military targets, for example shutting down the new Faculty of Medicine in Taberi and occupying the classrooms. The Marines' first shots were fired, however, on Sunday, March 7, at a rally organized by anti-Aristide forces. The Marines said they were returning fire. The AP reported that at least 7 were killed, including Spanish journalist Ricardo Ortega, and 20 wounded. The French commander, Daniel Platois, said, "We're not able to secure the lives of all the demonstrators." A day later, Monday, March 8, the Marines acknowledged their responsibility for one of the deaths of the Clay before. There is reason to believe the Marine operation was a show of force against the paramilitaries who had just overthrown Aristide. First, the shooting did take place at an anti-Aristide rally. There was a pro-Aristide rally the day after, Monday, March 8, barely reported, at which no one was killed. Second, the paramilitary leader, Guy Philippe, made a bitter statement after Sunday's shooting, saying the attack never would have happened if his men had not been asked to disarm. Other such actions by the occupiers were to follow, as if to demonstrate that all Haitians, including those who had worked to overthrow democracy and collaborate with occupation, had to remember their place. The US was going to have to assert itself several more times against its Arnid proxies when they threatened to get out of control. On that same Monday, March 8, the interim president, Boniface Alexander, was formally installed as Aristide supporters protested and others looted Port-au-Prince's industrial park, half a mile from the U.S. Marine base at the airport. Aristide's house had long since been trashed and looted, immediately after the coup. With the new president installed, the political wing of the coup's Council of the Wise, a panel named by the coup forces 3 days before Alexander's installation, interviewed candidates to replace Aristide's prime minister, Yvon Neptune. In doing so it had the support of Neptune himself, who, perhaps confused by events, had helped carry out the transition from a democratically elected to coup-installed regime over the first week of March. Candidates included Marc Michel, a businessman and former PM from 1994 to 1995, a Haitian army officer Lt. Gen. Harold Abraham, and Gerard Laterchu, an international business consultant with a mansion in Boca Raton, Florida. All these had been involved in the planning of the coup, though it was Laterchu who was to win and replace Neptune. Neptune did not go into exile, but stayed in the country, silent, perhaps feeling that he had nothing to fear because he had committed no offense. The next day, March 9, Marines killed a man driving towards a roadblock, a familiar tactic the Marines were deploying at the same time in the occupation of Iraq. Haitian police killed one man and injured two others the same day. Reuters reported the account flatly. Marines who saw the incident said the victims were pushing a soda vehicle. One suffered a graze to the head, but was not badly injured, and another was shot in the back and taken to the hospital. The U.S. soldiers did not know what happened to the third man, but other eyewitnesses said he was killed by police. It was unclear whether the men had been looting. The Marines also began raids into pro-Aristide neighborhoods of Port-au-Prince, especially Bel Air and Cité-Soleil, killing dozens in each raid, according to witnesses interviewed by activist Tom Driver. The military forces of the international community were doing more than just shooting Haitians at checkpoints. Canadian SGT. Maj. Kirby Burgess said, "We're building a really nice hotel," describing the military base that was to house some of the 500 troops Canada was contributing to the U.S.-led force, 3,000 strong, in Haiti by March to help the coup government establish itself. The Canadian press story that quoted Burgess noted that in contrast to the Canadian troops' really nice hotel, Haitians line the streets selling everything from food and clothing to handicrafts and motor oil in an effort to eke out a living. Less fortunate locals compete with dogs, goats, and pigs as they scavenge the ever-growing piles of garbage for scraps of food/aid. A very few of the voices of Lavala's activists were getting out in the alternative media. Johnny, an 18-year-old former youth reporter with Radio Timon, children's radio, in Port-au-Prince, gave an interview to the Pacific News Service contributor Lynn Duff. ONI's radio station had been burned, along with the Aristide Foundation for Democracy. The U.S. Marines stood by and did nothing while the library at the Aristide Foundation was burned. With my own eyes I saw the American Marines stand and watch while rebels cut a woman and shot her. Yelled at them, "Do something," and they swung their guns around toward me and yelled, "Get back." 9 Jean-Charles Maïs, Lavala's mayor of Milo, a city in northern Haiti near Cap Haitien, wrote from hiding about the paramilitary occupation of his town and the return of the hated Haitian army. His report showed that as bad as the situation in Port-au-Prince had grown, the situation in rural Haiti was worse still. "Those they don't kill," he wrote, "they lock up in containers, because they burned down the jails. The kind of containers you put on ships." 1 degree Maïs estimated that these paramilitaries were killing about 50 people a day in Cap Haitien. Other tactics included the imposition of curfew, announced on radio 2 hours before its imposition. The paramilitaries would then shoot anyone on the street after curfew. Maïs also reported seeing helicopters and airplanes being used by the members of the former Haitian military. Still another pattern was described by Tom Driver, a frequent visitor to Haiti. Driver interviewed 2 men who had been prominent in Lavala's, who described the daily happenings. Every afternoon around 4 p.m. names are broadcast. Perhaps they are on a list of those whom the new government wants to arrest, or perhaps listeners call in with the name of so-and-so. All are linked with Aristide in some way. Some of those named soon disappear. In mid-March, 2 weeks after the coup, Aristide headed back to the Caribbean to Jamaica. The Miami Herald reported that Jamaica's hosting of Aristide, which allowed him to reunite with his daughters after his kidnapping by the U.S., had infuriated Bush administration officials. These officials were gracious under such terrible provocation, however, announcing that the Bush administration will not cut aid to fight AIDS in the region or reduce other kinds of humanitarian assistance, although other non-humanitarian bilateral programs could be slowed down. General James T. Hill of the U.S. Southern Command warned. Aristide to keep his mouth closed. While the US issued threats and warnings, it was watching the installation of its handpicked interim government on March 17. Lavallaz was excluded. The Democratic Convergence and the Group of 184 were represented. Yvonne Simeon of the former was the new Foreign Affairs Minister, Bernard Gosset of the latter was the new Minister of Justice. Ex-Haitian Army General Harold Abraham, who had been a contender for Prime Minister, became Minister of the Interior and began to work on the reinstatement of the Haitian Army. To celebrate, Canada pledged CAD $1 million to the International Organization of La Francophonie, OIF, to resuscitate and further develop Haiti's fundamental democratic institutions, according to Minister for La Francophonie, Denis Coderre. The aid was to be delivered through the Canadian International Development Agency, CIDA, also a major funder of the National Coalition on Haitian Rights, NCHR, which played such an instrumental role in the coup. The Canadian government's press release on the funding noted that Canada had contributed CAD $13 million to the coup, including CAD $5 million through the UN and CAD $5 million through the Organization of American States, OAS. The US later topped Canada's generosity to the coup administration, pledging $52 million for economic development and humanitarian assistance, plus a 3-year jobs program, which will provide tens of thousands of jobs. Among the tasks was to rehabilitate schools and public buildings destroyed by rioting and burning. Despite these aid announcements, the coup was no job creation project, especially for the public sector. Immediately after the coup, the interim government fired 12,000 government employees, and the state telephone company announced the firing of 2,000 others. The US also pledged another $9 million for elections and democracy building, in addition to $5 million for the OAS special mission in Haiti. Senator Mike DeWine encouraged U.S. representatives to sponsor the Haiti Economic Recovery and Opportunity, HERO, Act, which would facilitate the import of sweatshop-produced apparel from Haiti into the U.S. with lower duties, contingent upon presidential certification that the new government is making significant political, economic, and social reforms. DeWine's office argued that Haitians needed the opportunity because the average Haitian lives on less than $400 a year, but did not explain how dismantling the minimal social infrastructure Haiti had left, slaughtering its social movements, was going to mitigate the poverty. At the same time, persecution of Lavallaz and Aristide's officials went international, with Aristide's security chief, Aurélien, being extradited and sent to jail in Miami. Jean had been picked up by Canadian immigration authorities while traveling to Toronto a week before, and detained on drug charges. As with so many other cases, the drug charges were a diversion from the real reasons for the detention. This is clear for several reasons. First, even assuming that every single charge against Jean was true, the man had been traveling to Canada for 15 years to seek medical advice for his knees. According to his lawyer, immigration authorities thus had many opportunities to detain him, including in 2002 and 2003. Instead, they waited until 2 weeks after a paramilitary coup had ousted the government he worked for, and charged him with poorly substantiated drug links. Second, Canada knew and had worked with Jean in Haiti, inviting him to the Canadian embassy in Haiti to ask for advice on navigating traffic in Port-au-Prince. Third, the Canadian government's hard line on Jean's cloudy drug links seems disingenuous given that the paramilitary killers that Canada had helped into power in Haiti, such as Guy Philippe and Louis Jodel Champlain, had better documented and publicly known narco-trafficking careers themselves. The real agenda behind this operation was twofold: RST, to demonstrate to everyone that no one from Lavallaz or Aristide's regime was safe, anywhere, and second, according to Jean's lawyer, to use the threat of prison against Jean, who, after all, was a security chief in possession of strategic information, to extract information about Aristide and his regime to assist in the repression and destruction of the Haitian political movement, both inside and outside of Haiti. Repression was not confined to Lavallaz, but to any of those Haitians who wanted to try to escape the violence. These had to be prevented from being seen or heard, at all costs. If the first 1994 U.S. intervention to restore Aristide was prompted in part by the desire by the U.S. to avoid dealing with the Haitian refugees who inevitably resulted from violent dictatorship, the Americans had learned their lesson for the 2004 coup. This time Haitian refugees were systematically and brutally confined to camps and jails, mostly in the Dominican Republic. They were prevented from getting there when possible, and prevented from leaving when they escaped. On March 15, 200 Haitian refugees rioted in a public jail in Santiago, where they were being held. As with those Haitians who fled the dictatorship in 1991, these refugees were not accorded the status of refugees in the press. They were instead called migrants, and pains were taken to clarify that they were not fleeing the rebellion, but simply seeking better economic opportunities. The source for these quotes in the Associated Press story was Sabas Burgos, assistant head of migration in the Dominican Republic. No Haitian refugee was quoted. The same story reported that the Haitian paramilitaries prevented thousands of Haitian civilians from reaching the Dominican border for a cross-border market exchange between the Haitian city of Quinamint and the Dominican city of Dajabon. By the end of 2004, thousands of Haitians had been detained all over the region. El Salvador's police reported detaining 1,027 Haitians over the course of the year, nearly half of all the 2,223 detained by that country. Bush had warned before the coup that any Haitians who would be returned via a white picket fence of U.S. Coast Guard cutters. That message needs to be very clear as well to the Haitian people, said Bush. We strongly encourage the Haitian people to stay home as we search for a political solution to this problem. Official USCG statistics for alien migrant interdiction indicate 3,078 interdictions in 2004, the highest total since 1994's 25,069. The preventive picket fence measures, combined with statistics that could be drawn from neighboring Caribbean and Latin American countries, suggests that containment of refugees was a key aspect of U.S. strategy for this coup. Paramilitary violence against Lavalais inside Haiti. The paramilitaries were continuing a campaign to erase the steps towards justice for the victims of the dictatorships that had been made under Aristide. The paramilitaries attacked and beat Judge Naples Saintel, chief judge in the trial of the authors of a major massacre under the Cedras dictatorship, the Rabateau massacre of April 1994, in which 20 people were killed, threatening him for his conviction of Louis Odell Champlain, a participant in the massacre and a leader of the paramilitaries. Amnesty International received reports of killings and kidnappings in poor, pro-Aristide neighborhoods. One man was shot on April 3, another on April 4, in the market. The latter's wife was forced into hiding and his house was burned. 2 members of the Comirep grassroots organization were kidnapped on the street on the same day, April 4. A victim of a gang rape in November 2003 reported being threatened by the police officer who was in prison for the crime and escaped on the day of the coup. The activists being kidnapped and killed were identified by escaped prisoners, working with the Haitian police and international forces to identify Lavalais activists. Paramilitaries massacred 4 men on March 30, 2004, in front of La Famille Solevi, an orphanage and school founded by Aristide and closed since the coup, according to eyewitnesses who talked to a National Lawyers Guild, NLG, delegation. The NLG visited the state morgue in Port-au-Prince and were denied the opportunity to view the cadavers or review the record books. The director of the morgue told them that many of the bodies were those of young men shot with their hands tied behind their backs and plastic bags over their heads. They were told by morgue workers that there were 50 bodies there on March 31. The director told them that on Sunday, March 7, 800 bodies were dumped and buried by the morgue and another 200 were dumped on Sunday, March 28. In another neighborhood, the NLG heard that 460 bodies had been dumped in a field on March 23. They found a massive ash pile and pigs eating flesh of human bones that had not burned, and photographed fresh skulls and other human burlas. Z2 visiting the town of Les Cayes, the NLG found it in control of T.I. Gary, an opponent of Lavalais, who admitted committing at least 5 summary executions in March. One observer stated his belief, based on interviews with families of victims and eyewitnesses to attacks on Lavala's, and the NLG reports that 1,000 political murders could be documented during March 2004 alone, 40 to 60 deaths due to U.S. Marine gunfire in Cap Haitien. The paramilitaries were running a kidnapping and extortion racket with the complicity of the local occupiers. The French. Unraveling the justice system. Paramilitaries were aided in their efforts by two human rights groups. The NCHR, which put up posters calling for the arrest and imprisonment of Aristide government members, and the Committee of Lawyers for Respect for Individual Liberties, CARLI in French, which produces and reads lists of human rights abusers over the local media based on an anonymous hotline. The condemnations were universally of Lavala's supporters and police. None of the condemnations were for attacks against Lavala's members. The lists and posters were then used by the regime and paramilitaries as arrest and hit lists. The NCHR was funded by CIDA, CARLI by USAID. NCHR told the Quixote Center emergency delegation to Haiti in March 2004 that they were not willing to enter neighborhoods such as Bel Air and Sites Olile to investigate reports of massacres carried out by foreign forces and other armed elements. The paramilitaries also engaged in political theater. On April 22, 2004, one of the paramilitary leaders, Louis Jodel Chamblain, surrendered to the Haitian National Police at a posh hotel in the presence of the U.S. military and the interim justice minister. Chamblain had been convicted in absentia of responsibility in the 1994 Rabateau massacre, but he was promised a new trial, and perhaps a pardon, for his contribution to democracy. By the time of his surrender, most of the survivors, victims, and witnesses of that massacre were dead or in hiding, victims of the new coup. As noted, the judge in the case, Naples Saintel, had been beaten up by paramilitaries the month before, and the house of the lead prosecutor was burned down in February. The high-profile surrenders of paramilitary leaders would placate, or at least confuse, international opinion, while preparing the ground for future rehabilitation of the paramilitaries, their incorporation into a returned Haitian army, and preserve impunity for the crimes of the previous dictatorship. The U.S., in the meantime, was making Haiti the latest site in its global prison system, adding the National Penitentiary to its list of international prisons, that includes Abu Ghraib in Iraq, Bagram in Afghanistan, and Guantanamo in Cuba. U.S. officials told Amnesty International that the U.S. Marines controlled part of the prison and were guarding 40 detainees, including the former Minister of the Interior, José May Privert, who the new regime arrested in April. Haiti's prisons were handed over to the private consulting firm Advanced Correctional Management's Thierry Stewart. Stewart moved to the private sector from a job as director of prisons in Arizona, where he presided over a prison system that was repeatedly investigated for abuse and sexual humiliation of women prisoners. He was sent to Haiti, after a tour helping reform Iraq's Abu Ghraib prison, to help the Americans add Haiti to the American International Prison Complex. Perhaps it was Stewart's influence that led Jacques Diot, a Canadian prison expert who had led the UN mission to reform Haiti's prisons in July 2000, to resign, which he did in disgust in November 2004. The arrest of Annette Augusta. The Marines raided the home of folk singer and grandmother Annette Augusta, So-Anne, a Lavala's activist, on May 10, at 12:30 am. They blew the gates to So-Anne's house open with a grenade, killed her two small dogs, and ransacked the house. The heavily armed Marines forced every single person in the house, 11 people, to the ground and handcuffed them. Among those handcuffed was a 5-year-old girl, So-Anne's granddaughter, Shasha. The grandmother was accused of making threats against the occupying army. All were taken into custody and transported to the medical university, which the Marines, recall, had closed and were occupying. 2 weeks later, So-Anne wrote a letter from Pétionville Penitentiary, where she was being held. After the sham of the threats charge, the Latertu regime had come up with the charge that So-Anne was guilty of organizing the phony attack on students on December 5, 2003. It is clear to me, So-Anne wrote, that such an accusation is only a small act in this shameful theater. When independent journalist Kevin Pina passed the restrictive gauntlet needed to visit So-An in early June, he found her confined to her cell. He saw Louis Jodel Champlain wandering the prison freely, thumbing through the identity cards of So-An's visitors. On May 18, Haiti's Flag Day, tens of thousands of Haitians came out to protest against the occupation. The demonstration was to start at 10 a.m. in the neighborhood of Bel Air and go on until 3 p.m., followed by a church service. Haitians began gathering at around 8 a.m. As they assembled, U.S. Marines gathered in full gear and shot in the air to disperse them. The crowd dispersed and reformed in a different part of the city. According to eyewitnesses, the Marines, along with Haitian police, then fired indiscriminately into the crowd, and both groups took bodies away. The Associated Press reported 9 deaths from police fire. Kevin Pina reported at least 12 deaths and saw one person shot by a Marine. P International forces including the French soldiers working with the UN mission invaded the home of the mayor of Milo, Jean-Charles Maïs, who was one of the few Lavalas activists to get information out, from hiding, about the paramilitary massacres. In the countryside, the French soldiers invaded in a convoy of 2 big trucks, 10 cars, 2 ambulances, and so soldiers, at 4 a.m. on June 14. Maïs's 4 children, aged 3 to 9, were asleep at the time. The soldiers kidnapped his wife, they called it an arrest, took her into custody and ransacked the house, presumably to try to force Maïs out of hiding. She was eventually released in a demonstration of authority over the paramilitaries. Canadian troops raided the home of Danny Toussaint, murder suspect, former senator, and Aristide supporter who had gone over to the coup in 2003. The Canadian troops reported recovering various weapons. While offering no protection to the Haitian population or Lavalas, such raids probably served the purpose of publicly establishing the supremacy of the international forces over the paramilitaries. The U.S. Marines, with their engagements in Iraq, had not come to stay, however. On April 30, the UN Security Council had announced that the U.S.-led multinational interim force, MIF, would be replaced by the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Haiti, MINUSTAH, starting July 1. MINUSTAH was formally established by Security Council Resolution 1542 on 1/2004, with a mandate to provide a secure and stable environment through disarmament, prepare for elections, and monitor human rights. Presented as a transfer of responsibility from one multilateral force to another, it would turn out to be a subcontracting of the occupation from the U.S. to some unlikely countries, led by Brazil. U.S., Canadian, and French troops were still to be part of MINUSTAH, however, and this fact pleased the coup-installed Prime Minister Laderchu. "Even if we have 100 it is better than nothing," Laderchu told Florida Congressman Mark Foley on June 10, 2004. "This is the only force in the world they will respect." It was clear that Laderchu was referring to the Haitian population when he used the word they. In the free trade zone of Côte-d'Ivoire, they got a taste of what Laderchu was talking about when the Dominican garment company Grupo M fired 254 workers from its Wanaminthe factory and brought the Dominican military in to terrorize the workers, threatening to close the factory down rather than negotiate with the union. Since the sacking of the 34 union workers and the paramilitary repression at the factory in March, the international outcry helped force Grupo M to negotiate an agreement, allowing the sacked workers back by mid-May. On June 4, Grupo M had violated the agreement and the union engaged in a 1-hour warning the slaughter on U.S. watch, to June 2004 69 strike. The next day the management called in the Dominican army to expel some of the union leaders from the zone by force. Workers were locked out on June 7, and on June 9, Grupo M announced that it was abandoning production and laying off all 700 workers. Gildan Activewear, a Canadian-based multinational and one of the W0RLD's leading t-shirt manufacturers, announced in July that it was closing its 1,800-employee facility in a purely economically driven decision in light of our commitment to constantly driving down our cost structure, the chief financial officer said. The summer 2004 transition. In Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, social movements had, after long travail, elected governments that they hoped would show more independence from U.S. policy and the economics of the IMF than the subordinate governments and dictatorships of previous decades. President Luiz Ignacio da Silva, Lula, from Brazil, Nestor Kirchner from Argentina, and Ricardo Lagos in Chile were all leftists. But like the rest Latin American regimes, these leaders were silent when the Haiti coup happened. They were now to compound their complicity in the 6-0 of Haitian sovereignty as they prepared their troops to take over for the Americans, French, and Canadians as the occupying army. YMO Latin America's pink governments support the occupation. The people of these countries, with their own living memories of brutal dictatorships, were not so keen on their leaders' positions. A poll in Chile in April 2004 showed that 58% of Chileans were against having Chilean troops in Haiti. 1 Chilean troops had in fact arrived shortly after the Americans, Canadians, and French. 220 Chilean troops were part of the initial coup protection force on the ground within 48 hours of the coup. Some Chilean troops had been trained in urban warfare alongside U.S. Marines before deploying. In Argentina, there were spirited demonstrations against Argentina's joining the UN occupation. In Brazil, the Landless Peasants Movement, MST, were a huge militant social force and very strong on international solidarity. 7. The MST were facilitators of a network of peasant movements worldwide, called Via Campesina, in which different peasant organizations from different countries could participate. Via Campesina became yet another area of coup operations. The peasant movement, MPP, led by Chavin's John Baptiste, a collaborator in the coup, was Haiti's Via Campesina contact. When the MST was developing its position on Brazilian troops in Haiti, its leadership naturally asked its Haitian counterpart, the MPP, for advice. Chavin's Jean Baptiste replied with a public letter stating that the MPP remains anti-imperialist. We cannot support the presence of foreign troops in our country. But, Chavin's wrote, at the same time, we consider that the presence of armed forces today in Haiti is the direct consequence of the dictatorship of Aristide, who betrayed his class. He did everything to destroy the popular movement and used the popular organizations of the cities to assure his despotic power. So we think that in denouncing the participation of the Brazilian government in the UN force, one must also denounce the dictatorship of Aristide, because there is much confusion about Aristide in Venezuela, the US, and other parts of the world. So, several months after Aristide had been overthrown and thousands of activists from his party murdered, jailed, and forced into hiding, Haiti's peasant organization was advocating an even-handed approach, suggesting that criticizing the foreign occupiers facilitating the slaughter be balanced with criticism of those being slaughtered. Like so much of what the MPP and other left organizations did during the coup, this helped to mute, confuse, and demobilize an effective international popular response to the slaughter. Such a response was doubly important since nearly all of the governments of the world and the United Nations were aiding the coup. Other organizations that had supported the coup, such as the Carly Lawyers Group, were discovering evidence for what they should have known all along, that paramilitaries, horrendous and abusive in opposition, were still worse in power. As their foreign funding dried up, Carly regained its independence as a human rights organization, and consequently its people came under threat of violent attack. And Carly lawyer Renaud Hedeville told the press in August 2004 that Carly's hotline had received 150 reports of rape by the paramilitaries in that month alone. A Haitian health organization, GESCAIO, Haitian Group for Studies of Kaposi Sarcoma and Other Infections, treated 81 women for sexual assault between July and September. A UNICEF team in Gonaives from October 20 to November 2 found a problem of rape of teenage girls. 5 With the UN's MINUSTA mission firmly in place, the Haitian government continued its work of arresting Democrats and pardoning killers. The ousted Lavala's prime minister, Ivan Neptune, found his voice and denounced the repression and massacres of Lavalas that were occurring. Immediately, the NCHR circulated rumors that Neptune had been involved in a massacre in the town of St. Mark on February 11, 2004. In fact, Neptune had, as outlined above, visited St. Mark after a paramilitary attack on the town had failed. The massacre did not occur until the paramilitaries took the town back after the coup, well after February 11. On June 26, the NCHR announced that a warrant of arrest had been written against him. No charges had, in fact, been made and no investigation occurred. He was, however, arrested and imprisoned on June 28 when he turned himself in. So too was former Interior Minister Joseph May Privert. In August, Louis Jodl Champlain, guilty of real massacres, the paramilitary leader who had been convicted of the murder of Antoine Ismarie, one of the very few members of Haiti's wealthy business community who supported Lavalas, and whose murder was a major blow to the movement, who had been wandering the national prison freely after his staged surrender to authorities months before, was finally acquitted of the charge of murder. Amnesty International called the trial, which lasted 14 hours and had one witness who told the court he knew nothing about the case, an insult to justice. Ivan Neptune was in prison. So Anne remained in prison. So did Aaron's Laguerre, teenage cameraman for a children's television station. 7 According to an American human rights delegation, U.S. personnel were deeply embedded in the prison system, transferring detainees in U.S. diplomatic vehicles, directing activities, and incarcerating former Haitian government officials on U.S. Coast Guard vessels. Of the 1,000 inmates at the National Prison, about 24 had been convicted of a charge. Internationalizing the occupation. 73. The confusions of the UN's disarmament program. The dismantling of Haitian society extended into the social infrastructure built by Aristide's regime. In Pétionville, the Sopudip School for the Poor was one of the few such projects to survive the coup in March thanks to international outcry. Sopudip was established on the site of an expropriated mansion belonging to Duvalier, a drug dealer and assassin Lionel Woolley, and served hundreds of the area's poorest children, providing a hot meal as well. On September 7, the coup-appointed mayor, Figaro, entered the school with his heavily armed paramilitary security force, announcing that they were going to close the school. The rehabilitation of the Haitian army proceeded steadily, as paramilitaries took territorial control over various towns. On September 1, they took Petit-Gove in southern Haiti, demanding the army be reinstated. The UN mission and government did nothing. 2 weeks later, on September 15, the deadline set by the coup-appointed Prime Minister Laderchu for all armed factions to disarm, passed without a whimper. Paramilitary leader and former Haitian colonel in Petit-Gove said, "We cannot hand over our arms, and I think the government understands that." As the paramilitaries marched to greater strength and legitimacy, attacks on the remnants of social organization continued. On September 16, masked police commandos attacked the Confederation of Haitian Workers, CTH, local office in Port-au-Prince, arresting a dozen people. On September 18, armed men ransacked the offices of the Committee for the Protection of Haitian Rights, which had taken up the cases of Ivan Neptune and so on. The paramilitaries did not confine themselves to political murder, but extended their activities as paramilitaries often to do social cleansing and the murder of street children. Michael Brewer, of a group called Haitian Street Kids, reported on numerous massacres of street children, 7, 9, 12, 14, and 15 years old. In September 2004, Haitians had not only to contend with paramilitary massacre, foreign occupation, and economic dismemberment, but also a series of tropical storms and floods that devastated the country. A sovereign country with the capacity to mobilize its own resources is able to reduce vulnerability to natural disasters and generate an effective response, as Cuba's low death toll and rapid recovery from the tropical storms showed. Haiti, by contrast, after the decapitation of its government and the dismantling of its popular movement, was unable to respond. The Civil Protection Bureau, created under Aristide's government to respond to such disasters, had been burned during the coup and its workers driven into hiding. The development aid embargo of the previous years was felt acutely in the lack of environmental and social infrastructure to deal with the UDs, and the destruction of the social movement through repression and murder meant there were no social forces that could compensate for the lack of resources. The consequences were tragic. On Saturday, September 19, rains from Tropical Storm Jeanne caused floods across the north of Haiti, with the official death toll rising quickly above 1,000 with hundreds missing. Among the hardest hit was the paramilitary-controlled town of Gonaives. There were also a huge number of secondary victims, precisely because those forces that could have mounted an effective response, government and movement, had been destroyed by violence, and the estimated death toll rose to 2,000, then to 2,500. The U.S. initially offered $60,000 for disaster relief. Venezuela offered $1 million, Trinidad and Tobago $5 million, and the EU $1.8 million. The U.S. then changed its pledge to $2 million for Haiti, and $6 billion for hurricane relief in the U.S. 1 Kevin Pina reported that the floods were used to dispose of victims of political repression, with UD victims' bodies being found with bullet holes in them. On September 30, Lavalais held demonstrations to commemorate the anniversary of the 1991 coup d'état. In the popular neighborhood of Sites-au-Lille, residents began to walk out to join the pro-democracy march near the National Palace. Lebanese pro-coup gang fired on the crowd, stopping them from leaving. Many were killed. Public Lavalais meetings in the neighborhood, which had taken place on Saturdays, were cancelled from then on due to fear in the Port-au-Prince neighborhood of Bel Air. Too, pro-democracy crowds were fired upon, this time by police. Unlike Sites-au-Lille, Bel Air was not cut off from the rest of Port-au-Prince. Also, unlike Sites-au-Lille, the Haitian police did not fear to enter. Instead, they entered routinely to conduct massacres, with firepower support from the UN. Like Sites-au-Lille, however, there is a pro-Aristide resistance to the regime, organized as the Mouvement Résistance Bas Popile, MBRP, including 23 popular organizations from all over Haiti. Among its leaders in September was a young man who went by the name Samba Boukman. Boukman had documented approximately 100 deaths and many more disappeared in police operations since the coup, and over 500 arrests of MBRP members from the summer of 2004 to November 2004. Also, unlike Sites-au-Lille, on September 30, once the police fired on the crowd, the police in turn came under fire. Witnesses saw police fire on demonstrators and collect bodies, and masked gunmen return fire. The government then claimed that the headless bodies were recovered and blamed Aristide supporters for the beheadings, calling them Operation Backdaddle. The bodies were never seen, however. Over the next few days, witnesses in the pro-Aristide neighborhoods of Delmas 19, 30, 32, and 33 reported paramilitaries driving through the neighborhoods, asking political questions of residents, and shooting those who were pro-Aristide. Confirmed victims of these raids include Marguerite Saint-Fils, shot by police in her home in Bel Air on September 30, Maxo Cassius and Pierre Saine Adima, a 60-year-old woman, both killed by paramilitaries in Sites-au-Lille on September 30, Wendy Moninat, a child of 15, shot dead by police in Bel Air on October 1, and Ronald Brainless, shot by police on the same day. At least 80 people were killed on September 30. 193 Lavalais politicians, Deputy Rowdy Hayavaz, Senator Yvonne Faye, and Senator Gerald Gill, went on Radio Caraibes FM's Ranmas program and denounced the violence, condemning the police for firing on the demonstrators on September 30. The regime quickly arrested them, with heavily armed police officers moving into position around the radio station before the program had even ended, and charged them with the intellectual authorship of the violence on September 30. During the long standoff in which the station manager refused to allow the police entry, they eventually obtained authority from Judge Gabriel Amboise to cut the locks. Former Deputy Azine Joseph arrived on the scene to protest the arrests. He was then arrested himself. On October 4, the government announced they would free Gil, citing a lack of evidence, but the Minister of Justice continued to maintain that Haitis and Faye were intellectual authors of the violence that occurred on September 30. Lavala's activists in Bel Air threatened to take to the streets, demanding the return of their leaders. From October 24, the Haitian National Police cordoned off the area and attacked Bel Air. People in the neighborhood fired back, and the police retreated. The police returned to Bel Air on October 6, with MINUSTA this time, and conducted a total sweep, including mass arrests and house searches. On October 5, the police swept the western neighborhood of Martis-Sant. In Sites-au-Lille, the police intervened at a hospital to prevent a man who had been shot in the stomach from receiving medical treatment, something that was reported to have occurred frequently. By the end of the week, the United Nations were using armored personnel vehicles, helicopters, and attack dogs to besiege Bel Air, with 200 UN troops and 150 Haitian police conducting raids, detaining hundreds and arresting dozens in a single day. Still, the raids continued. On October 13, armed paramilitaries marched on Port-au-Prince and announced their intention to take action against Lavala's, probably a power move to pressure the occupying forces into more raids. The United Nations did nothing. By November, these paramilitaries had taken up residence in the Pétionville suburb, the richest neighborhood in the Port-au-Prince area. The paramilitaries displayed uniforms, heavy weapons, and openly called themselves the Haitian Army. In November, 300 such soldiers were headquartered at the Pétionville base, carrying not only heavy weapons, but swords and gas masks. The leader of the Haitian Army, Remis Saint-Ravix, supposedly the subject of an arrest warrant and a nationwide manhunt, was giving in-studio interviews at radio stations around the capital with impunity. In a press conference in November, General Ravix threatened the Latertu regime, accused it of weakness, and demanded that it recognize the Haitian Army's authority and its right to recruit Haitian youth. The second in command, Commander Jean-Baptiste Joseph, said that there were 5,000 such soldiers on active duty throughout the country. On October 15, thousands of Bel Air residents took to the streets to demand the return of Aristide. Police fired at them yet again, and gunmen fired back, yet again. While Reuters estimated on October 6 that 45 people had been killed over the course of the first week of raids, on October 15 the morgue at the General Hospital issued an emergency call for removal of the 600 bodies that had piled up there over the past 2 weeks, stating there was no space for corpses, as the morgue had reached full capacity at dawn. On October 24, the UN conducted a massive raid, called Clean Sweep Bel Air, with 100 police officers from Canada, Benin, France, and Spain. Advancing into Bel Air behind 10 Brazilian armored cars with mounted submachine guns on October 22 in the neighborhood of Martis-Sant, Lavala supporters created a barricade in the street, carrying weapons and firing at Haitian police who had arrived for one of their operations. The police called MINUSTA, and 2 tanks arrived. The armed Lavala supporters but other demonstrators continued to throw rocks. A MINUSTA tank fired on and killed 26-year-old Carlo Pierre, who was taking aim with a rock at the time, rooting out Lavalas in Citb-so-Lille. In Sites-au-Lille, the pro-Aristide street groups who had refused to take up Apaide's offer the year before now organized for self-defense against Lavagny under Dred Wilmy and Amaral, calling themselves simply the Security Force. Dred Wilmy, still a youth, had resided at La Famille Solevi, a shelter for street children founded by Aristide years before. Both of these leaders swore to bring Aristide back to the poor or die trying. When Lavagny's Boston group cut off the exits to Sites-au-Lille, the security force established martial law in their own regions, preventing commercial traffic into the entire neighborhood of Sites-au-Lille. The resistance took both the regime and the UN by surprise. The Haitian police refused to enter Sites-au-Lille, while the United Nations would only enter in force, with machine guns and armored personnel carriers. According to Dred Wilmy, these UN incursions actually prevented Lavagny from completely wiping out the pro-Aristide forces in Sites-au-Lille. Unfortunately, the UN seemed committed to wiping out the same forces themselves. The responses to the media by government and UN figures demonstrated their contempt for the Haitian people and their flailing in search of a scapegoat. Latter two reached for South Africa's President Thabo Mbeki, accusing him of using South African territory to help organize violence in Haiti. Latter two evidently preferred that violence in Haiti be organized from Miami, Washington, Montreal, Ottawa, New York, Santo Domingo, or Brasilia. The Brazilian General Augusto Heleno blamed U.S. Senator John Kerry, who was campaigning for the U.S. presidency that month and had made some criticism of the Republicans' irrational hatred of Aristide. Heleno told the Brazilian news agency that statements made by a candidate to the presidency of the United States created false hopes among pro-Aristide supporters that should Mr. Kerry win the U.S. election in November, the former Haitian president might be restored to power. Heleno's troops proceeded to act to ensure that hope was absent for Haitians. His policy, as he said on the radio on October 8, was simple and bloody. But the general intended to discriminate between victims. We must kill the bandits, i.e. Aristide supporters, but it will have to be the bandits only, not everybody. The regime responded to its own violence and to the unexpected resistance with another high-profile arrest of a well-known peace activist, after So-An's early arrest. This time it was 57-year-old Catholic priest Gerard Jean-Dachust, arrested at his parish of St. Clair in the neighborhood of Petit Place Cazo on October 13 while feeding neighborhood children. The regime accused the pacifist priest of importing arms and harboring gunmen. He told the Haiti Information Project, "Everyone who knows me knows that I do not support violence. This is a desperate move on the government's part to frighten people into silence who they believe do not support them. This is a sad day for democracy in Haiti, because without freedom of speech there can be no democracy. I will pray for them from my prison cell." Although government officials had publicly accused Jean-Just of gun running, when lawyers obtained the official government documents after Jean-Just had spent a week in jail without a hearing, it turned out he had been charged with disturbing the peace, which carries a fine of about 40 cents. Jean-Dachust's arrest might have been an extraordinary case of government impunity, but he was not alone. At the end of October the regime published an arrest list, offering tens of thousands in rewards for 32 individuals. Months before, the list had contained 37 individuals, 5 of them had been killed in the meantime. At the end of October, the U.S. lifted the arms embargo that had been imposed on Haiti since the first coup in 1991, in order to get more weapons into the hands of the regime. The regime was making good use of the weapons it already had. On October 26, Haitian police in black helmets entered the neighborhood of Fort National, rounded 13 young men up, lined them up, forced them to the ground, and executed them one by one. 8 of these turned up at the morgue. On October 28, another 5 young men were murdered in the same way in Bel Air. In November, Reuters broke a story that 19 police officers were plotting to assassinate Lavala's political prisoners in Port-au-Prince. These police were punished with a slap on the wrist, special orders to appear at the General Inspection Office until the allegations were resolved. Those same days, October 27 to 28, a delegation of human rights observers affiliated with Harvard University were interviewing MINUSTA Commander Augusto Heleno Ribeiro Pereira and his first assistant, Carlos Chagas. The observers complained that MINUSTA, whose mandate included monitoring human rights, had not published a single human rights report since its mission began. They were surprised to learn that the commanders of the mission did not see such investigations as part of MINUSTA's mandate. The delegates used a bucket and a stick to unearth a mass grave in Titanian outside Port-au-Prince, and delivered the remains of a small child to CIPOL officer René Leclerc. Several months of inaction later, the Harvard delegates were told by CIPOL Commissioner Beer that Titanian was not an active case being investigated. At the same time as the massacres were taking place, Canadian corporate representatives invaded Haiti to sign trade agreements. Businessmen from New Brunswick and Quebec representing 12 companies in the Francophone Business Forum were in Haiti to discuss contracts in road infrastructure, telecommunications, energy, urban planning, waste disposal, sustainable development, agro-industry, manufacturing, fishing, fish farming, the environment, renewable energy, water treatment, education and training. Latter two commented that it is in trying times that one finds out who one's true friends are. 33 Another friend from Canada, Prime Minister Paul Martin, visited Haiti a week later, on Sunday, November 14, 3 days after police arrested Jean-Marie Samedi, a popular Lavalais leader in Bel Air who was caught and beaten while riding a scooter. Martin declared on the visit that there are no political prisoners in Haiti. Perhaps to try to give the impression of a more friendly Haiti to these international investors, the regime freed Father Jean just on November 29. And just spent the next few months traveling in the United States and in South Africa before returning to Haiti in 2005. The police and UN conducted frequent incursions into Bel Air. On November 8, Samba Bookman, a spokesperson for pro-Lavalais resistance group MRBP, sent a letter to MINUSTA requesting protection for a demonstration on November 10. On that day, demonstrators gathered to call for Aristide's return. MINUSTA was on hand, as requested, and proceeded to watch as the Haitian police arrived on the scene, killed 7 people, and seized 180 more. On November 18, a national holiday, a major police operation in Bel Air was observed by a human rights delegation. Police helicopters hovered over the target neighborhood. Police officers gathered in trucks, dressed in black, with black helmets and face masks, with high-powered weapons. MINUSTA soldiers in armored personnel carriers, APCs, accompanied the police, blocking off entry or exit by journalists, investigators, and civilians. Gunfire began. The police left some bodies behind, and took others with them. The human rights investigators found the bodies of a middle-aged woman who had been shot in the abdomen, and the bound and partially burned body of a man who had been killed by gangs as a suspected police spy. They encountered wounded Hercules Lefebvre, who had been shot in the shoulder by a MINUSTA APC, and Inep Henry, 35, who had been shot in the head and was refused medical care at various hospitals in the CLIZY. 36 Many who were shot avoided hospitals, for fear of being marked for death by the police. On December 1, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell visited the new Haitian President Boniface Alexander. At the same time, in the National Penitentiary, in one of the cell blocks, called Titanic, prisoners rioted. Prison guards called in a special police unit to suppress the riot. The police proceeded to massacre Lavalais prisoners, according to eyewitnesses who told reporter Reed Lindsay about the massacre. One witness saw 60 prisoners killed, with police going from cell to cell executing them. Another witness reported being forced to cart bodies from the Titanic to another part of the prison. Lindsay visited the prison weeks later and found that estimates of the death toll ranged from 40 to 110, though prison officials gave a figure of 7. An ambulance driver told Lindsay he had personally transported 30 bodies from the prison to a dump site which, fearing for his life, he refused to show Lindsay. The United Nations responded with a proposal to provide $50,000 to repair cells and another $15,000 for the women's penitentiary in Port-au-Prince. The director of Haiti's penitentiary system, Claude Theodat, refused. Perhaps Theodat, unlike the UN, understood the real purpose of the prison system, which most certainly was not to provide a comfortable experience for the prisoners, 17 of whom among the 1,100 had been convicted of a crime and all of whom, since the paramilitaries had freed the criminals in February 2004 and the regime had replaced them over the months that followed, were Lavalais. Also in December, a document prepared by the Canadian Foundation for the Americas for the Canadian Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee summarized the intentions of the international community towards Haiti. Like so many such documents, it was a perfect inversion of reality. Rather than discussing the ways in which the US and Canada destabilized Haiti, the document called Haiti a destabilizing influence on its neighbors. Rather than talking about how Haiti's people and social organizations were victims of massive crimes, it called Haiti a transnational crime base. Rather than mentioning the aid embargo, destabilization campaign, and disinformation, the report said previous situations had failed through a combination of Haitian truculence, corruption, donor fatigue, and impatience. Calling Haiti a failed state, it proceeded to suggest a 10-year-long occupation, with Brazilian troops, American funds, and Canadian leadership due to its prestige in the international community. The authors of the report were banking on an international prestige based on Canada's relative lack of colonial history. That was rapidly being eroded as Canada engaged in occupations and assaults on the sovereignty of other nations. The pattern of unpoliced paramilitary raids in the pro-Aristide neighborhoods continued, and would be continuous over the months to follow. In Sites-au-Lille, the UN provided the backup for paramilitary incursions to murder and massacre. The mutilation of victims was a tactic used by the paramilitaries. At 3 a.m. on December 14, Brazilian and Jordanian troops in armored personnel carriers conducted an incursion into Sites-au-Lille. Among the victims of their APC fire was 2-year-old Herlens Henry, who died in his mother's arms in bed. Eyewitnesses reported heavy gunfire lasting 3 hours. That incursion was probably to try to deter the anniversary celebrations and demonstrations that would have taken place, since December 14, 2004 was the 14th anniversary of Aristide's first electoral victory. The assault did not stop Haitians from demonstrating. 2 days later on December 16 in Cap Haitien, Haiti's second largest city, over 10,000 Haitians demonstrated to demand Aristide's return, chanting, "We will never accept the kidnapping of our presidential." The demonstrators were rejoined by Charles Maïs, the former mayor of the town of Milo, who came out of hiding. 3 The regime tried a sop to the growing resistance, releasing some of the prisoners whose arrest had galvanized the movement after the September 30 massacre. Yvonne Fayou, Rudy Heivos, and Leslie Gustave were freed on December 24. Much less of a sop was the regime's compensation payments to the paramilitaries. Former soldiers who participated in a takeover of Aristide's residence on December 15 were convinced to leave by the UN, then trucked to a police academy to prepare for a ceremony. 33 of these received the first of a series of checks that will total $5,000 per soldier, and the regime said 6,000 former soldiers would be eligible, for a total of approximately $30 million. His money had symbolic value as well. It was back pay for the 10 years the Haitian army had been dissolved. The paramilitaries, composed in the first place of the former army of the dictatorship, were being absolved, rehabilitated, and reabsorbed into the Haitian police force. This created some tension between the different officially sanctioned armed groups in Haiti. First, there were the paramilitaries, composed of the former army of the dictatorship and the FRAFE paramilitaries who had terrorized Haiti during the years 1991 to 94. These paramilitaries had been reorganized and rearmed in the Dominican Republic, and set upon the Lavalas regime. Now that they had achieved victory, they wanted full integration, promotion, and a return to power. The second officially sanctioned armed group was the Haitian National Police. Within this group there were 3 subgroups. First, there were those who had been trained in professionalism by US and Canadian police forces as part of various aid missions, and wanted to remain above politics. Second, there were those who, during the coup, opted to defect from Lavalas and join the coup. Third, there were those who remained loyal to the Lavalas government as the coup unfolded. The main armed activity of the paramilitaries during the early stages of the coup consisted of killing members of this third subgroup. After the coup, 500 police officers, most probably from this subgroup, were purged from the police force. The first subgroup of police, however, were resentful over issues of promotion and professionalism. Officers expressed dismay that paramilitaries with no police training or professional standards were being promoted into positions of authority in the police force because of connections to the post-coup regime over those who had trained under US and Canadian police in 1995 and since to become professional officers. The third officially sanctioned armed group were the armed gangs, such as that of Thomas Lavigny Robinson in Sites-au-Lille. These gangs were recruited and organized by members of the Haitian elite like Andy Apade, and operated with impunity, police protection, and financing. Their mission was to physically eliminate Lavala's street and community organizations and networks. Of the 13,000-18,000 illegal weapons MINUSTA estimados are in Haiti, most of these are likely in the hands of this type of armed gang, as well as narco-traffickers, paramilitaries, and police-affiliated groups. The final officially sanctioned armed group was the International Forces. Judging by their behavior, the U.S. Marines had a clear sense of their mission, as did the Canadians and French who arrived with them. The MINUSTA and CIPOL missions, however, had stated aims that were mutually contradictory. CIPOL was supposed to be helping to professionalize a police force that was integrating paramilitary murderers to the top ranks of its power structure. MINUSTA was supposed to be disarming gangs and supporting the coup regime, while some of the gangs were working for the coup regime. MINUSTA and CIPOL were also there to support the coup regime, however, which meant providing backup for the paramilitaries and police. Facing this diverse array of armed forces was the essentially defenseless Lavala street and community organizations. Its leaders, at every level, were either dead, in hiding, or in the process of being liquidated, with the high-profile leaders having been eliminated first. Loyal police had also been killed in the early stages of the coup. Lavala street organizations were being systematically cut off from their political leadership, and as a result increasingly resorted to armed self-defense, facing opponents with far better armament and international support. By the end of the year thousands more Haitians were seeking to escape. But they would be denied refuge outside as well as inside Haiti. Rony Francois, a 30-year-old Haitian-American bus driver and father of a 10-month-old child, was stopped on Christmas Eve 2004 by authorities in Miami and thrown in jail. Agents in Haitian neighborhoods in Miami were asking for identification at bus stops and on buses, arresting undocumented Haitians. Haitian Americans started staying at home, but even that was little protection. One Haitian American youth pastor in West Palm Beach was arrested in his home. In Orlando, federal agents arrested a handful of Haitians at a grocery store. Immigration officers denied an increasing trend of deportations, stating that from October 1, 2003 to September 31, 2004, fiscal year 2004, the U.S. deported 753 Haitians, compared to 1,019 in fiscal year 2003. Those statistics did not count preemptive deportations like the Coast Guard's returning of 208 Haitians to Port-au-Prince after catching them on a 30-foot sailboat en route to Florida on December 29, 2004, nor similar denial of asylum by Haiti's neighbors like Jamaica, which denied asylum requests from 281 Haitians in September of 2004. Haiti's National Office of Migration said that 2,000 Haitians had been repatriated, or denied asylum, in 2004. The new year in Haiti began as the last one had ended, with murderous incursions into poor neighborhoods and Haitians struggling against all odds. In Bel Air, thousands marched on New Year's Eve to demand the return of Aristide inside El Eternal, another neighborhood of Port-au-Prince. Police officers killed a 28-year-old man and a 13-year-old girl and arrested several others in a raid on January 4. Police also raided Site de Deer and killed 6 people, including a 16-year-old girl, on the same day. The next day, January 5, 400 troops from MINUSTA joined the Haitian National Police in a raid on Bel Air, killing 5 and arresting 9 people. Afterwards, they posed for photos removing garbage and wrecked vehicles from the streets. Among those arrested that day outside his home in Fort National by MINUSTA was Jimmy Charles, a Lavala's activist who was handed over to the Haitian Police Anti-Gang Service to be imprisoned. Just over a week later, on January 15, Jimmy Charles's body turned up at the morgue, riddled with bullets, a day before his court date. Police spokesperson Jesse Kamiaukoika told reporters that Charles had been killed in a clash with police. The NCHR said he had been released before being killed. On January 6, armed gangs attacked a mission of the Sisters of St. Vincent de Paul in Sites-au-Lisle. On January 7, MINUSTA and the police invaded Site Soleil and arrested dozens of people in connection with the attack. Members of the community claimed Lebanese gang was responsible for the attack on the mission, but the community did not fight back. Instead, a peaceful demonstration was quickly organized to protest the raid. The murder of Abdias Jean and political cleansing. On January 14, journalist, law student, and correspondent for WKAT 1360 radio in Miami, Abdias Jean, witnessed a police operation in the Port-au-Prince neighborhood of Village de Dieu. The police killed 2 young people in the sweep. Abdias Jean left the scene. The police followed him to a house and killed him there. The police spokesperson Koiku eventually admitted that Jean was killed by police. She only denied that his murder was ordered by high commands. On January 16, police attacked a peaceful pro-Aristide demonstration in Bel Air. MINUSTA secured the area, throwing riot control grenades and firing warning shots at random through the afternoon. Police spokesperson Koiku also tried to explain the murder of Ederson Joseph, the 6th grader shot dead on January 17 by police officers in the Avenue Poplard neighborhood of Port-au-Prince. Joseph's grandmother, Regine Poteau, was unimpressed with Koiku's allegation that the child was a bandit. On January 18, police killed 4 youths and set fire to several houses of Lavala's members in Corridor Bossia in Port-au-Prince. On January 21, Lavala's leaders Paul Raymond, René Civil, and Clifford LaRose were arrested in the Dominican Republic. LaRose had been the head of the National Penitentiary under Aristide and was accused of human rights violations as Yvonne Neptune had been, but the evidence did not hold up in court and a Dominican judge ordered him released on January 26. He was freed on January 28. In the countryside, a pattern of violence and displacement, political cleansing of Lavalas from paramilitary-controlled towns continued. In the paramilitary stronghold of Petit Gove, Lavala's members in hiding kept lists of those dozens of activists forced into hiding and records of beatings, looting, and the burnings of houses of those who spoke to reporters or human rights delegations. There was also some tug of war between the Lavalas movement, MINUSTA, and the paramilitaries in the countryside. On January 19, in the city of Cap Haitien, armed paramilitaries marched through Cap Haitien as a demonstration of strength. Chilean MINUSTA troops stopped them, disarming some. On January 21 they marched again, unimpeded by MINUSTA, and entered the popular neighborhood of La Fossette, killing a woman and wounding many others. MINUSTA, who had arrived on the scene too late, responded by announcing on the radio that the paramilitaries were not allowed to bear arms or make arrests, and prohibited these former Haitian army paramilitaries from entering La Fossette. On February 1, the paramilitaries disobeyed the prohibition and arrested 2 men wearing Aristide t-shirts. On February 4, paramilitaries assassinated Antonio Renaud, member of the peasant movement in Milo and a close associate of the ousted mayor, Jean-Charles Maïs. Social cleansing continued. A practice of paramilitaries dating back to the Duvalier dictatorship, the murder of street children, had declined under Aristide, who initiated prosecution of adults who mistreat children, supported children's radio stations, and created centers like L'Enfant Soleil for street children in Port-au-Prince. Now L'Enfant Soleil was closed and children were targets again, with a 5-fold increase in targeted beatings and killings of street children. One missionary said that she had seen 3 murdered street children between 1995 and 2004 and 150 such murders since the February 29 coup. The financial coup, as the police, the paramilitaries, and the UN were raiding the neighborhoods, the World Bank was raiding the treasury. On January 4, Haiti gave $52.6 million to the World Bank in service payments on the debt, unblocking the way for Haiti to go into further debt. The World Bank had suspended loans since January 30, 2001. Of the $52.6 million, $12.7 million came from Canada. The other $40 million came from Haiti's own reserves. The World Bank had big hopes for the coup government, according to its Economic Governance Reform Operation Project Agreement, which said, the transitional government provides a window of opportunity for implementing economic governance reforms that may be hard for a future government to undo/1 as it had in the past. The United States competed with Canada for generosity. Canada had sent $12.7 million to the World Bank so that that institution could take another $40 million from Haitians. The State Department gave its largest to the Fluor Corporation, to the tune of $72 million, for a new U.S. embassy in the capital. Canada was outdone again. In November 2004, it had sent Hydro-Quebec to Gonaives for a $4.5 million electrification project, which paled in comparison. Its embassy, completed by engineering firm SNC-Lavalin in September 2004, cost only $20 million. Land for the Canadian embassy had been purchased from Gilbert Bigeau, one of Haiti's wealthiest men. Brazil, wanting to show its largesse as well, announced later that year that it had sent 235 tons of food and medicine to Haiti and would send 28 more tons by airlift. The United States also sent members of the 372nd Military Police Company, the unit publicly associated in the sexual humiliation, torture, and murder of Iraqi prisoners at Abu Ghraib prison, to Haiti to provide security for the various international missions there. Staff Sergeant Edwin Ramos, commenting on this, said, "They want to show the world they have a big heart. The way I see it, they live up to the Army values of honor, courage, and selfless service." Haitians kept seeking avenues to fight impunity. A group of Haitian women served paramilitary leader Emmanuel Toto Constant with papers in a U.S. court charging torture, crimes against humanity, and the systematic use of violence and rape. Constant, with Guy Philippe and Louis Jodel Champlain, had been the leader of the FRAVE, Revolutionary Front for the Advancement and Progress of Haiti, paramilitaries who terrorized Haiti and killed thousands of Haitians from 1991 to 1994. Constant, who was still living in Queens, New York, was charged by 3 women who were survivors of gang rapes and attempted murder by Constant's paramilitaries. The women who brought the suit were not only seeking justice for past crimes, they were explicitly hoping to deter current crimes. One of them said of the current violence, "We hope that the suit will deter at least some of the violence, by sending a message that anyone who commits atrocities will no longer be able to visit or live in the U.S. with impunity." In the end, Constant did end up in jail for mortgage tax fraud. In 2008, one paramilitary who was not allowed to live in the U.S. with impunity was Buter Métayer, leader of the Front of Resistance of Gonaives, one of the paramilitary groups that murdered and massacred their way to power and ousted Aristide. Métayer had been imprisoned in Florida for nearly 2 months under accusations of arms trafficking and human rights violations. He was repatriated, free and clear, to Gonaives and to his paramilitary followers, on January 21.13. Rather than living in the U.S. with impunity, Métayer was to live in Haiti with impunity. A year of massacre had still failed to break resistance to the coup, and the coup regime recognized this, though it tried to divert this resistance. Latertue announced that the regime would send an envoy to South Africa to negotiate with Aristide to find a solution to the violence, according to a report by Guler C. Delva, the Reuters correspondent for Haiti and the Secretary General of the Association of Haitian Journalists, AH. Such negotiations missed the point. Even though a key demand of those resisting the coup was the restoration of Aristide, the resistance was not, despite the fantasies of those who had made the coup, a tap that Aristide had turned on and could turn off at will. It was the inevitable resistance to a murderous regime intent on liquidating and dismantling a popular movement. Such resistance could be crushed, and the regime was trying to do so. It could be placated by returning to a constitutional regime and disarming the paramilitaries. But it could not be negotiated away. At any rate, Latertue was soon to reject any such negotiations and issue a veiled threat against the journalist who had published them. In a press release of January 23, Latertue called Delva's report a shameful machination and accused the journalist of preaching disinformation about Haiti, to his own political clique. 25 Delva was stunned. He had given Latertue the opportunity to reply, and Latertue had done so, saying that while he was not negotiating with Aristide, he was encouraging others to do so. Delva read Laterchu's statement as encouragement and incitement to violence against Delva and journalists more generally, by paramilitaries and police who had only weeks before murdered journalist Abdias Jean. Laterchu had nothing to say about Abdias' murder, but perhaps he was preoccupied with the important scandal that racked his government in late January. This scandal had nothing to do with the raids in poor neighborhoods, murders of journalists, rehabilitation of the paramilitaries, or even the World Bank raid on the Haitian treasury. Instead, the scandal was over 15 bags of rice. Two members of Laterchu's cabinet, Raymond Lafontant and his spokesperson Michel Assef, authorized the non-governmental organization, NGO, Food for the Poor to turn over 15 containers of rice to the deputy mayor of Port-au-Prince, Jean-Philippe Sassine, without consulting Laterchu. He suspended them. The spokesperson for the Council of the Wise, Anne-Marie Issa, expressed shock at the corruption of the government in the rice scandal. Laterchu got set to make some cabinet shifts in February, perhaps in response to the Interior Ministry. Laterchu planned to appoint Michel Bernardin, a de Valierist with family ties to the dictators. Bernardin's cousin, Army Colonel Max Dominique, was Papa Doc Duvalier's son-in-law. Laterchu had second thoughts, however, and cancelled his swearing in the next day. The slow road to elections. Laterchu's main move for legitimacy, however, was the announcement of elections. Local and municipal elections were scheduled for October 9, legislative and presidential elections for November 13, 2005. Among the strategies for gaining democratic legitimacy was the ridiculous proliferation of parties, with 91 parties registering and 100 candidates preparing to contest the elections immediately after the announcement. At the beginning of January, Laterchu promised that the elections would be fair, and that he would not remain in office after February 2006. "It is out of the question for me to remain even 1 hour longer," he said. 8 These elections were the subject of a great deal of controversy within the coup camp. Andy Apade, one of the principal private financiers and organizers of the coup regime's bid for power, had tried the year before to put forward an electronic voting scheme for $112 million. The scheme involved the purchase of thousands of laptop computers that would be acquired by one of Apade's companies. Electronic voting in Haiti was, however, somewhat impractical, since most of Haiti's capital does not receive more than 6 hours of electricity per day, to say nothing of the rural areas. Apade's scheme was frustrated at the 8-member Provisional Electoral Council by the C0's president, Roselaure Julien. Julien countered Apade's scheme with a cheaper, $51 million, paper voting scheme, which won support from international donors and broke the consistent 4-4 deadlock at the council. Apade and other business groups then lobbied the Supreme Court to appoint a 9th member to the council, destroying what independence it had. Julien resigned in November 2004. Marc Bazin, leader of the Movement for the Establishment of Democracy in Haiti, MIDH, former World Bank employee, and the U.S.-backed candidate defeated by Aristide in the 1990 elections, was skeptical about the planned elections. "I could act like certain other political leaders, but I myself am a realist. I am willing to see the reality in front of me," he said. The reality, he elaborated, was that the majority of people in the country were sympathetic to Lavallées and no serious election would be possible in Haiti without them. Because of the likelihood of very low voter turnout for the post-coup elections, the government planned to tie social services to voter registration. In February, Justice Minister Bernard Gosset explained the plan for the voter card. It would not be a voter registration card but a digital national identity card with the fingerprint, photograph, and other information of the voter, Gosset boasted. Initially, this card will make it possible to identify all adults through the data collected. Later, it will make it possible to identify all citizens, including children, presumably for all the regime's maneuvering. Voices that had opposed the coup could not be completely silenced. On February 1, Lavallées announced it would not participate in elections so long as government terrorism against them continued. The Caribbean Community of Nations, CARICOM, announced on January 7 that CARICOM would not recognize Haiti's regime until democratic elections were held and democracy restored. By the end of January, Brazilian parliamentarians like Ivan Valente were calling Brazil's involvement in Haiti a quagmire. Thousands signed a statement calling for the restoration of the democratic government of Haiti at the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre, Brazil, at the end of January. Called the Porto Alegre Declaration on Haiti, the statement also called for the freeing of political prisoners, asylum for refugees, and an end to UN support for the police and paramilitaries. The international response against the coup was further developed at a conference in Washington, D.C. The Congress BWA Cayman, from February 5 to 7, 2005, brought Haitians from the diaspora and activists together to gather a movement of solidarity with the struggle of the Haitian people to win back national dignity and the return of democracy in Haiti. It was sponsored by organizations like the Institute for Justice and Democracy in Haiti, the Trans-Africa Forum, and the Let Haiti Live Coalition, as well as many Lavalas-affiliated organizations in Haiti. Within Haiti, some of these groups demonstrated against the coup. On February 7, the anniversary of the fall of the Duvalier dictatorship in 1986, the National Popular Party, PPN, and the Confederation of Peasant Groups of Born, KGPB, held a 20 kilometers march of hundreds from Petit Bargo Born to the town of Born. On the same day, thousands of Lavalas supporters marched in Port-au-Prince. Scattered armed resistance to the coup regime occurred around this time as well. On February 5, a guerrilla group called the Dessalinian Army of National Liberation, ADLN, described an attack they had made on a police station 2 days before in the countryside town of Plaisance and told resistance fighters all over the country to stand firm. Police and paramilitary violence. The police were simultaneously conducting another round of raids in and around Bel Air. On January 30, police raided Corridor Bassia and Mont Saint-Michel, a neighborhood located between Bel Air and Fort National, shooting 5 men. The police dragged 2 of these, one of them a 17-year-old youth, into the street and executed them. On February 4, police officers in black uniforms and balaclavas shot and killed a 14-year-old child. On February 5, they killed a 21-year-old. They killed 3 more people on February 6, leaving them on the Rue de Peuple near Bel Air for some time before returning to pick up the bodies. When they found one alive, they killed him. Haitian Carnival weekend, which took place from February 6 to 8, saw 4 police and 6 civilians killed. The 4 policemen were killed by former army/paramilitaries while on patrol near the airport. On February 7, the Carnival parade in Port-au-Prince was attacked by gunmen, later identified by police, who returned fire, as paramilitaries and former soldiers. Perhaps in reprisal for these paramilitary attacks, police, with UN backup, stormed a compound in Port-au-Prince on February 10, ostensibly to arrest paramilitary leader Ramis Saint-Hiravix, who had spent the previous month, and would spend future months, openly patrolling the streets of the capital, calling himself commander of the Haitian army, and demanding and receiving back pay for his soldiers. No shots were fired by the UN. Ravix, who was not apprehended, later quipped, "Who could dare arrest a military commander?" A young girl, however, was shot and killed as she left school a block away from the raid. Despite the ineffectiveness of the raid, it demonstrated continuing divisions between the police and the paramilitaries, just as the killings of the police officers had demonstrated the paramilitaries' willingness to use violence even against their allies. They continued to issue warnings and threats to the coup government. Paramilitary Clement Mathurin Etienne told reporters, "This life is in our blood. It only took us a few months to get ready to fight Aristide, and now we are ready for whatever comes. It would be difficult for any force to make us disarm because this is our home." Meanwhile, Lebanese government-backed Boston gang was terrorizing sites au Lille, battling the pro-Aristide gangs. On February 13, a person from the Boston area, Rosemont, was killed in another area. On February 14, the Boston gang crossed into Soli 9 and killed a man named Emmanuel and wounded a 10-year-old orphan, a girl named Natalie, whose mother had been killed by the Boston gang. Detention and prison remained constant. In early February, immigration officials from the Bahamas, who had deported 3,000 immigrants, mostly Haitians in 2004, reported that 400 Haitians had been caught trying to enter that country already. In 2005, the Jamaican government caught 58 Haitians in a rowboat on February 17 in Haitis prisons. Thousands of prisoners were languishing in squalor, according to a Globe and Mail reporter who interviewed the imprisoned Prime Minister Yvonne Neptune on February 7. Neptune told the reporter he was concerned about being assassinated inside the prison. The assassination attempt on Yvonne Neptune. His fears were nearly realized on February 19, when 4 commandos dressed in black and armed with assault rifles attacked the prison. They killed a prison guard and sent other guards fleeing. The gunmen took Yvonne Neptune and former Interior Minister José May Privert away in their jeep. Hundreds of police moved in to secure the prison shortly afterwards, but not before some 480 prisoners escaped. UN sources suggested the prison break could not have occurred without collusion from within the prison. The regime blamed Lavalas, but Bel Air resistance leader Sanba Bookman dismissed the allegations. "It's a simulation," he told a reporter. "They say it was Lavalas activists, but it was the government who did it." 7. French reporter Claude Rib suggested a different story, based on his sources. "The prison break," Rib wrote, "was the work of a group in the Haitian police, who were working on a $150,000 contract with narco-traffickers to liberate their accomplices. The prison guard was killed because he had recognized the commandos as police. The attackers took Privert and Neptune as an attack of opportunity, since these Lavalas leaders were enemies of theirs. One of the commandos, Arnold Belizera, changed his mind and dumped Privert and Neptune in the street, where they sought refuge in a nearby house. Privert and Neptune then contacted the UN, who brought them back to the prison. Several days later, on February 24, when he realized that even these dramatic events would not see them brought before a judge, Neptune went on hunger strike. In a letter explaining his hunger strike, Neptune wrote the following: "With hopes that strong and sincere voices of moral authority and the partisans of justice will say unequivocally to the government that it must cease to ally itself with delinquents, vandals, notorious assassins, and discredited organizations which shamelessly persist in trying to make me out to be a murderer so they can justify for the benefit of the government my eventual lynching. I am sure that the spectacle of my slow and certain death would be much more palatable to the government and its cohorts. To facilitate their purpose I have undertaken a hunger strike so that one day my brothers and sisters who are made to wallow in abject misery will no longer be disdained, starved, scorned, and ostracized." The UN, meanwhile, continued to act as an occupying army, committing crimes against the civilian population. A 23-year-old woman reported being raped by 3 UN peacekeepers at a banana plantation. "The foreigners grabbed me and pulled my pants down, had me lie on the ground and then raped me," she told a reporter. The peacekeepers claimed they paid the victim for sex, and MINUSTA, investigating the claims, cleared the UN troops of the rape charges. Certainly the UN had no monopoly on generating rape allegations. Journalist Lynn Duff recorded testimonies of political rapes of children, girls of age 9 and 14.52. Duff suggested a pattern of rapes by paramilitaries against children and family members of Lavalas activists as well as Lavalas activists themselves. The first anniversary of the coup was the occasion of so much violence that it caused another brief fissure between the paramilitaries and their UN backers. Reuters published an estimate that at least 28 people had been killed in the slums from February 23 to 28, with a total death toll of 278 since September 30, 2000, and 4.53 on February 22. One of the high-profile Lavalas leaders of the resistance to the coup, Sanba Bookman from Bel Air, a public youth activist with Lavalas, was arrested by MINUSTA Brazilian troops. He was on his way home from a meeting where demonstrations commemorating the coup of February 28 to 29 were being planned. Bookman was released the next day, but on February 25, the Haitian police and the UN conducted another massive raid into his community of Bel Air, where they killed at least 6 people. A gang had killed at least 10 people in the village Podur neighborhood the day before on February 28, while Brazilian MINUSTA troops watched. Haitian police fired on the peaceful Lavala's march of about 2,000 people in Bel Air that Bookman had been planning when he was arrested a week earlier. The police killed 3 people in the shootings: Dieudonne Just, 16 years old, Alexander Francois, 18 years old, and Shishi, 23 years old. 57 The UN was furious. UN Ambassador to Haiti Yohan Gabriel Valdez told the Miami Herald, "We cannot tolerate executions. We can't tolerate shooting out of control. We will not permit human rights abuses. We believe that all we have done in Bel Air is seriously threatened by this incident." In fact, the UN was embarrassed enough to prevent one police massacre in Bel Air. When thousands of Lavala supporters in Bel Air demonstrated again on March 4, MINUSTA was present but the Haitian police were not. They were instead forbidden by MINUSTA to approach the demonstration, which consequently occurred without any violence. This upset the Coup regime's Justice Minister Bernard Gosset, who went on Haitian radio to accuse MINUSTA of violating its mandate by excluding the police. But MINUSTA excluded the police again on March 8, as 3,000 women marched, again in Bel Air, for the return of Aristide, on the occasion of International Women's Day. Once again, the march occurred without violence. A similar pattern occurred in the northern city of Cap Haitien, where 10,000 demonstrated on February 27 for the return of Aristide. They were flanked on all sides by UN and Haitian police. The Lavala's mayor of Malo, Jean-Charles Maïs, came out of hiding to join the demonstration. When Chilean MINUSTA troops moved into the crowd, Maïs fled, and people in the crowd threw rocks, fearing that MINUSTA had arrested Maïs. They had not. One on the military front, the city's only independent, Lavala's affiliated radio station, Radio Etincelles, was fired upon by paramilitaries and its transmitter damaged. As Latertu gave a conference at the law school in Cap Haitien on March 6, police and paramilitaries attacked the nearby town of Milo, raiding and searching houses, probably looking for ousted Lavalas. Mayor Jean-Charles Maïs, who had joined the previous week's demonstration but returned to hiding. The aggression was, again, moderated by the Chilean MINUSTA group, who sent a team into Malo and patrolled the town for the next several nights, during which the paramilitaries were inactive. Latertu returned from the countryside to Port-au-Prince for meetings with the World Bank Vice President for the region, Pamela Cox, who announced $75 million in financing, $37 million of which would have to be paid back, with interest. The World Bank had recently raided the treasury to the tune of $40 million. A week later, March 16 to 17, Canada's Foreign Minister, Pierre Pettigrew, went to Port-au-Prince to announce $17 million for the Coup regime, $2.9 million of which was actually paid to the Caribbean Development Bank, to get Haiti into another debt relationship. Canadian Couster Pettigrew and World Banker Cox were allowed into Haiti. Aristide's American lawyer, Ira Kurtban, was not. Kurtban was traveling with U.S. Rep. Maxine Waters Decal to visit Lavala's Prime Minister Yvonne Neptune and Interior Minister Jocelyn Privert, both of whom were in prison. He was told that he could be arrested if he tried to enter the country. Waters tried to convince Neptune to end his hunger strike and accept exile, but Neptune refused. Meanwhile, the incomplete and somewhat theatrical split between the UN and the paramilitaries continued. For a brief moment in Cap Haitien, MINUSTA seemed to be acting to disarm the paramilitaries, rounding up 300 former army soldiers, most of whom voluntarily surrendered, some of whom were found with help from the civilian population on March 13 and putting them on a bus. Latertu was with MINUSTA, however, and he made sure the bus actually headed to the police academy in Port-au-Prince, where the soldiers were given their $5,000 back pay, retrained, rearmed, and redeployed as part of the Haitian police, after a ceremony at which they returned 7 weapons. MINUSTA also moved on Petit Gove, 70 kilometers west of Port-au-Prince on March 20, actually engaging in a firefight with the paramilitaries who had taken over a police station. MINUSTA killed 2 paramilitaries and wounded 7, losing 1 soldier and 2 wounded. Taking control of the police station, MINUSTA detained 20 people, among them paramilitaries and civilians. Among the victims of this operation was journalist Laroque Robinson, 25-year-old reporter for Telecontact Radio. He, along with other journalists, was watching the battle from the balcony of Telecontact's offices when he was hit in the head and neck. He died in hospital weeks later. MINUSTA also raided the town of Terre Rouge, 40 kilometers northeast of Port-au-Prince, the following day, on March 21. 2 paramilitaries and 2 UN soldiers were killed in the fighting. The paramilitaries fled and the UN took control of the area. 7 degree on March 23, word hit the streets that Thomas Lavigny Robinson, head of the Coup government-backed Boston gang in Scites-au-Lisle, had been killed by a rival gang leader that night. Spontaneous demonstrations of celebration broke out on March 24. Haitian police fired on the demonstrators, killing at least 1 person and wounding several others. Some 1,000 MINUSTA troops cordoned off Scites-au-Lisle, set up roadblocks, and swept their way through the community. The gang dynamics in Scites-au-Lisle were changing, and MINUSTA was in the battle. On April 3, MINUSTA left 5 purported gang members injured or killed in an operation. On April 4, Dred Wilmy, leader of the pro-Lavallaz armed resistance in Scites-au-Lisle, was wounded. As MINUSTA made its way into Scites-au-Lisle to disarm gangs, Ladertu was complaining about the poor armaments of his own gang, the Haitian police. On March 31, he urged lifting the arms embargo on Haiti, which he said was impeding his police. As Prime Minister, I cannot stand by and watch police die, he said, succinctly expressing his priorities. He may have had reason to worry. 2 days before, on March 29, a group of police were ambushed in the Delmas neighborhood of Port-au-Prince. 2 police officers and a driver were killed. UN officials suggested the paramilitaries were responsible. It seems like the attackers knew the police's route and were waiting for them, one said. The complexity of both paramilitary and police organizations invites several possibilities for the killings: fights over spoils or territory, some specific vendetta, or some kind of frame-up. The same day, thousands of Lavallaz supporters marched in Hinche and in Cap Haitien. Ladertu need not have worried too much about the arms embargo. In fact, by the time he made his statement on March 31, the arms embargo had already been lifted and shipments of arms delivered. Robert Mugge of the Swiss-based Small Arms Survey showed in a report based on his field research that the U.S. had sold thousands of weapons, worth $7 million, to Ladertu's government. A State Department official admitted later that the shipment, in August 2004, had included 2,657 weapons, including M14 rifles, submachine guns, and 2,000 revolvers. Another deal had been brokered 6 months before by a Haitian-American Florida Republican named Lucy Orlando and an arms dealer named Joel Deeb, an associate of the late Pablo Escobar, head of Colombia's Medellin narco-trafficking cartel until his death in 1996. 77 Deeb told the UK newspaper The Independent that he had been given $500,000 by Ladertu's nephew, Yuri, who is also his uncle's security chief, and told to buy arms. Everybody is saying I have done something with the money, but it is still there, he told the paper. Orlando, with her Republican affiliation and her Florida location, was very close to Florida's Governor Jeb Bush, who Ladertu visited in Florida on April 11. The occasion was the launch of Haitian-American Chamber of Commerce of Florida along with a 243-page report by a special task force on Haiti set up by Jeb Bush himself. "You're a hero in my eyes, Mr. Prime Minister," Bush said. "We welcome you back to Florida." Ladertu was in Florida and the UN Security Council was in Port-au-Prince. All 15 members sent representatives from April 12 to 16 to review the progress of MINUSTA. The head of Haiti's UN mission, Juan Gabriel Valdez, said that a true dialogue is essential. The preceding weekend, April 9 to 10, saw MINUSTA and the Haitian police in firefights with the paramilitaries. On April 9, they killed 3 people including the famous leader of the reconstituted Haitian army, former Sergeant Remis Saint-Hiravix. They arrested 18 others. On April 10, they fought another battle and killed 7 others, including ex-soldier Jean-René Anthony. Indeed, as Valdez was making his declaration that a dialogue was needed on April 15, a MINUSTA soldier was killed in a gunfight at a roadblock in Site-Soleil, and thousands turned out in Bel Air to demand the release of political prisoners and a return to constitutional rule. More reversals of justice. On April 18, the coup regime finally brought formal charges against ousted Interior Minister Jocelyn Privert, who had already been in prison for 10 months without charge. The next day the coup regime arrested Jeanette Apollon, president of the National Commission of Women Workers, CNFT, at the airport. Her crime was attending a solidarity conference in Venezuela, celebrating the reversal of the coup against Venezuela's President Hugo Chavez 3 years before. Paul Lulucherry, coordinator Occupation Year 2, ZUS 99 of the Confederation of Haitian Workers, CTH, and his brother Larnour Cherry were at the airport to greet Apollon. They were also arrested. The police accused her of receiving money abroad. £0 finance violence in Haiti. Police found about $30 worth of this financing on her person. They were released, but told to return to the police station days later. On April 17, ousted and imprisoned Lavalley's Prime Minister Yvon Neptune ended his hunger strike and allowed himself to be taken to a MINUSTA-managed hospital. He continued to warn that the coup regime wanted to assassinate him after smearing him as the author of the Saint Marc massacre. On April 21, MINUSTA took him to a prison villa in Paquet, very close to the Haitian police headquarters. He tried to warn the UN officials that this was a trap that would lead to his assassination, and returned to his hunger strike in protest. On April 22, between 7 and 10 paramilitaries who Neptune recognized from the prison system forcibly dragged him into a vehicle and drove him to Saint Marc, where they tried to organize a trial. When the judge, Cluny Pierre Jules, did not show up, the paramilitaries were at a loss. MINUSTA sent a helicopter to pick Neptune up and returned him to the prison in Paquet, where he kept wasting away on hunger strike. A week later, on May 1, the Associated Press repeated reports from Haitian radio that Neptune had fled to exile. The reports were completely false. Neptune was still in prison, and even MINUSTA's own Human Rights Division chief Thierry Fagart, a French lawyer, criticized the situation on May 5. Since the beginning of the procedure until today, the fundamental rights, according to national and international standards, have not been respected in the case of Mr. Neptune and Privert, Fagart said. While Neptune and Privert languished in prison accused of a fabricated massacre, Haiti's Supreme Court was overturning convictions in a real massacre. On May 11, the Haitian Supreme Court absolved 1991 coup leaders Raoul Cedras and Philippe Biambi, ex-police chief Michel Frangois, and paramilitary commanders Emmanuel Constant and Louis Jodel Chamblain. They had been convicted of a massacre of some 15 people in Rabateau, Gonaives, which occurred on April 22, 1994. Their trial and conviction in 2000 under Aristide's government was a landmark in Haitian history, proof that impunity would not reign and that massacres would not go unacknowledged and unpunished. The symbolism of the final reversal of that decision and the imminent release of Jodel Chamblain from prison was clear. Perhaps Coup PM Laterchu had a guilty conscience. He told the AP that no orders were given, no instructions. If the results have been annulled, the judges have decided to annul them independently. 2 days before the Rabateau massacre conviction was overturned, 011 May 9, the National Coalition for Haitian Rights, NCHR, that human rights organization that had played such an instrumental role in the coup and in the imprisonment of Neptune, Privert, and other political prisoners, changed its name to the National Network for Defense of Human Rights, RNDDH. Haitians got no relief from crossing the border into the Dominican Republic. In May, when a Dominican woman was murdered and Haitians accused of the murder, the Dominican government expelled thousands of Haitians and mobs attacked Haitian ghettos in agricultural towns where Haitian farm workers were trying to earn a living as seasonal laborers. This story repeated itself in December, when a murder and machete attack on Dominicans was attributed to Haitians, followed by armed bands of machete-wielding Dominicans vowing to kill any Haitian they met, killing one, and forcing others to ee. Back in Haiti, Lavalas kept fighting. On April 25, a group of demonstrators felled a telephone pole in Port-au-Prince's wealthiest suburb, Pétionville, causing a traffic backlog lasting 6 hours. A spokesperson told the Haiti Information Project, "We are not gangsters, we are not criminals. We did not use guns to perform this act." Many of the elite who sponsored and supported the coup of February 29, 2004 must use this road to return home to their families. We want to create a traffic jam to force them to sit and reflect upon what they have done to this country. You can see them finally acknowledging the poor marketplace women who line the roads to their homes. Today, UN forces that are ready to kill us surround Site-Soleil and Bel Air. Maybe now they will see how vulnerable they really are. The poor who supported Jean-Bertrand Aristide live among them, in their communities. We demand the return of our constitutional president, and only after that can we have free and fair elections. On April 26, some 10,000 Lavalas supporters marched again, from Bel Air to Site-Soleil, first to demand Aristide's return and the release of political prisoners, and second to break the siege of Site-Soleil and give what little food and water aid they had in Bel Air to the even harder hit inhabitants of the besieged neighborhood. When demonstrators came out again the next day, April 27, the Haitian police fired on them, this time outside MINUSTA's headquarters in Bel Air. They killed at least 5 people on the scene and at least 4 others died later from their wounds. MINUSTA watched Bel Air's Lavalas organization was undeterred, and thousands mobilized again on May 4. This time, MINUSTA forced the Haitian police to back off and perhaps averted another massacre. On May 18, Haiti's Flag Day, MINUSTA also provided security at the front and back of a huge pro-Aristide demonstration. Haitian police made numerous attempts to attack the demonstration. Pro-Lavalas American journalist Kevin Pina was on the scene with a video camera, announcing his presence and his camera aggressively when police threatened the crowd. He filmed a Brazilian MINUSTA soldier telling him, "You are always making trouble for us. I have taken your picture and I am going to give it to the Haitian police. They will get you." If the police began the killings after the demonstration had ended, when they killed 3 people in Site-Soleil. The Flag Day murders marked the end of the fissure between MINUSTA and the Haitian police. The Haitian business community threatened to form its own private militias and go on the offensive against the poor neighborhoods. The United States threatened to bring the Marines back. Facing these sources of pressure, MINUSTA capitulated, joined the Haitian police, and embarked on a bloody summer campaign in the poor neighborhoods. This campaign was basically unopposed militarily. The pro-Lavalas movement was not an armed one and, despite the smears, was basically political and democratic in character. There were some armed groups in armed resistance, such as the Rural Dessalinian Army of National Liberation, but these were no real military threat to the coup regime or UN forces. On May 25, the police shot a 15-year-old girl and an 11-year-old boy on their way to school. On May 31, MINUSTA and the police raided Site-Soleil, killing at least 3 people. A firebombing in a market in Bel Air on the same day, by unknown assailants, killed 10 others. Latter went on the radio to promise revenge for the fire. Also on May 31, French consul for Cap Haitien, Paul-Henri Morel, was assassinated in his car, again by unknown assailants. On June 3–4, the police and MINUSTA committed major massacres in Bel Air, killing some 25 people and setting over a dozen homes on fire. 5 U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice suggested these massacres could be a reason for more U.S. troops. "We need to look hard at whether or not the force posture there is adequate," she said. "It may be not just a matter of force posture. It may be a need for more election help." The coup regime's Prime Minister Gerard Latterchu agreed, and asked the UN Security Council for more force during a trip to New York on 7.1. The U.S. Secretary of State had one proposal to deal with the poor neighborhoods. The Haitian Chamber of Commerce and Industries Dr. Reginald Boulos had another. Just before the MINUSTA attacks, on May 27, Boulos met Haiti's Chief of Police Leon Charles, where he argued that the business community should have legalized private militias armed with heavy weapons. He also suggested the business community could buy heavy weapons for the police on the international market, if only the arms embargo on Haiti could be lifted. If they don't allow us to do this, then we'll take our own initiative and do it anyway, Boulos said. The security agendas of the U.S. and the Haitian Chamber of Commerce converged on 8, when the U.S. government announced its intention to lift the arms embargo against Haiti, an embargo imposed during the first coup against Aristide and the military junta that followed it in the 1991-94 period. The U.S. Embassy donated $2.6 million in hardware to the police on June 8.109. The fissure that had opened up between the UN forces, commanded by Latin American countries, and the Haitian police, which answered basically to the US and Canada, had been closed. The rapprochement was announced on the radio on 11 by the head of the UN mission, Juan Gabriel Valdez, who compared Haiti to Chile under Pinochet and said that compared to that experience, there is no political persecution in Haiti. It was not persecution, but security, that the UN and the Haitian police were bringing. And the price of insecurity, MINUSTA and the coup regime argued, was high. Insecurity was among the arguments of first resort in the continuing delay of elections. When the coup occurred in February 2004, the coup regime had promised to hold elections within the year. But despite the ongoing destruction of the Lavalas movement, electoral delays had to continue, for the results of elections were still unpredictable. Nor was insecurity the sole stated reason for delays. The international community organized the elections as if they were inventing them for the first time, despite their allocating substantial amounts of money for post-coup elections, $17 million from Canada to that point, for example. One of the members of the coup regime's electoral commission, Patrick Fiquier, told American reporter Reed Lindsay in June that because of inexplicable firings of dozens of employees, only 60,000 of Haiti's 3.5 to 4.5 million voters had registered. The damage has already been done. Even under the most idealistic conditions, the elections will happen only after 2005, Fiquier told Lindsay. Conditions were not idealistic, though they were adequate for multinational corporations to gather biometric information from Haitians. Cogent Systems, a corporation based in California, won a $2.5 million contract from Haiti's Provisional Electoral Council to provide fingerprint identification technology for the elections, offered as a way of assuring electoral results in a context of illiteracy. Such systems also provided a means of establishing a database that would help monitor Haiti's voting age population. They did not, however, stop a massive attempt at fraud when the elections finally did occur, a point to which we will return. In addition to justifying electoral delay on the basis of insecurity, the coup regime began floating the idea of not opening registration offices in poor neighborhoods. These neighborhoods happened to be the most insecure, the most pro-Aristide and the most opposed to the coup and the coup regime. The various insecurities suffered by the majority of the population, from unemployment and underemployment to hunger through to imprisonment and terror at the hands of MINUSTA and police, were less important to Haiti's custodians than problems like kidnapping, which did reach serious proportions under the coup regime. The Canadian press reported on a 65-year-old Haitian Canadian, Huguette Goulet, who paid a ransom of $300,000 to her captors and was released in June. Goulet was one of hundreds kidnapped over the summer of 2005. Estimates were of half a dozen kidnappings a day in the worst periods. Foreign affairs ministries from the coup-sponsoring governments, Canada and the US, issued travel advisories entreating their citizens to avoid the violence, and the Peace Corps suspended its operations. The International Crisis Group produced a report at the end of May called Spoiling Security in Haiti, identifying groups that might benefit from Haiti's insecurity and suggesting that a more unbiased, fair and transparent UN mission and coup regime could better stabilize the country. Their spoilers included criminal groups, former military personnel, politicians who feared yet another Lavala's victory, the business community jealous of their privileges, and perhaps a claim offered without evidence, Lavala's partisans in the poor neighborhoods. But which of these spoilers was responsible for the kidnappings? Certainly it was organized crime and business that could provide the infrastructure for a kidnapping ring, military and police that could provide the muscle and the impunity. Lavalas, and the pro-Lavalas youths in the poor neighborhoods, would then take the blame and the brunt of the attacks done to stop this insecurity. The coup regime's justice minister, Bernard Gousset, resigned on June 15, 1117 around the time of another deadly police raid into the poor neighborhood of Bel Air. On June 17, the Haitian police attacked, exchanging fire with gunmen in the neighborhood, killing 3 and wounding 4. 118 abuses like these only strengthened the coup regime's resolve to have even more police. The very day of the massacre, Haiti's foreign minister, Herod Abraham, announced a plan to train 2,000 more police in advance of elections and to seek an ideal target of 18,000 police, up from the 5,000 Haiti had at the time. On June 22, the UN Security Council renewed MINUSTA's mandate in Haiti. To the surprise of no one, MINUSTA's mandate would continue regardless of what happened. If there were violence, rather than it being evidence of failure, it would be evidence that MINUSTA was needed and should be expanded. If there were not violence, MINUSTA was succeeding, and why mess with success? The UN settled into a situation where it could lightly criticize the coup regime while enabling it to continue its human rights violations and suppression of the popular movement. This occurred on June 24, when UN envoy Valdez criticized the Haitian justice system for not releasing Yvonne Neptune. "We believe that serious attention should be given to Neptune's release," he said, but on June 29, the UN was back to attacking the poor neighborhoods with the police. That morning MINUSTA troops assaulted Site-Soleil again for 8 hours, killing at least 6, arresting 13, and turning them over to the HNP, and taking no casualties itself. As of July 1, 200,000 of Haiti's 4.5 million eligible voters had registered, 100 of 424 planned voter registration sites had opened. Journalist Sue Ashdown wrote in the San Francisco Bay View that by the end of May, out of 436 planned registration offices, the Organization of American States admitted that only 14 had been set up. The 436 offices, were they to exist, would still stand in sharp occupation year 2, Zoo's 105 contrast to the Haitian elections of 2000, when more than 12,000 registration centers and polls served the Haitian people. The UN Special Envoy to Haiti, Juan Gabriel Valdez, added the insightful comment, "These are not Austrian elections, these are Haitian elections. These elections are not going to be in a country which is in absolute tranquility." But, Valdez added, there is no alternative to elections except chaos. Valdez's two alternatives, elections and chaos, were not mutually exclusive. Rose Mandepredal, Secretary General of Haiti's Provisional Electoral Council, announced the possibility of delaying the local and regional elections and floated the idea of not having the elections in the pro-Aristide slums of Site-Soleil and Bel Air, until these areas cool down. American expert Dan Erickson of Inter-American Dialogue suggested that the kid glove strategy of handling pro-Aristide groups in the slums was to blame for the turmoil. The possibility for good elections in Haiti decreases with every day that the security situation remains unchecked. Bus driver France Isidore speculated to AP reporter Stevenson Jacobs as to the kind of good elections Erickson sought. "I really don't know how we're going to have elections unless it's just going to be a smokescreen and the next day we're going to wake up and hear on the radio who won." UN Secretary General Kofi Annan went to the United States, pleading with Condoleezza Rice to send some American boots on the ground to occupy Haiti. Annan specifically wanted American firepower to face down the lightly armed pro-Aristide gangs in the neighborhoods, because Haitians respect the U.S. military. Another UN official put it still more directly, "We want scarier troops." The U.S. ambassador to Haiti, James B. Foley, who had helped orchestrate the coup and personally threatened Aristide, agreed. Formal requests for a show of force were being evaluated by the Pentagon, Canada, and France. The original triangle behind the 2004 coup, the alliance of forces maintaining the occupation of Haiti, included the U.S./Canada/France, the Latin American countries in charge of MINUSTA, various armed elements from the police, military, and paramilitaries, and the Haitian business community. Some of the armed elements, led by Remisanthravics, had committed excesses since the coup and paid the price in shootouts with MINUSTA. But MINUSTA itself was disciplined by warnings from the Haitian elite, and more importantly, by declarations from the US. By July these problems had been resolved, and the solution was simple: MINUSTA would back the police up in a series of spectacular raids against Lavall's partisans in the poor neighborhoods. The July 6, 2005, raid on Citb Solile. On July 6, MINUSTA and the Haitian police conducted a massive raid, with 400 soldiers and police attacking Site Solile. Among those they killed was Dred Wilmy, one of the pro-Lavall's gang leaders who had emerged since the coup. An American delegation reported the raid as follows: based on accounts from journalists and members of the community, 2 helicopters flew overhead. At 4:30 a.m., UNF-01C-65 LLLLWHED the offensive, shooting into houses, shacks, a church, and a school with machine guns, tank fire, and tear gas. Eyewitnesses reported that when people tried to escape the tear gas, UN troops gunned them down from the back. Multiple community people indicated that they had counted at least 23 bodies of people killed by the UN forces. Community members claimed that UN forces had taken away some of the bodies. The aftermath of this raid was filmed by some Haitian and American journalists. Footage from the raid can be seen in Kevin Pina's film, We Must Kill the Bandits. The story of the massacre began to emerge the following week, with Reuters publishing an estimate of 25-40 killed in the RALD Z7. The UN eventually investigated the raid and exonerated itself, stating that UN_FORC_EAS did not target civilians, but that the nature of such operations in densely zero-related urban areas is such that there is always a risk of YPPP__, civilian casualties. General Augusto Heleno Ribeiro, answering the criticisms in Brazil in November 2005, said the accusations of executions were made by gangs linked to Aristide. 16 months after the raid, the UN did admit in an internal report that civilians may have become collateral victims of the July 6 raid. 13 with other Haitian occupiers making inflated comments about urban warfare. However, the UN was sending contradictory messages. If it was warfare, after all, did the rules of warfare and the Geneva Conventions meant to be enforced by the UN apply? If it was not warfare but some sort of police action, then why the APCs and heavy weaponry? Because Haiti has so many weapons. 200,000 weapons in a population of 8.5 million compared to the US, which has about 1 weapon for every single American. Because Haiti had exceptional levels of violence and murder? With lower murder rates, even in 2004 and 2005 than the Dominican Republic, Guyana, Trinidad, and Jamaica, should all these countries be occupied by the UN? This was a fundamental contradiction of MINUSTA's behavior in Haiti. Haitian police followed the July 6 raid up with a raid in Bel Air where they killed 10 more people and another 6 a week later in the neighborhood of Salino. 133 in between. On July 14, 5,000 people demonstrated against the MINUSTA/police raids in Site Solile. 13 As the police were killing, its leadership was rotating. Mario Andrezal replaced Leon Charles as police chief on July 19. Charles went off to the Haitian embassy in Washington, D.C. This had no discernible effect on police behavior. As another hurricane, Hurricane Dennis, struck Haiti's devastated environment and infrastructure, killing at least 40 people in rural areas, the coup regime returned to its political persecutions, beginning another campaign against Father Gerard Jean-Just. Having been freed in November, Jean-Just traveled back and forth to Miami. In mid-July he was re-detained, and released, upon his return to Port-au-Prince. As frequently occurred with Lavala's activists, he was arrested on the basis of accusations made against him on pro-coup radio, again of gun running. He was quoted in an AP report saying that he would consider running for president if asked to do so by his party. It may have been this announcement, along with Jean Just's popularity in Port-au-Prince, that led to the pattern of harassment and detention that was eventually to return him to jail. Haitis' insecurity claimed the life of another journalist, poet Jacques Roche, who was found dead on July 15 after having been kidnapped and unable to raise the ransom. The government accused Lavala's of the murder, but produced no evidence for the accusation. Haitis' Council of the Wise, the group that appointed the coup regime, asked its appointees to clamp down on the press. In response, Reuters journalist Gula Delva protested the suggestion on constitutional grounds. The council, undeterred, proceeded to recommend that Lavala's be barred from elections on grounds of encouraging violence. The council's appointed government had unleashed tremendous violence on Haitians, especially targeting Lavala's. Haitis' Electoral Council said they would not ban Lavala's. Jean Just said the council was scared of us. They are afraid we are going to win. 13-Ust story crossed Jacques Roches at the murdered journalist's funeral on July 21. Because Roche's memory had been claimed by the coup-sters, Ust's presence at the funeral was viewed as provocative. He was there with a group of priests participating in the service. Coup-sters at the funeral shoved, spit on, and cursed him. Police took him from the service, later to imprison him on the accusation of involvement in Roche's murder. The same day, July 21, two pro-Lavala's leaders who had fled the 2004 coup and were in the Dominican Republic, Paul Raymond and Mario Exalama, were deported to Haiti, where they were promptly jailed. The Haitian coup regime had submitted a list of exiles they wanted to add to the 1,000 political prisoners they were holding, and the Dominican Republic was complying. 1 degree Haiti's police chief acknowledged that a quarter of his force was corrupt. Police raids kept up through August, with those killed classified either as bandits or as regrettable victims of such operations in urban areas. On August 10, police killed 5 people in a raid on Bel Air, including a pregnant woman and a teenage boy, according to witnesses interviewed by an Associated Press report. On August 11, Louis Jodel Chamblain, a leader of the Frave paramilitaries that had killed and tortured thousands of Haitians from 1991 to 1994 and organized the armed rebellion against Aristide in 2004, was released from prison. His conviction for the Rabateau massacre had been overturned long since, but he was still being investigated for other charges. The courts decided there was no evidence to hold him. Even U.S. Ambassador Foley disagreed with the Haitian court, and linked Chamblain's release with the constitutional Prime Minister Neptune's continuing imprisonment. The massacre at Martissant on August 20, Z005. The summer ended with another major massacre. On August 20, at the Summer Camp for Peace program in Grand Ravine, a soccer game was underway as part of this USAID/Haitian government-sponsored program. The game was attacked by masked police and civilians with machetes, who killed an unknown number of people, at least 20. On the following day, some of the killers returned to the neighborhood, this time with Haitian police, and burned the houses of some Lavala supporters. 1 Also at the end of the summer, Father Gerard Jean Ust announced, from prison, that he would have no objection to being the Lavala's candidate in the presidential elections. The Haitian forces behind the coup regime, the business community and the various armed factions were not content with an appointed regime working with a UN army. They wanted the neighborhoods cleared, Lavala's finally defeated, and a stable, elected government that would rule in their interests. The various international bureaucracies that had settled in to work on elections plodded along in their technocratic ways, supporting the destruction of the popular movement. But Haitians' aspirations to be free of foreign occupation and interference did not disappear, even when many of their movement leaders were being disappeared or murdered. If an election were to happen, how could the outcome be guaranteed for the coup supporters? Perhaps if turnout could be made low enough and enough people disenfranchised. But that would lead to another illegitimate government, which would continue to go unrecognized by CARICOM and Venezuela, not the most powerful countries on the world stage, but important enough in the region and to Haiti. What's more, the Haitian pro-Coup forces wanted to be loved, indeed had no idea they were not loved, and they were to learn as much when they put themselves forward as presidential candidates. Guy Philippe, Danny Toussaint, Charles Baker Apaide's brother-in-law and a fellow sweatshop owner and other coup-sters registered as candidates, and were no doubt genuinely surprised and disappointed in winter 2006 with the minuscule numbers of people who voted for them. In the fall, they were still telling themselves and the world the story of how they had freed their country from a dictator and deserved a reward power for doing so. But beyond the fact that the Electoral Council and the international electoral specialists that had descended on Haiti were organizationally unable to meet the one-year deadline or even the fall deadline, there were potentially 109. A. _JTL Lust story crossed Jacques Roches at the murdered Laure Nalisf's funeral on Ulysses 1. Because Roches' memory had Weissenfiegelmjade by the coup-sters, Ust's presence at the funeral _ as provocative, he was there with a group of priests. The service coup-sters at the funeral shoved spit P11, and cursed him. Police took him from the service, later to him on the accusation of involvement in Roches' murder. Avala's leaders who had fled the PP and were in the Dominican Republic, Paul Raymond and Marlo Lixalama, were deported to Haiti, where they were peremptorily jailed. The Haitian coup regime had submitted 115 of they wanted to add to the 1,000 political prisoners they were ODing, and the Dominican Republic was complying. 14° T. The summer ended with another major massacre on August 20 at the Summer Camp for Peace program in Grand Ravine. A soccer game was underway as part of this USAID/Haitian government-sponsored program. The game was attacked by masked police and civilians with machetes, who killed an unknown number of people, at least 20. On the following day, some of the killers returned to the neighborhood, this time with Haitian police, and burned the houses of some Lavalas supporters. Also at the end of the summer, Father Gerard Jean just announced from prison, that he would have no objection to Bain the Lixlo, candidate in the presidential elections as the Haitian forces behind the coup regime. The business community and the various armed factions were not content with an appointed regime working with a UN army. They wanted the neighborhoods cleared, Lavalas finally defeated, and a stable, elected government that would rule in their interests. The various international bureaucracies that had settled in to work on elections plodded along in their technocratic ways, supporting the destruction of the popular movement. But Haitians' aspirations to be free of foreign occupation and interference did not disappear, even when many of their movement leaders were being disappeared or murdered. If an election were to happen, how could the outcome be guaranteed for the coup supporters? Perhaps if turnout could be made low enough and enough people disenfranchised. But that would lead to another illegitimate government, which would continue to go unrecognized by CARICOM and Venezuela, not the most powerful countries on the world stage, but important enough in the region and to Haiti. What's more, the Haitian pro-Coup forces wanted to be loved, indeed had no idea they were not loved, and they were to learn as much when they put themselves forward as presidential candidates. Guy Philippe, Danny Toussaint, Charles Baker Apaide's brother-in-law and a fellow sweatshop owner and other coup-sters registered as candidates, and were no doubt genuinely surprised and disappointed in winter 2006 with the minuscule numbers of people who voted for them. In the fall, they were still telling themselves and the world the story of how they had freed their country from a dictator and deserved a reward power for doing so. But beyond the fact that the Electoral Council and the international electoral specialists that had descended on Haiti were organizationally unable to meet the one-year deadline or even the fall deadline, there were potentially also political reasons for the delay. Lavalas leaders had been jailed and hounded, but had they been jailed and hounded enough? The Lavalas grassroots had been massacred and terrorized in their poor neighborhoods, but they were not truly pacified. If the elections were permitted, they might take on a life of their own, bringing another popular leader, perhaps Jean Just, to power, and then the coup-sters would have to start all over again. The organized popular movement had its own dilemma. Its leaders in jail, dead, exiled or being hunted, its people left without protection. It recognized that elections were being set up to be a sham. But if elections were at all fair, then the coup-sters would lose and a more legitimate government would be in power with a mandate from the people, something far better than this appointed coup regime. But how could the movement know before it was too late? And how could a movement based on democratic legitimacy tell the people not to vote in elections, even if these took place after a coup and under an occupation? It was not the popularity of Lavalles's platform that had been eroded by the coup and the political persecution under the coup regime, but its organizational capacity. Did it have enough capacity to organize a boycott of elections? It is not much harder to organize a boycott of elections than it is to organize to win elections. And if they could do the one, why not do the other? To survive through to the elections, the movement needed to be able to communicate, to call attention to the abuses and human rights violations committed against it, and to fight against the smears and slanders. In all these, the movement had partial success. Voting cards and candidates, this was the game that played itself out in the fall. At the same meeting where they announced the candidacy of Jean-Just Van Lavalles's leaders called on their people to register to vote and get the national identification card. Aristide announced his intention to stay in South Africa through to the elections and not try to return, as this might provide an excuse to destabilize the election. On September 4 the Electoral Council announced the first and second rounds of legislative and presidential elections would be held on November 20, 2005, AL1 DLAM1 LY3, Z006. Municipal elections were to be held on December 11, 2005, and the new government would be inaugurated F-Cent B1357, 2006. By late September 2.4 million people had registered to vote out of 4.5 million eligible adults, but a new demographic study circulated among the international experts suggested that due to outmigration there were fewer eligible voters than originally thought, just 3.5 million instead of 4.5. The proportion of registered voters thus took a quantum leap over the course of a single study. 3 By late October, 3.04 million voters had registered and were waiting for their voting cards. A few days after Jean-Just's candidacy was formally announced, on September 9, pro-Lavalles journalists Kevin Pina and Jean Ristel got a tip that the Haitian police were searching Jean-Just's church. They rushed to the scene, suspecting that the police would plant weapons there as they had seen the police do in the past to incriminate their victims in poor neighborhoods. If police could find evidence that Jean-Just was a gun runner, this might make it easier for the coup regime to paint the Lavalles priest as a common criminal and not a political prisoner. Ristel and Pina were arrested at the scene and put in jail. Themselves that day police also issued a decree forbidding any demonstrations from September 9 to 16. Forbidding demonstrations on security grounds was a tactic increasingly resorted to by the police throughout the fall. As for Jean-Just, his candidacy foundered on the Haitian bureaucracy. In late September the list of 54 presidential candidates, later pruned to 32, was produced by the Electoral Council. Jean-Just was not on the list, because he could not present his registration in person, which is a requirement of the Electoral Council. According to the Haitian Constitution, individuals can designate 2 lawyers and a justice of the peace to present their registration as candidates, but Jean-Just's designated proxies were rebuffed by the Electoral Council. Others trimmed from the list, a Texas millionaire named Dumarcey Simus and an ex-Lavalles senator named Louis Gerard Gilles. With their chosen candidate in Jean-Just rebuffed, a regional Lavalles organization endorsed Marc Bazin, who ran against Aristide in 1990 and lost. Other candidates included Denis Toussaint, Charles Baker, and Guy Philippe. The pruned electoral list also included an important name, one that had been a Lavalles name but was now linked to a new party called L'Espoir, Hope René Préval. Préval had a strong base in rural Haiti, a record as the only Lavalles president to ever finish his term, and no blood on his hands. The election had already been rigged. Brian Concanon one of Aristide's lawyers, called this electoral cleansing. Haiti's ballots are being cleansed of political dissidents, its voting rolls cleansed of the urban and rural poor. The streets are being cleansed of anti-government political activity. Despite this, with Preval the popular movement had a chance. Leaders like Annette and Augusta endorsed a strategy of calling on people to register, thus leaving open the accessibility to call for a boycott or unite behind Preval and win the election at the last minute, which is what had occurred with Aristide in 1990 and would occur again when the elections finally did take place. They were not going to occur in November. The Electoral Council's President Patrick Ficquier announced at the end of September that it was not ready to hold elections on schedule. The more difficult deadline was February 7, which was an important symbolic date for Haiti, when the new government was supposed to take power. It ended up being the date of the elections themselves. Although it took several months, and although blame was still misplaced, a human rights scandal was developing over the July 6 Sites Olyle raid and the August 20 soccer stadium massacre in Martissant. The head of a UN human rights team, Thierry Fagard, pronounced that Haiti was a human rights disaster, that there was a fundamental problem with the justice system, that the state of the judiciary is so bad that people have lost all hope in it. He said that an investigation of the soccer massacre had led to the detention of 15 police officers. Most of the officers detained for the massacre, including former division commander Karl Lockhart, were released on March 9, 2006. An eyewitness to the massacre and human rights activist, Brunner Estern, was assassinated on September 21, 2006. There would be no prosecutions for Minusta's July 6 massacre, however. What was behind this declaration of disaster? Perhaps the international community was preparing yet another option, declaring Haiti ungovernable and unsuitable for elections due to the human rights situation? Another UN official condemned the imprisonment of Yvonne Neptune and of Jean Ust, in late November. Louis Joinet from the UN Commission on Human Rights told the press after a 2-week visit that if the Haitian judiciary does not have the means to try the people it detains, it should be compelled to release them. 1 degree It was not so compelled. Shortly after Oinet's report, Jean Just was diagnosed with leukemia in prison, which added urgency to the demands for his release, but progress on political prisoners would have to wait until the coup regime was gone. At the end of October, the international community made a show, the Electoral AMT or ZOOS 113, of support for the electoral process, holding a donors' conference in Brussels at which the donors pledged to unblock a portion of the money they had prevented from being dispersed under Aristide. The Europeans announced the unblocking of $86 million, and the US pledged $230 million. Whether Haiti would see any of the money was another question. Some of it, in any case, was for things like civil society participation in the political process, the same sorts of funding to the same sorts of organizations that had organized and backed the 2004 coup. Other money was to go to the justice system, in the form of training police and paying Canadian police officers to do so. One such project, announced at the end of October, was for a reception center for minors in conflict with the law at a Port-au-Prince police station. Funded by USAID, this initiative would help with the criminalization and eventual incarceration of poor people starting at a very early age, a trend long established in the US and a favorite export. By the end of October, most of the Famille Lavallée activists had decided to back René Preval for president, and he emerged as the favorite, indeed the only candidate with any real popular backing. When would the elections be? The ID cards, being prepared by a US firm based in Mexico, were not ready. The electoral list had yet to be finalized, and without it ballots could not be printed. Another delay was announced on November 16, with elections postponed to December 27,13 and yet another on November 25 to January 8. At the beginning of November, the coup regime that had lowered the minimum wage, allowed the Marines to shut down the only medical SC_Houle without protest, and cheered on police and UN massacres of poor people, announced that it was suing Aristide for corruption for misappropriating funds from the public treasury and transferring them to the United States. Most of the charges were related to the telecommunications industry, which, incidentally, was being handed over to private networks Nortel, Digicel, and Ericsson by the coup regime. As the charges were being laid, the charges were filed in Miami. Perhaps the coup regime knew to whom it really answered. In any case, the charge was so useful that evidence would have been found if it were true. But the most avid investigators could unearth only normal lobbying and legal fees, to people like Aristide's lawyer Ir Ekertban, who replied to the corruption charges in Haiti. Progress. To my understanding, the United States sent 7 people from the Treasury Department immediately after the coup to investigate financial wrongdoing, and a number of Haitians have been working day and night to find the money that the president supposedly took. But, it's now obvious, there is none. There are no Swiss bank accounts, no yachts, no Trump Tower apartments, all of which there were with Duvalier. There are none of the things that one classically identifies with the claim that a president has abused his authority and stolen money for his own benefit. In December, U.S. Congresswoman Maxine Waters was to ask an interesting question in a press release: how was the coup regime financing its civil lawsuit against Aristide? Legal costs could go into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, MINUSTA and the police continued to attack Saïd-Solil, as they would throughout the pre-electoral period. On November 15 they killed 4 people in the neighborhood, and arrested 29 suspected gang members. Several days before they had killed another suspect and arrested 9 others. In the 3rd week of November, 3 more residents were shot and killed during MINUSTA operations. One Brazilian MINUSTA soldier told a reporter, "This place is not a policing operation anymore. It's low-intensity warfare," which again raised the question of the political status and protections of the combatants and non-combatants, a question that did not arise in the public discussions of any of the UN or other international bodies involved in Haiti. A Doctors Without Borders clinic said they had seen 6 people die from gunfire in their clinic. The police announced some statistics in mid-November. In the previous 2 weeks, 4 individuals were shot dead, 12 bodies discovered, 18 abducted, and 172 arrested in the Port-au-Prince area. Police also shot protesters in Port-au-Prince who rallied against treatment of fellow Haitians in the Dominican Republic, where Haitians were being blamed for violence and killed by mobs, as well as deported. In large numbers 3 were wounded in a protest at the presidential palace where the Dominican president was meeting officials of the Haitian coup regime. The more it began to look as if elections might actually occur, the more the coup-sters got nervous. One leader of one of the pro-coup parties, Micha Gaillard, called for all the coup forces to unite, perhaps behind wealthy white businessman Charles Baker, to prevent Preval from coming to power, but the spoils of power were too tempting for any of the coup-stir candidates to withdraw from the race and throw their support to Baker. The coup regime was in a race to lock the future government into as many constraints as possible. It announced a budget in the fall. In December, it fired 5 Supreme Court judges and replaced them in violation of the Constitution. Judges and lawyers went on strike. One lawyers group, led by Pro-Lavala's lawyer Mario Joseph, pointed out that this action came rather late. Justice died well before now, he wrote, but coup Prime Minister Latertue swore in January 2006 that he would step down on February 7 regardless of whether an election occurred. At a CARICOM meeting at the end of January, Latertue argued that, with elections coming, it was time for the Caribbean nations to let Haiti back in the fold. As for the coup regime's human rights record, political prisoners, and specifically the case of Jean_Ust, Latertue suggested that it was Lavala's, not his own government, that was keeping Injust imprisoned. "We have no interest to get Injust in jail," he said, arguing that efforts to keep him in jail at all costs are part of an opposition strategy to embarrass the government. 2 days later, January 29, Jean-Just was, indeed, released, conditionally, for medical care. Charges against him were not dropped until on 19, 2008, and he died less than a year after that, on May 27, 2009. As for Preval, he built his campaign outside of the capital and through direct contact. The country's media and the international media were cut off from most Haitian voters in the countryside. These voters were Preval's constituency, and by talking directly to them, he did not rely on private media that would distort his message and his image. He avoided making any major media splash, remaining low-key as he had done for years, including during the 2004 coup. He need not have made any massive promises in any case. Given his record and the competition, he needed only to stay in the race and do what he could to prevent the election from being stolen from him. In a speech in Jacmel in late December, Preval announced that he would be friendly to the private sector. He would put donors and Haitis' business community at ease as much as possible. But as election day approached, Preval also tried to cool things down in Sites-o-Lyle, telling the press that there was no military solution there, but addressing social and economic problems would help. Another candidate, Dany Toussaint, a former member of Lavalas who joined the 2004 coup, was detained at the beginning of January for having a couple of unlicensed, loaded automatic pistols in his car. On January 6, the UN Security Council met to discuss Haiti. On January 7, the head of MINUSTA, Brazilian General Eurico Teixeira da Mata Bicheler, was found dead shot, probably suicide in his hotel room in Port-au-Prince. Teixeira had replaced Gen. Augusto Heleno Ribeiro Pereira in September 2005 after Heleno had asked to be replaced and told the press he didn't want to have to answer for war crimes charges. Teixeira was eventually replaced by Chilean General Eduardo Aljunad Herman, who had served in Chile's military under Pinochet. A State Department diplomatic cable leaked by WikiLeaks suggested that then Dominican President Fernandez was skeptical of the idea that Teixeira's death was a suicide. Fernandez inquired about the circumstances surrounding the death of Brazilian Army General Eurico Teixeira da Mata Bicheler. The study confirmed that all indications pointed to suicide. Fernandez expressed skepticism. He had met General Bicheler. To him, suicide seemed unlikely for a professional of Bicheler's caliber. Fernandez said he believes that there is a small group in Haiti dedicated to disrupting the elections and creating chaos, that this group had killed MINUSTA members in the past, a Canadian and a Jordanian, and now the Brazilian general, and that there would be more violence against MINUSTA forces as the election date approaches. The president said he knew of a case in which a Brazilian MINUSTA member had killed a sniper. Although he allowed that Bicheler's death might be due to an accidentally self-inflicted wound, he believes that the Brazilian government is calling the death a suicide in order to protect the mission from domestic criticism. A confirmed assassination would result in calls from the Brazilian populace for withdrawal from Haiti. Success in this mission is vital for President Lula of Brazil, because it is part of his master plan to obtain a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. Teixeira's death came after public statements by business community representative Reginald Boulos calling for MINUSTA to carry out another cleansing operation in Sites-o-Lyle. If MINUSTA would not carry out such a cleansing, then Haitians should go on a general strike. We believe the political management (TN) of the UN has not decided yet to provide the security environment that they were meant to provide, Boulos said at a news conference. The general population is tired, very tired of this insecurity. Elections cannot take place in this kind of environment. This was a last-ditch attempt at preventing elections. The general strike Boulos called for took place on January 9, and faded quickly. A Canadian activist in Haiti described the general strike as follows: "I was driving around Port-au-Prince today during the so-called general strike. Many of the big businesses, Texaco, Shell, upscale grocery stores, fancy restaurants, mostly situated in the Pétionville area, were closed, but the marketplaces were bustling with people. So it seemed like folks working the informal economy, which is a lot of people, couldn't afford to take the day off because Boulos and APAID said so." On January 8, UN Representative Juan Gabriel Valdez hit back at Boulos, denouncing a campaign of hatred and lies. 3 That same day the final, and actual, date for the Haitian election was announced, February 7, 2006. Days before the poll, candidates were telling the press that this was the worst-run election in Haitian history, which says something about the value and efficiency of international tutelage. Valdez may have responded to Boulos with anger on the airwaves, but UN forces were responding positively to Boulos's call for cleansing in Sites-o-Lyle, with dozens of people killed there by UN forces in the first 9 days of January. People in Sitz-o-Lil marched against the abuses on January 12. On January 17, 2 Jordanian MINUSTA soldiers were killed in an ambush at a checkpoint. A week later the Electoral Council announced it would not be putting polling stations in Sitz-o-Lil. Voters would have to leave the neighborhood to vote, which, in the event, they did do. Haiti Progrès, a left-wing newspaper, wrote an editorial outlining the 3 possible scenarios for the election. First was the possibility of an election day massacre to stop elections from happening. This had occurred in Haiti's 1987 election. Second, there was the possibility of a selection rigging the vote to pick someone other than Preval, who, towards the end, everyone knew was going to win if the election was fair. Third, Haiti Progrès raised the possibility of Preval being a figurehead, elected under foreign occupation without any real power to rule. Haiti Progrès concluded from this that people should boycott the election. The number of voting stations was going to be drastically reduced, according to counterinsurgency logic of force concentration and force protection. The 2000 elections had 2,000 voting stations. The United Nations argued to the Electoral Council, successfully, that MINUSTA could only protect a drastically smaller number of stations, about 800. This would make voting access difficult, but it might also prevent a repeat of the 1987 Election Day massacre, unless MINUSTA itself was going to perpetrate such a massacre. This was unlikely, but, after MINUSTA's behavior the previous July, not to be ruled out. The day before the election, I asked Marguerite Laurent, a tireless and insightful Haitian activist based in New York, whether she agreed with these scenarios and what she thought would happen. She said the following: tomorrow the people, across Haiti, will be wearing one color to show the corporate press that's in Haiti who exactly they are voting for. Moreover, Haitians talk to one another and tomorrow will themselves be declaring who's the winner. Haitians have an unparalleled political acumen and sense, a history of oppression and the historical and social legacy that validates the poor's heroic struggles and willingness to go face to face with the world's tyrants. The last 2 years have proven the masses' willingness to die so that their voices will count. That determination is what René Preval is benefiting from today, but our enemies are implacably racists. So Justin, what I do know for sure is that these elections, if they go forward, will be contested one way or the other, no matter the outcome. Events bore out Laurent's predictions. Early on Tuesday, February 7, 2006, the press sent wire reports of election day glitches. Long lines, delayed openings, a lack of voting materials, cards that didn't match registers, culminated in anger and the widespread sense that the election was being stolen. They're trying to keep out the people and give the election to the bourgeoisie, one Haitian told a Washington Post reporter. Voters stormed a voting station in Pétionville. UN envoy Valdez said that the people have voted massively. The Electoral Council reported that voting in the countryside was much more regular than in the capital. They also reported that there had been 4 deaths from violence, with a Haitian policeman killing a voter, a mob killing the policeman, and 2 men who collapsed in line. Preval, meanwhile, was suggesting patience and caution to Haitians. Through the press, we will not be able to do everything right away, he said, but we are determined to do our best and raise the standard of living for the people of Haiti. Haitians certainly did show patience, in the first instance with the very slow, and highly suspicious vote count. Estimates were that about 63% of voters, Oregon 2.2 million, had submitted a ballot. No estimates were available of how many tried and failed to vote because of all the election day chaos, which served those trying to prevent Preval from power or from having a clear mandate. The question was whether Preval could win over 50% of the total vote and thus avoid a runoff election a month later, which would be another chaotic event, another opportunity for electoral theft, another logistical ordeal, and another opportunity for sabotage. In early partial counts, Preval was comfortably above 50% and his nearest rival, Leslie Manigat, was at around 12%. Cousters like Hans Tippenhauer were already denouncing the elections, saying that people voted multiple times. Tippenhauer cited no evidence, and all accounts suggested the problem was that people were prevented from voting, not voting too much when 5 days passed and the counts were still incomplete. This electoral intervention, on which tens of millions of dollars were spent and for which all the countries and electoral NGOs and corporations of the world were mobilized, had become truly suspect. One of the members of the Electoral Council, Pierre-Richard Duchemin, told the press on February 13 that there's a certain level of manipulation. The president of one electoral district, Eenhanik Farul, was more specific. He said tally sheets from Proval strongholds had vanished. The Electoral Council is trying to do what it can to diminish the percentage of Proval so it goes to a second round, he told the press. UN spokesman David Wimhurst said tally sheets with vote results have been found in the garbage, but he said the discovery was not necessarily evidence of fraud as they may have been simply mishandled by election workers, and that 136 tally sheets containing the results of possibly thousands of votes were still unaccounted for in Port-au-Prince. Vanished tally sheets combined with the wholesale declaration of vast numbers of ballots invalid because of irregularities 125,000 ballots, or 7.5% of the votes cast 4% of the ballots could not be found. Another 4% of the ballots, 85,090,000 of them in total, were kept in the total despite being blank, keeping Proval's margin lower. Max Mathurin, the president of the Electoral Council, later told Reuters that blank ballots were probably introduced into the ballot boxes in a fraudulent manner in some polling stations. Blank ballots totaled a quarter of the votes, and in some others, 1/3 of the votes. Elsewhere, half-burned votes marked for Proval were found in a garbage dump. It was a carefully calibrated fraud, bringing Proval just below the 50% he needed to prevent a runoff. The elections were, indeed, being stolen before the eyes of Haitians and the world. Haitians reacted one way, the world, at least as represented by the UN mission in Haiti, reacted another. Haitians mobilized to protest the fraud. They took the streets, put up barricades in some areas, and finally took over the Hotel Montana. One of the places the Haitian coup was planned and the occupation implemented, the place where the wealthy and where elite journalists and internationals would stay, the hotel was an important symbol of elite power and foreign intervention in the country. UN helicopters evacuated guests from the roof of the hotel while Haitians went for a swim in the exclusive pool, which, according to LA Weekly, the Hotel Montana drained the next day. Elsewhere, MINUSTA soldiers opened fire on demonstrators, killing 1 and wounding 4. The next day Proval himself decided to join the fight. He said the vote counts were marked by gross errors and probably gigantic fraud and demanded respect for the will of the Haitian people. The internationals, the UN and U.S./France/Canada tried to get Proval to agree to some accord with the second-place winner, Leslie Manigat, who had won about 12% of the vote. 5 degree The very idea of a deal was preposterous. The UN/U.S/France/Canada bargaining position was based on fraud, while Proval's was based on having won the election. In the event, however, Proval also relied on popular mobilization and splits within the Electoral Council that exposed the fraud Haitians, in both cases. Proval did not have to accept a power-sharing deal with the people he had defeated, and in the end even MINUSTA countries like Brazil recommended that his victory be recognized. Proval was declared the winner, in the first round, with 50.15% of the vote, certainly a smaller share than was actually cast for him. The calls of congratulations began to arrive first from Hugo Chavez and Thabo Mbeki, but before long also from Canada's Stephen Harper and others. Haiti's people had won a victory against all odds, winning the election back from those who had stolen it from them. Given the balance of forces, such a victory could only be partial. But that partial victory had overturned much of what the coupsters had hoped to accomplish. Proval took office on May 14, 2006. He took over a country still under foreign military occupation through MINUSTA. He inherited a police force that had been systematically corrupted, subverted, and remade in the image of the coupsters and their international sponsors. It had absorbed the ex-FADH and ex-FRAPH paramilitaries that had terrorized the country through 2 coups. Preval's personal security was in the hands of this very police force. The police were the worst example, but the same applied to other institutions of government and their loyalties. The Haitian business community was still at large. The NGO and media infrastructure that had helped make the coup was still thriving, and foreign money was still pouring into coup-stir forces. The Haitian economy was still destroyed, its environment still devastated, its people still dependent on precarious foreign aid and expensive exports to meet their basic needs. Preval's power was so constrained that his officials could travel to the US or Canada only at their own peril. Several discovered they were on secret blacklists when they tried to enter Canada in May 2006. Preval's Prime Minister, Jacques-Edouard Alexis, was denied a visa, for which Canada's Foreign Minister, Peter MacKay, later apologized. Canada eventually granted PM Alexis a temporary visa, but Preval had a mandate, and the pressure of the violence was eased, somewhat. Some of the high-profile political prisoners Yvonne Neptune, Annette Augusta, and others, were released. Movements had a chance to meet and organize again. Preval opened diplomatic and economic channels to Venezuela and Cuba and returned Haiti to CARICOM. Some of the most important efforts, such as a social appeasement fund that could have addressed some of the causes of the social crime and violence in the slums, Preval could not implement because the donors refused to release the funds. Still, Haitians had long since proved their ability to use whatever space they had won to expand their organizations and their capacities. Preval's victory had brought them some of that space, although events would show that Preval's own space of maneuver was very limited. Assessing the MINUSTA/Latortu government of 2004-06 before discussing the continuities and discontinuities between Preval's government and the MINUSTA/Latortu government of 2004-06, an accounting of Latortu's government, compared with Aristide's, is in order. The interim, coup, government was a transition to dictatorship. Ames Gordon Meek of the New York Daily News spent some time with Gerard Latortu in 2006 as he returned to his home in Boca Raton, Florida. "I'm proud to say my mission was completed," said Latortu. Meek hails Latortu for a peaceful handover of power, which Aristide also did, firing corrupt customs officers and police and taking steps to help free the civil service of political cronyism. He claimed cooperation with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration on counter-narcotics efforts, got $1.3 billion in foreign aid and enlisted European Union support to rebuild roads. On the other side, there's rash of kidnappings and a justice ministry witch hunt against Aristide supporters during his tenure. While the New York newspaper gives a view from Latortu's Florida home, a better informed assessment is provided by Alex Dupuy, a critic of Aristide who called the ousted president a false prophet. Dupuy criticizes Aristide, but he is no proponent of the 2004-06 government. From the outset, the Latortu government made it clear through its actions that justice was political and partisan and would be administered in the pursuit of objectives that corresponded to the class and political interests of those in power and their foreign backers. Dupuy points out that MINUSTA chose to coexist with the armed paramilitaries who were committing abuses but took a much more aggressive approach with the ghetto populations. Corruption. The Latortu government brought Haiti to the top of Transparency International's corruption table. Although the report only came out after Preval had come to power under Aristide, Haiti had been high on Transparency's table as well, but Aristide's opponents, who claimed that they overthrew him because of corruption, brought corruption to new heights during their term in power. The allegations of corruption against Aristide have never held up, as lawyer Brian Concannon wrote in response to the Wall Street FUML in August 2006. There is not a single criminal or civil complaint outstanding against Mr. Aristide in Haiti, the US, or anywhere else. None of the reported foreign bank accounts have ever been found. Human rights. As with corruption, so too with human rights. The U.S. State Department's own assessment of the coup government, released March 8, 2006, identified the following human rights problems: 57.0 Arbitrary killings by the Haitian National Police, HNP, disappearances committed by the HNPI, overcrowding and poor sanitation in prisons v. prolonged pretrial detention and legal impunity, use of excessive and sometimes deadly force in making arrests or controlling demonstrations, often with impunity, self-censorship practiced by most journalists, 0 widespread corruption in all branches of government, violence and societal discrimination against women, child abuse, internal trafficking of children and child domestic labor. The best study of the human rights situation under the Coup government was the 2006 Lancet study by Colby and Hudson. Using household surveys and cluster sampling, they found evidence for 8,000 murders and 35,000 rapes in the 22 months following the coup. Most of the violence was attributed to the police, 21.7%, the demobilized army, 13.0%, and anti-Lavallaz gangs, 13.0%. While Lavallaz supporters committed violence, there were no systematic political atrocities. As one of the authors told Democracy Now! We didn't detect any Lavallaz atrocities with regards to murder or sexual assault. We did detect some physical assaults by Lavallaz members and some threatening behavior by Lavallaz members. So they're not completely exonerated from any human rights abuses. However, as the questioner noted, a vast majority of the atrocities that weren't committed by criminals, but by others, were from groups affiliated in some fashion with anti-Lavallaz movements. Coup proponents attempted to discredit the study by pointing out one of its authors had worked in Haiti previously as a journalist and volunteer, writing favorably about Aristide. The Lancet reviewed the study and its methods and found no flaws in it as a piece of research. The study was also not a systematic comparison of the Coup government's human rights record to the Aristide government's record. Given the balance of evidence, however, any such comparison would show the Coup government to be vastly worse. Crime Minista's mandate in the Coup government period was fundamentally confused. A UN peacekeeping mission made sense in a civil war context, where, for example, a government faced an armed rebel force. The UN would interpose itself between the two sides, prevent firefights from breaking out, and broker a peace deal, perhaps incorporating the rebels into the army. In Haiti, there was no civil war and no armed rebellion, only an armed government that had overthrown a movement-linked government, and the ousted movement, trying to assert itself using primarily the same means that brought it to power: popular mobilization. The UN interposed itself on the side of the government, and, lacking any rebel force, began to concentrate on disarmament of gangs, citing violent crime as a problem that the UN would address through its DDR program. The problem was that neither weapons nor crime were big problems in Haiti the way they were in many other jurisdictions. Charles Arthur, writing in 2006, pointed out that Haiti's murder rate was less than half the Dominican Republic's, less than Guyana's, less than Trinidad and Tobago's, and less than 1/5 that of Jamaica. On Wikipedia's list of countries by intentional homicide rate for the 2000s, Haiti comes in around 20th, below El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Venezuela, Colombia, South Africa, and, interestingly, Brazil, the very country supplying thousands of troops to keep Haitian crime in check. Aid and development. Did the post-coup government do anything to improve the economic situation of Haitians? Haiti's first census in 24 years, conducted in May 2006, provides some useful context for understanding Haiti's development challenges. The $8 million census, sponsored by the EU, Japan, the IDB, the UN, and Belgium, as well as the government of Haiti, revealed that half the population was under 20, 33% or were unemployed, and HIV prevalence was between 4 and 5%. According to World Bank figures, 52.7% of Haiti's GDP came from remittances in 2004, while 80% of Haitians with college degrees live abroad. Lavallaz had an economic program aimed at moving the majority from absolute misery to poverty with dignity. By contrast, the coup government's strategy was primarily aimed at getting international aid monies flowing after the donor countries had choked lavelas of funding. How effective was this? Since the coup got international aid owing again, one might think that there would be some economic benefit to the people. This does not seem to be so. As usual with aid to Haiti and other jurisdictions, much more was promised than delivered. What was delivered was primarily oriented towards consolidating the coup, and in any case ended up largely back in the donor countries. Aid, which was 65p6/C Euro L1T of Haiti's government budget, for all the promises, remained at about $100 million per year. To give some sense of donor priorities, of the first $15 million Canada announced in 2006, $5 million would go to a police reform program and $5 million for a community security program. No doubt security was a high priority for Haiti and for economic development, but these funds completely failed, as the police committed worse abuses in the coup period than before. Most such funds go to pay the Canadian, or U.S., trainers. In any case, as Abe Sauer wrote on post-earthquake reconstruction, a report on U.S. contracts for reconstruction found that only $1.60 of every $100 awarded goes to Haitian firms, essentially meaning that the brunt of Haiti funding actually functions as stimulus for economies elsewhere. Haiti also remained crippled by international debt under the coup government. When this debt was finally cancelled, it was in 2009, under the Proval government. The coup government accomplished nothing here either. On corruption, human rights, crime, and aid and development, the coup government was worse than the government it replaced. The overthrow of Haiti's elected government and its replacement by a UN occupation operating alongside a Haitian coup regime was a disaster by every measure. Perhaps worse than the coup government's performance, however, is that it institutionalized a set of structures that transferred the power of governance away from Haitians and into the hands of a diverse set of foreign actors. Some writers, like Alex Dupuy, hoped that Proval's government would be a new phase in the transition to democracy, which had been derailed by both Aristide and his enemies. This democracy would open up possibilities for the people to struggle and not be betrayed again by false prophets. Unfortunately, Dupuy's hopes were not borne out. The structures of Haiti's new dictatorship have endured since the coup government was replaced by the elected government of René Proval, as the next chapters show. The Proval regime, Zeus 10 in 2009, 3 years into Proval's regime, U.S. Ambassador Sanderson described him as Haiti's indispensable man. Legitimately elected, still moderately popular, and likely the only politician capable of imposing his will on Haiti if so inclined. Sanderson continued, managing Proval will remain challenging during the remainder of his term, yet doing so is key to our success and that of Haiti. Imagine a Haitian, or Colombian, or Venezuelan, etc., ambassador talking about managing Obama, and the relationship between the US and Haiti even under Proval becomes clear. Proval's government had greater legitimacy than the latter two regime, but it was nearly powerless in the face of the internationally constituted dictatorship. Dependent on donors for finances and the UN and the Haitian police for security, Proval's government had very little room to maneuver. It was also struck by multiple disasters, including the economic crisis in 2008 and, much worse, the earthquake of 2010. It was slightly better than what preceded it, but it was not a sovereign government with the power to make independent decisions. The coup had been consolidated from 2004 to 2006. From 2010 to 2011, WikiLeaks made available a huge archive of cables from U.S. embassies around the world. For Haiti, these cables cover the period from late 2004 to early 2010, and provide an interesting view into Proval's highly constrained government. There are also several frequently recurring themes in the cables that are more likely to reflect U.S. preoccupations than Haitian realities. These include, 0. The two contradictory notions, frequently repeated, that the Lavalas movement is finished and lacks any capacity to mobilize large numbers of people, and also that it is a major political threat, in that it might win elections. Related, a detailed analysis of Lavalaise's weakness because of Aristide's absence on the one hand, and the insinuation that Aristide is manipulating Haitian politics from South Africa on the other. A preoccupation with Venezuela's President Hugo Chavez, his growing influence in the country, and the contradictory notion that his promises are empty and that Haitians are beginning to realize this. The notion that U.S. agencies have ever made any empty development promises does not seem to make its way into the cables. Sent an implicit understanding that to remain popular, Preval has to adopt some of the elements of Lavalaise's pro-poor policies and be lenient, instead of punitive, towards Lavalaise activists and politicians, while simultaneously lamenting when he does so and celebrating when he does not. This includes even grudging acceptance that Lavalaise charities are well run, politics aside. AS121LL3.I criticism that political parties, motivated more by strong personal agendas than by political ideologies, still struggle for greater involvement in the government and political life, along with the contradictory fear that Haiti's relationship with Venezuela and Cuba could be ideological in nature. Like any communications, the cables reek the ideological biases and interests of their writers. But they also contain a great deal of very interesting information about the real governance of Haiti during Preval's presidency, pacification or the poor neighborhoods. Preval had argued in public and in private, to the U.S. Embassy, that the key to reducing violence in the poor neighborhoods was negotiation, not violent crackdowns. Embassy charge d'affaires arid former ambassador to Haiti Timothy Carney wrote after a November 2, 2005, meeting with Preval that the latter seeks to end the current impasse which has trapped the general population between the gang lords and MINUSTA, and he fears that any new operations by MINUSTA will produce disastrous casualties in the close, crumbling neighborhood. Carney's comment on Preval's proposal: MINUSTA is wary of engaging with gang leaders, as the political class has strongly criticized such engagement in the past. However, Preval carries a level of credibility that could advance disarmament while simultaneously yielding significant electoral reward for him. Preval clearly seeks to take credit for eliminating gang violence in the area. According to the U.S., the dangers to the communities clearly had to be balanced against the danger of Preval taking credit for ending the violence. Unfortunately, Preval's proposed approach was not taken up, even when he got into office. MINUSTA continued to fight bandits in the slums. Brazilian troops had taken over command in Site-Soleil from the Jordanians in May, and demonstrated their arrival with aggression. On June 8, 2006, Radio Metropole reported that violence erupted in Site-Soleil the previous day and at least 6 people were killed. On the following day, 3 other radio stations, Radio Janan, Radio Melody, Radio Vision 2000, reported that MINUSTA denied that anyone had died and was unable to confirm any victims. Preval's lack of fire in the belly for his reluctance to give public endorsement to forceful MINUSTA action in Site-Soleil was a continuing source of tension between him, MINUSTA, and the U.S.8, but it paid off in several temporary truces, including one that lasted for most of August 2006. 9 Preval was convinced over the course of the following weeks to authorize a MINUSTA attack on Site-Soleil, and gave an ultimatum to the gangs to disarm or die on August 9. 1 Another UN attack, also with unconfirmed victims, was witnessed by an international delegation in Simon-Pele, Site-Soleil on August 24. Brazilian troops fired into the neighborhood from tanks. Other operations included Salino, Sept 7/06, 2 arrested, and Site-Soleil, Oct 19/06, 2 to 3 killed. 1Z It was not MINUSTA policy to check where all its bullets landed, despite the high density and flimsy construction of housing in the community of some 200,000. A more concerted set of UN attacks on Site-Soleil occurred, with Preval's approval, in December of 2006. On December 22, a major attack with some 400 MINUSTA troops and Haitian police left at least 9 people. CL Euro at .13 5 days later on December 27, another attack killed at least 5. The UN kept up anti-gang raids in 2007, wounding 6 in a Sitso-Lyle raid on January 24 and killing 5 the following day. Those concerned about civilian deaths could be comforted. MINUSTA's spokesperson said that those killed were likely gang members. MINUSTA attacked again on February 9/07 and reported that 2 of their soldiers were wounded. These operations created a kind of siege of Site 501°, disrupting what minuscule church-based and other social services, education, feeding programs, and health services as were available to this desperately poor community. By March 2007, the U.S. Embassy summarized the situation in Sitso-Lyle as follows: MINUSTA, by all accounts, does have control of Sitso-Lyle. Nevertheless, that does not mean that the average Sitso-Lyle resident has been liberated from gangs and now feels safe to go about his or her daily life free from extortion, harassment, and threats of physical harm. From a military perspective, the emerging gang leaders pose no threat, but on the community level they continue to harass and terrorize the population. The government and UN tried combining these attacks with fairly minimalist social appeasement, offering job training and cash to up to 1,000 people who disarmed. USAID had a joint project with MINUSTA, called the Haiti Transition Initiative, worth about $5.5 million, to fund soccer games and basketball courts, of which Preval was dismissive. The benefits could be cashed in by people who turned in arms and accepted ID cards. The World Bank announced $1.25 million in grants for Sitso-Lyle. In February 2007, the U.S. announced an additional $20 million for job creation in Sitso-Lyle. The UN envoy in charge of the program, Edmond Moulet, revealed the contradiction central to the UN presence in Haiti in his announcement of the program. This is not a traditional disarmament that you would see anywhere else in the world, where you have a clear leadership or a subversive group or a military insurgency that you can make deals with. This is more like a one-on-one approach. Each gang member has different N1 motivations. 11 unsolved crimes also abounded. Haitian police reported that their people were being killed. 10 agents in May 2006.22. Yet another massacre occurred in Grand Ravine, when assailants whose identities are unknown killed at least 21 people. UN personnel suggested that the violence was aimed at destabilizing Preval's government, like the August 2005 Martissant massacre and the subsequent murder of eyewitness Brunner Estern. These killings were likely the work of a gang called the Lame Ti Manchet or Little Machete Army. Lame Ti Manchet's August 2005 massacre was coordinated with Haitian police, and their crimes have gone unpunished. Another mysterious assassination occurred on April 14, 2007, when Johnson Edouard, a journalist with New York-based Haiti Progrès and a Lavalas spokesman, was killed in his bed in Gonaives. Journalist Ian Remy Badio had been assassinated in January 2007. Lavalas activist Lovinsky Pierre-Antoine disappeared on August 12, 2007 and was not seen since. By the end of February 2007, MINUSTA's commander, Major General Carlos Alberto dos Santos Cruz, was declaring a kind of victory. Now it's possible to walk in Boston, a neighborhood in Sitso-Lyle, without fear, without problems, without criminals circulating freely. The gang leaders had apparently fled to the countryside. MINUSTA justified its assaults by citing a survey by the U.S. State Department's Haiti Stabilization Initiative in November 2007, which found that 67% of Sitso-Lyle residents believed that the UN mission had improved their situation, that 78% of residents believed that their living conditions had improved after the crackdown, and 89% of residents believed that the Preval government was doing everything possible to provide services to the community. Another poll by the United States Institute for Peace in 2008 found that 52% of Sitso-Lyle residents reported that family members, friends, or neighbors were killed or wounded in ML/ISTA's anti-gang operations. Given the timing and the questions, however, the polls must be interpreted carefully. Coming after intense fighting, the polls may show mostly exhaustion with the anti-gang operations and relief that they had ended. The poll results cannot be used to justify the operations, given the latter's violence and questionable legality. The pacification had worked. A year later, as other parts of the capital were rioting in hunger, Sites-Olile experienced graveyard quiet. According to one reporter, many people just don't have the energy to take to the streets and demonstrate here the way they used to, said Sergo Pierre, a Sites-Olile shop owner. The prison system and the justice system between Minusta's arrests and the unsolved crimes, there was no relief in sight for Haiti's prison system. With the national prison in Port-au-Prince holding some 2,500 prisoners, operating at 8 times its capacity, with the majority suffering from preventable diseases and infections, and 10% of the total prison population of 5,500 convicted, the prisons were described by the ICG as a powder keg awaiting a spark. 3° Preval's inauguration on May 14, 2006, coincided with a riot at the National Penitentiary, which gave U.S. Ambassador Sanderson cause to comment on the problems of the prison by way of explanation of the undetermined number of prisoners who died in the suppression of the riot. The National Penitentiary currently holds over double its intended capacity. Only 5% of the total population at the prison have been formally sentenced, while the remainder await habeas corpus proceedings in overcrowded, unsanitary conditions. The facility itself is antiquated and poorly maintained, and the prison guards lack the proper non-lethal training and equipment. The unfortunate timing of the riot serves as a reminder of the immediate challenges facing Preval's government in the judicial system. Amnesty International estimated in July 2006 that of the 2,000 people being held without trial, 100 of them were political prisoners, among them well-known supporters of former Haitian President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Preval's regime did slowly free many of the high-profile political prisoners. Jocelyn Prévert, Interior Minister until the 2004 coup, was finally released in 2006. Yvon Neptune, Prime Minister, was released in July, with charges against him dropped in April 2007. Annette Soane Augusta, a Lavalas activist, was freed on August 15, along with Yvon Antoine, Paul Raymond, and George Honor. Upon their release, Kevin Pina of the Haiti Information Project prepared a list of 126 of Haiti's forgotten women prisoners, the majority of whom had never seen a judge. Many died of malnutrition before seeing a judge, including vitamin B deficiency linked to U.S. processed rice, where Haitian rice might have kept people alive. Haltel's economy under Preval's government Preval was constrained from the beginning in several familiar ways, as outgoing governments tend to do. The post-coup government, according to an IMF official, went on a spending spree before leaving office. The U.S. Embassy commented that interim government of Haiti, IGOH, spending could leave President-elect Preval with empty coffers just as he is about to take office, giving Preval the opportunity to blame the international community for Haiti's economic failure. 33 U.S. Embassy cables summarize some of that country's thinking on Haiti's economy. Despite local challenges, Haiti offers low wages and a close proximity to the U.S., both of which make Haiti competitive in the face of increased international textile production. That competitiveness has not been realized, according to the U.S., because of high interest loans, around 30%, and local deficiencies in security. The real reasons are deeper, having to do with an inability to raise capital or increase productivity locally. The textile sector in Haiti is not truly a manufacturing sector. Most of the value added is done elsewhere, and hardly any of the profits are made in Haiti, leaving little capital available for reinvestment. When added to the political punishment imposed on Haiti for the past few decades in the form of embargoes, dropped loans, and denials of development assistance, the failure of the garment sector to provide employment or development is explained. A related structural weakness is the lack of government revenue. The Haitian government collected $500 million in fiscal year 2006, with 80% of that coming from customs revenue, about $63 per capita. Canada, in the same period, raised about $257 billion, or $8,500 per capita. By 2008, the global economic crisis hit Haiti hard in the form of higher fuel and food prices. Since most Haitians were at the edge of survival, many were pushed over. There were public demonstrations, food riots, and transportation strikes related to the price hikes. Like its other systems, Haiti's food system had long since been devastated by international policy. Unable to protect its agriculture with a tariff, Haiti imported staple foods, especially rice. Where local production would have provided some insulation against global commodity price fluctuations, Haitians were at the mercy of the global market. On Flag Day in 2008, Preval made a speech calling for strengthening the domestic Haitian economy against the forces of globalization. The U.S. Embassy cable reassured Washington that so far it is just rhetoric. Nevertheless, the anti-globalization message will be a theme to watch. 37 After the 2008 hurricanes, Preval also criticized the charity paradigm of aid to Haiti. Economist Amartya Sen, who won the 1998 Nobel Prize, is famous for his analysis of famines. With Jean Dries, he found that no famine has taken place in a relatively democratic country with a free press, because people do not starve for a lack of food, but for a lack of entitlements to food. Sen and Dries found that a democratic system can force a government to act to protect its citizens from starvation. The near famine in Haiti in 2008, and the chronic hunger suffered by a large proportion of the population, demonstrates the lack of democracy in Haiti. But the Preval government in its response was more democratic than the Latertu/Minusta regime of 2004-06. The government subsidized rice on an emergency basis, but suffered politically for acting late. Preval, an agronomist, recognized that subsidizing imported food was not a permanent answer, but it did hold the line against threatening starvation. Preval also quietly provided fuel through tax relief and price ceilings, apparently without telling the U.S., who found out months later from the news later that year. Haiti was devastated by hurricanes Gustave and Hannah. As the earthquake of 2010 would show, natural disasters hit vulnerable areas like Haiti much harder than more affluent societies with better infrastructure. Preliminary estimates were that the food security of about 100,000 families was harmed by the storms. Key bridges and roads were damaged or destroyed, as well as housing. A fuel crisis in 2009 showcased the monopoly control over imports by the Gang of 11. As Richard Morse, the owner of the famous Hotel Olafson, put it, if it was the street gangs blocking the sale of gas, the UN troops would have a mandate to restore stability, they would have a mandate to restore public order, they would have a mandate to shoot if necessary. Unfortunately, the UN doesn't have a mandate to address office gangs, the business elite, the economic monopolies. With the legitimate economy in such disarray, informal and illicit economies proliferated. The use of Haiti as a transshipment point to the U.S. drug market was a preoccupation of both Haitian and the U.S. governments. The U.S. approach, the war on drugs, involved imprisoning people for drug crimes in the U.S. and intervening in countries like Bolivia, Colombia, and Haiti to interdict and destroy drugs. To Preval, the central problem was not the sources or transshipment points, but the demand for drugs in the U.S., a problem the U.S. had chosen not to deal with. He told Canadian Governor-General Michael Jean that trafficking through Haiti is not a Haitian problem but an American problem, and one the U.S. has failed to deal with. Drugs feed corruption in the political process, and corruption eats away at Haiti's fragile stability. He also pointed out to Ambassador Sanderson that the U.S. spends more stopping illegal migrants from Haiti sailing to the U.S. than we do to stop the flow of drugs to Haiti. 5. Towards the end of 2009, a fight over Haiti's minimum wage began. Given the prevalence of the informal and agricultural sector, minimum wage increases could only affect a very small minority of workers. Preval was ambivalent about the minimum wage increase, fearing that it would reduce Haiti's desirability as an investment destination. Preval in the Americas, haltles relations with Cuba, Venezuela, the U.S., and Brazil. Preval's ability to stay in office at all depended on maintaining U.S. goodwill, while trying to offer some economic and political progress to his voters. All too often, these two goals were in conflict, so that in international relations as in domestic ones, Preval was in a very precarious situation, one which may quickly have left him depressed and despondent. U.S. Deputy Chief of Mission Thomas Tye reported on Preval's maudlin attitude in a meeting on August 24, 2006. Preval warned that Lavallée could win the next parliamentary elections, February 2008, gain control of the government, select the next prime minister and police chief, all without Aristide's return, if he was not able to jumpstart the economy. Maybe, Preval said mockingly, he too will end up in South Africa. He must get people back to work and convince his people that Haiti will change. If not, his future is questionable. One thing the US expected was that Preval distance himself from the exiled President Aristide. Initially, Preval fulfilled expectations. When several Lavallée politicians won legislative elections, U.S. Ambassador Sanderson commented in a cable that the president-elect has indeed kept his distance from Lavallee's elected officials *8 when Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper visited Haiti on July 20, 2007, Preval had invited Lavallee's activist Annette Soane Augusta, the grandmother who was arrested by U.S. Marines during the 2004 coup and released by Preval after he came to power. Preval had invited Augusta as a display of the government's willingness to reach across party lines and reconcile with political opponents. The Canadians, however, made arrangements so that Harper never interacted with Augusta. Palace staff kept her away from Preval to prevent photographers from associating him with Aristide collaborators. The U.S. also expected Preval to distance himself from Venezuela and Cuba, and according to their own communications, they were initially pleased. Preval has declined invitations to visit France, Cuba, and Venezuela in order to visit Washington first. Preval has stressed to the embassy that he will manage relations with Cuba and Venezuela solely for the benefit of the Haitian people, and not based on any ideological affinity toward those governments. 5 degrees. Such ideological affinities would be dangerous indeed to the new president. All the same, Preval accepted their help in various moments, risking U.S. disapproval to do so. In April 2006 he announced his intention to join Chávez's Petrocaribe initiative, which would enable Haiti to obtain gas at preferential rates. U.S. Ambassador Sanderson accompanied the memo reporting the Petrocaribe announcement with a disappointed comment, "In previous meetings, Preval has acknowledged our concerns and is aware that a deal with Chávez would cause problems with us." In a later cable, Sanderson explained, "The chance to score political points and generate revenue he can control himself proved too good an opportunity to miss." When Venezuela and Cuba prepared to build 3 electricity plants in Haiti at the end of 2007, the U.S. Embassy described them as taking advantage of Haiti's electricity gap. 53 When Venezuela, unsuccessfully, sought a seat on the UN Security Council in 2006, with CARICOM support, the U.S. campaigned to prevent it. Ambassador Sanderson reported on Preval's diplomacy. Preval repeatedly pressed me Sanderson on why the U.S. is so concerned about Chávez's government being on the council. Sanderson concluded that Preval's efforts to be coy notwithstanding, Haiti will, I am certain, join the CARICOM consensus to vote for Venezuelan candidacy. Preval is not enamored of Chávez, however, he does believe he needs Venezuelan support as well as American to move Haiti forward. Thus his effort, transparent though it may be, to carefully walk the line. 5 In 2007, the U.S. ambassador bemoaned Preval's obliviousness to the impact and consequences his accommodation of Chávez has on relations with us, and suggested that there was a common trait among Haitian officials in misjudging the relative importance that U.S. policymakers attach to Haiti versus Venezuela and Chávez's regional impact. Preval was much more ambivalent towards MINUSTAH than the U.S., for whom UN stabilization mission in Haiti is an indispensable tool in realizing core U.S. government, policy interests in Haiti. 5 United Nations peacekeeping operations can have different mandates. A Chapter 6 mandate requires more consent from the host country and encourages negotiated solutions, while a Chapter 7 mandate, which MINUSTAH has, enables UN soldiers to engage in more aggressive operations. Preval considered trying to change MINUSTAH's mandate from a Chapter 7 to a Chapter 6, on grounds that the Chapter 7 sends the signal to investors that Haiti is a war zone, and UPS insurance rates. Ambassador Sanderson, after discussion with her Chinese, Canadian and French colleagues, found that they all agreed that from our vantage point here this is a terrible idea which opens a Pandora's box of issues better left closed. 57 An overall assessment of Préval's administration must take into account the fact that the president of Haiti does not determine the country's security, economy, or political realities. In this context, Préval's contribution was probably positive. He helped cool down conflicts in Haiti and at several moments struck a course somewhat independent from what the US wanted. That he was not able to do more for the Haitian people probably says more about the structural constraints of Haiti's new dictatorship than it does about Préval's inclinations. Senatorial elections in 2009 had low turnouts and procedural irregularities. Various tricks were used, less heavy-handed than during the interim government, to keep Lavallée out of the running. Préval's L'Espoir party won Renon's seats. Haiti's CEP tried to exclude Lavallée from the February/March 2010 elections as well, but the earthquake threw electoral politics into disarray. 9. The earthquake and Haitis politics of disaster, 2010/11 On January 12, 2010, a 7.0 Richter scale earthquake with its epicenter about 25 km from Port-au-Prince, struck Haiti. The earthquake killed about 250,000 and displaced 1.5 million. Property damage was estimated at $14 billion, or about 46 years of Haiti's national budget. The earthquake, an earthquake rated 7.0, is very serious, and the Haiti earthquake was closer to the surface than other quakes that have had lower death tolls, but social factors were a major cause of the horrific death toll. The quality of housing construction and the lack of enforcement of building codes, dense populations living in these unsafe buildings near the epicenter of the earthquake, and the lack of infrastructure for response were more important in the final toll than the geological aspect of the disaster. The relative importance of social compared to biological factors is demonstrated by comparison with the February 27, 2010, earthquake off the coast of Chile, with a Richter scale rating of 8.8 and a death toll of about 521. Other shocking comparisons reveal Haiti's relative lack of resources. In China's 2008 earthquake, rated 7.9, 1 in every 595 affected died and 1 in every 690 affected was rescued. In Haiti's 2010 earthquake, 1 in every 15 died, and 1 in every 16,588 was rescued. The emergency response among the 250,000 buildings destroyed was the presidential palace. For all the reasons outlined in this book, the Haitian government was unable to respond quickly to the earthquake and needed international help. The help that came from the US was of the type Haiti was used to, militarized, controlled from without, and given in such a way as to undermine Haitian capacity and sovereignty. The US military took over the Port-au-Prince airport on January 13 and immediately gave priority to its own military aides, turning away World Food Program flights, medical supplies from Doctors Without Borders, including an inflatable surgical hospital on January 16. The search for survivors was called off on January 22, which is also when Haiti, the US, and the UN signed an agreement granting the US control of ports, airports, and roads. An analogy can be made between famine and the response to emergencies like the earthquake. As Amartya Sen's analysis, discussed above in Chapter 8, showed, famines do not occur in countries with democratic governments and freedom of the press. Similarly, dictatorships with concentrated wealth and a lack of sovereign, democratic decision-making handle natural disasters much worse, and have higher levels of vulnerability because they lack infrastructure. Decisions, even about the details of emergency response, were influenced by the dictatorship. An example of this was the unusual recourse to amputation in post-earthquake emergency response. One emergency physician, François-Xavier Vicardot, described this disgusting reality as follows to a Le Monde reporter 2 weeks after the quake: amputation is an act of rescue to save a life when a limb is crushed or in sepsis. The Americans have made it almost routine, without trying to imagine an alternative, proud of the slaughter that lets them rack up impressive numbers of patients. I've seen simple arm fractures treated with amputation when they could have been fixed. I've seen the result of guillotine amputations, where the limb is cut as by a cigar cutter. The risk of infection is huge because the bone is exposed, and the procedure was done without scheduling a second surgery to fasten a stump that could serve to fix a P10SCL1 Euro 6.2. Was this a situation where such amputations were an emergency medical requirement? Not for everyone. The Cuban doctors in Haiti had impressive numbers of surgeries, 2,728, including 1,297 high-complexity surgeries, and only carried out 380 amputations. Of upper LRMBS and 644 of lower HMBS. The Cubans had been there before the quake and would remain afterwards. 3. The international aid regime and the failures of rebuilding. As the emergency phase wound down, effective military control of Ham was returned to the MINUSTA M1SS1 on from the US Army's SRX months after the earthquake. Experts Euro S1 ILH12 LT Euro DRT would take years to even clear the rubble. A year after the quake RN 2011, 90% of the rubble had yet to be cleared and around 800,000 people were STRLLHVMGLN. About 1,000 camps around the capital, MMRM Herald, and 21/11ths, whole heart rans attempted, one and some cases WRTH considerable success, to self organelles to support one another. One and the camps, Power M. The camps was exercised by a co-matron of NGO funders, landowners. And the UNR Nost Anselhurst documents stones of well-run camps. BIM DRS mantled over Mdham advocates. B111 Kergley and Gina Shah reported some of the terrible facts of displacement a year after the earthquake. Of 268 displacement camps, 29% were forcibly closed by December 2010. 2,074 of the 180,000 destroyed homes had been ripple red. 5. A cholera epidemic infected 170,000 and killed 3,600 over the course of 2010. From a public health perspective, a cholera epidemic, HKE. Amputatrons, one's usually a SRGN of serious errors or a severe lack of needed resources. A report by Mark Schuler at the CRTY University of New York a year after the earthquake argued that the cholera epidemic was a failure of the international donor community. Published by the Institute for Justice and Democracy MHAM, IJDH. The report followed a PF Euro VLOL1S study that used a random sample of HALT 1ANS1 and 108 camps, and found that 1 and 4 camp residents had left SRNCE. The epidemic struck researchers. Found that a year after the quake, 37.6% of camps DRD not have water, and 25.8% DRD not have a toilet. The reality turned out to be much worse than the early reports feared. Cholera, new to Ham 1 and 2010, was one and fact introduced by Napaminusta soldiers at the Melrabalar base who had their waste dumped MTO the Artrabanert Enver by contractors at the TRME. Nepal was FRGHTMG. A severe outbreak of cholera. The strain of cholera matched those found in Nepal, and the Heartland cases were all downstream of the dump slots on the Artrabanert River. But Minusta continued to deny that there was any conclusive proof that the UN had introduced cholera. 1 and Ham. The massive affront of a UN resistance protocol sees that KRLLED thousands was compounded by the official generals to enrage Haltran Public Apply 1L0I17 demonstratrons for Minusta's departure continued to gather supporters. The difference between international Gudril and the perimeter of the Mistratatrons that rule Halt 1 was illustrated by the difference between pledged and devered Donatrons, as Isabel MacDonald documented. 1 and A Nation article on January 11, 2011. 8 of the $5 3B1LL1 unpledged. 1 and March 2010 $1.28 Burhan had been devered a year later. Disaster Accountability Pro ECT, DAP, estimates were of $11 Burhan pledged and half or less spent. Stark examples include Kathasi Rehef, WHRCH had spent 32% of the $192 Mrilran 1T Ralst and the Red Cross. WHRCH reused $500 million and was treated on the money as unrestricted revenue. An Oxfam report noted that USALD pledge to HAM was less than the annual subsidy for USRRCE product drawn 9. No significant progress on reconstruct lawn had been made. A report by COHA Succate Samantha Nadler credited the Disaster Accountability Pro ECT report on Ardfarlmgs the Disaster Accountability PFO Euro C1I, DAP. Recently published 1TS 1-year report on the transparency of Rehab Organelzetlands responding to the 2010 HAM earthquake. After audit returning 196 organizations that reserved donatrons for disaster rehab, only 38 have completed follow-up surveys. The more than 80% that did not respond ones a indicator of the lack of accountability among art groups over the past 12 months. DAP's executive director, Ben Senulorts, concluded the fact that nearly half of the donated dollars STRLLSRT1 and the bank accounts of RLREF and art groups does not match the urgency of their own fundraising and marketing efforts and donors' entrance, nor does 1T convey the urgency of the situation on the ground. THRS may be a signal for future GRVMG by individuals and other governments. 1 degree. In an article shortly after the earthquake, Jeffrey Sachs argued that Haiti required about $10 to $20 billion over 10 years in a single bank account at the Inter-American Development Bank, working closely with a professional executive team made up of native and diaspora Haitian professionals with relevant expertise. Sachs argued that the economic plan should focus on peasant agriculture, reconstruction, infrastructure, small-scale manufacturing, and public services, and that the international response needed to be harmonized. This was at least a thought-out proposal. Nothing like it occurred. Instead, the U.S. set up the Interim Haiti Recovery Commission, IHRC, placing control of Haiti's finances and reconstruction in the hands of this body, chaired by Bill Clinton and Haitian Prime Minister Max Bellerive. The IHRC effectively displaced the Haitian government and is in charge of setting priorities for reconstruction, according to Haitian American economist Alex Dupuy, who continued, so far, in 9/11, the IHRC has not done much. Less than 10% of the $9 billion pledged by foreign donors has been delivered, and not all of that money has been spent. Other than rebuilding the international airport and clearing the principal urban arteries of rubble, no major infrastructure rebuilding roads, ports, housing, communications has begun. According to news reports, of the more than 1,500 U.S. contracts doled out worth $267 million, only 20, worth $4.3 million, have gone to Haitian firms. The rest have gone to U.S. firms, which almost exclusively use U.S. suppliers. In contrast to Sachs's ideas, the reconstruction plan emphasizes the industrial zones over agriculture, and as with all international economic plans, denies Haiti the ability to build its domestic market and its possibilities for food security. The implementation of the plan maximized revenues for donors and donor countries at the expense of Haitians. Abe Sauer provided a very illustrative example in the New York website The All. In November 2010, Louis Luck, a former U.S. ambassador to Swaziland and former USAID official in Haiti, filed suit against Haiti Recovery Group Limited for some $500,000 in unpaid fees for the tens of millions of dollars in contracts Luck secured for the group in the days after the earthquake. After leaving his USAID position, Luck immediately signed a $30,000 a month consulting contract with the Haiti Recovery Group, a conglomerate formed by several American contractors with the specific goal of securing U.S. funding. Luck used the contacts developed while at USAID to score the conglomerate over $20 million in contracts. Then it canned him. 13 These tendencies were criticized by OAS Special Representative Ricardo Seitenfus in an interview with Swiss newspaper Le Temps on December 21, 2010. Seitenfus said, "Haiti is not an international menace. We are not in a civil war situation. We are confronted with a struggle for power between political actors who don't respect democratic rules." He argued that Haiti was the victim of negative international attention, seeking to have the UN make Haitians into prisoners on their own island. On the economic plans for Haiti, Seitenfus said that to make Haiti a capitalist country, an export platform for US market is absurd. Haiti must return to what it is, that is to say, a predominantly agricultural country. Haiti was evidence of the failure of the international community, he argued. International aid could not replace the functions of the state, and to every infrastructural problem from roads to unemployment, the UN's response has been to send more troops. It is unacceptable from the moral standpoint to consider Haiti as a laboratory. It seems that a lot of people come to Haiti to do business. For me as a Latin American it is a disgrace, an affront to our conscience. A few days later, Cetinfus was removed from his job. Another interesting point made by Cetinfus was that when the level of unemployment is 80% or it is unbearable to deploy a stabilization mission. There is nothing to stabilize and everything to build. If the Haitian elections of 2010 were indeed a part of this stabilization mission, they mostly helped stabilize the situation of absolute misery for the majority of the population. A stark reminder that Haiti has not been rebuilt is the hundreds of thousands of people still living in tents in camps in Port-au-Prince. As of October 2011, estimates were that there were still 595,000 people living in camps. Close to 2 years after the quake, such large camp numbers were indicative of a structural housing crisis. In part, this was due to an absolute shortage of good housing in the city. On the other hand, there was also a problem with affordable housing. With the majority employed outside the official economy, Haitians lack sufficient income to pay for rental housing. The destruction of so many housing units raised the price of what remained. In most countries one would be a comparative to analyze reconstruction successes and failures as the government's lispsisks and failures but most resources are controlled by NGOs and foreign governments. RT1's the performance of these entretrace that must be evaluated. Anthropologist Mark Schuler, a scholar of international ALD regimes and NGOs focusing on ham, prepared a series of reports on NGO performance 1 and ham in the camps. NGOs fall to problota basark serve 1 CES to resistance and LE. Tumvalve ma, or 1 TLES to particle paid 1 and decresren mocking. Anthropologist T1 M. Schwartz, author of the 2010 book Tmusti M. Ham, described some of the possible paths that could have been taken to rebuild Halter had a more rational system been 1 and place one of the biggest expenditures 1 and the wake of the earthquake was rubble cleanup. WLTH the money made available we could have orchestrated a cleanup that 1 involved the some 3 million unemployed halt 1 and men and women as well. We could have SLMPLY bought rubble at disposal SRTES and let the Hackstran pour bung the rubble 1 and WLTH wheelbarrows and Thelron Huddle trucks and horse carts. The international quahiae pald an average of $40 per cubic meter for rubble. If RT was UST wheelbarrows dommed the cleanup then at 6 cubic feet 1 and a standard wheelbarrow and 10 il cubic meters of total rubble, that would have been 40 m1 ll1 on wheelbarrows of rubble. So if 1 Rilhan men pushed 1 wheelbarrow per day to the dump SRTE, cleanup would have taken about 40 days. And 1T would have put $400 I1 LLIO I1 directly MTO the hands of the Haltland poor. It one's also worth pointing out that those poor would have made $9 per day 1 and the process, that's what the UN was paying per discrepancy 1 and fixer cash for work programs. US and UN cash for work programs never amounted to more than a small fraction of the rubble removal. For example, 1 and HRST year USAID invested 17 million 1 and cash for work versus some 100 million 1 and rubble removal. Moreover, much of the cash for work Act 1v1 TLES were frivolous such as cleaning the streets and PXCKMG up trash. An economy would have emerged around the sale of rubble. It would have included small and large local trucks, people carrying buckets on their head, men would have been ridnebg. Far more than 1 wheelbarrow per day and the money for the rubble would have been pumped strarg MTO the bottom of the Hayman economy creating a massive economic stimulus instead. The money went into the pockets of FOLC 1G corporatrons that speckers 1 and disaster cleanup, such as DRC and HBR1TT, and to Heyman Mrlhanalra entrepreneurs such as Grillbertbergso who partnered WXTH those orgamzitlans. It also went to the Verprot consultant Aganklees Die and Key Monks, and to the NGO CHF that handled the Admiralstratron of the rubble cleanup. They took 2 years to clean up their ST1IL. Clean me up instead, Schwartz Saxt. The bulk of the Haltran urban populatlon sat there, unemployed or engaged one and petty economelkakms, and watched US and Canadlan and Haltlan et owned dump trucks gathered up and brought one and the rubble as Haymans on the street were same get the TRME, rubble could have been gold. 7 NGOs are, ULT1 mately not accountable to the people they serve. There one's also no accountability. 1 and the L1 teral sense of the word in Schwartz's words, anyone who TRLES to do the research WRLLND themselves bogged down. 1 and a quamelra of reports, Provader Catlans, and refusals to Proverdlan formatron. The NGOs and UN Aganklees are structured and regulated one and such a way that they SRMPLYWRLL not Proverd Specks. Try to get them for Motlon yourself. They WRLL not tell you there one's no one person or no one THMG that forces the NGOs and UN Aganklees to GLVE us good accountant for TL1 Euro L expenditures 18 Ruthout good accountant NGOs 1 NV1 TE back of the envelope calculatlans. HKET1M Schwartz S calculatcon of how brilhans of dollars of ALD money disappeared. W1 without any Binet to Haltlan earthquake VLCTLMS. All you have to do is perform the basalt math. Journalists are fond of saying that there are 10,000 NGOs. 1 Ham let's be conservative and say there were 10,000 ALD workers. 1 Ham after the quake. Now gur that every one of them one's mocking $200 per day, some less, some a lot more, but 1 we take $200 as an average, that s 730 mrilhan per year per dlamars, at least another average of 100 per day, some get a lot more. That s another 365 ITLLLL0 I1 a vehicle and driver cost $150 per day. So let's say that for every 2 foreign aid workers there is 1 vehicle. That's another 750,000 per day, 274 milidolm per year. So now we are at 1.369 billion per year, and we have not even begun to talk about all the educated nationals who are working for aid agencies, the secretaries, administrators, and then the security guards and cooks and cleaners. Nor have we mentioned the inflated rents, $3,000 per apartment, $6,000 to $10,000 for an office, hotel rooms, $100 per night and up, airline ites, those to the DR tripled in cost after the quake, going from $150 per round trip to $500, then all the equipment for offices, the trucks. Nor have we said anything about the 20% to 50% of the money that went back to the home office to cover the considerable administrative expenses there. So if we're spending at least 1.3 billion per year or more on administration, and there was 2.7 billion in charity spent over a period of 2 years, this is rough accounting, but it's a good approximation, and it's enough to say with confidence and without the aid agencies giving us the information that they won't give, that most of the money did not and does not get to the poor Haitians for whom we intended it. The same process is duplicated to a much greater extreme in the national and international agencies that received money from governments. A UN consultant gets a per diem of $284 per day. That's before salary. Again, no one has had the energy or disposition to get into the actual expenditures on the poor, but that's another type of shame. Schwartz has proposed a mechanism for the public accounting and evaluation of NGO programs in Haiti, but such a mechanism could only succeed in a sovereign, democratic context. The NGO economy, with all its failures, is a consequence of the way Haiti is governed, a consequence of the dictatorship. Beatrice Lindstrom pointed out the financial disproportion of the UN mission in an article arguing for fresh elections. For clays after the elections, the UN proposed a 2011 budget for MINUSTA of $853 million, or $2.3 million a day. This amount nearly surpasses total aid distributed by Haiti's top 30 donors and represents 5 times the budget the UN requested to combat cholera. New elections would cost a fraction of this, just $29 million, or 121/2 days of MINUSTA's operations in Haiti and would render MINUSTA's continued operations unnecessary. U.S. interference in the elections. Préval's term was set to expire. The election was planned for November 28. As usual, Lavallée was banned by the Provisional Electoral Commission, CEP, as were 15 other parties. This was perhaps more surprising than under the interim government in 2006, but it does reveal the continuity and the lack of independence of Préval's administration. There was a brief interlude when singer Wyclef Jean announced his candidacy for live presidency. He was in the news for a few weeks, was excluded by the CEP, and left the scene. Nadler summarizes Election Day, November 28, 2010, as follows: on Election Day, voters faced numerous barriers to cast their ballots. To begin, there were fewer than 1,000 polling stations set up across the country. More than 1 million internally displaced people were not issued proper identity cards, leaving. So let's say that for every 2 foreign aid workers there is 1 vehicle. That's another 750,000 per day, 274 million P517, yeah? So now we are at 1.369 billion per year, and W6 have well begun to talk about all the educated nationals who are working for aid agencies, the secretaries, administrators, and then the security guards and cooks and cleaners. Nor have we mentioned the inflated rents, $3,000 per apartment, $6,000 to $10,000 for an office, hotel rooms, $100 per night and up, airline ites. Those to the DR tripled in cost after the quake, going from $150 per round trip to $500, then all the equipment for offices, the trucks. Nor have we said anything about the 20% to 50% of the money that went back to the Home Office to cover the considerable administrative expenses there. So if we're spending at least 1.3 billion per year or more on administration, and there was 2.7 billion in charity spent over a period of 2 years, this is rough accounting, but it's a good approximation, and it's enough to say with confidence and without the aid agencies giving us the information that they won't give, that most of the money did not and does not get to the poor Haitians for whom we intended it. The same process is duplicated to a much greater extreme in the national and international agencies that received money from governments. A UN consultant gets a per diem of $284 per day. That's before salary. Again, no one has had the energy or disposition to get into the actual expenditures on the poor, but that's another type of shame. Schwartz has proposed a mechanism for the public accounting and evaluation of NGO programs in Haiti, but such a mechanism could only succeed in a sovereign, democratic context. The NGO economy, with all its failures, is a consequence of the way Haiti is governed, a consequence of the dictatorship. Beatrice Lindstrom pointed out the financial disproportion of the UN mission in an article arguing for fresh elections. 4 days after the elections, the UN proposed a 2011 budget for MINUSTA of $853 million, or $2.3 million a day. This amount nearly surpasses total aid distributed by Haiti's top 30 donors and represents 5 times the budget the UN requested to combat cholera. New elections would cost a fraction of this, just $29 million, or 12% days of MINUSTA's operations in Haiti, and would render MINUSTA's continued operations unnecessary. U.S. interference in the elections. Préval's term was set to expire. The election was planned for November 28. As usual, Lavallée was banned by the Provisional Electoral Commission, CEP, as were 15 other parties. This was perhaps more surprising than under the interim government in 2006, but it does reveal the continuity and the lack of independence of Préval's administration. There was a brief interlude when singer Wyclef Jean announced his candidacy for the presidency. He was in the news for a few weeks, was excluded by the CEP, and left the scene. Nadler summarizes Election Day, November 28, 2010, as follows: on Election Day, voters faced numerous barriers to cast their ballots. To begin, there were fewer than 1,000 polling stations set up across the country. More than 1 million internally displaced people were not issued proper identity cards, leaving them disenfranchised. The list of registered voters, used in the country's electoral commission, predated the earthquake and contained the names of at least 250,000 deceased Haitians. Observers witnessed and reported ballot stuffing, accounts of intimidation at numerous voting stations, and other widespread irregularities. Overall, it was estimated that only 27% of registered voters went to the polls, compared to the 59.3% turnout in the 2006 elections. Given the margin of error needed in one of the worst electoral situations in history, the elections were close. Mirland Manigat, wife of the second-place candidate in the 2006 election, won 31.37%, Jude Celestin 22.38%, and Michel Martelly 21.84%. Celestin was Préval's chosen candidate. The U.S. insisted on continuing with the second round, and the OAS manipulated the results to try to exclude Celestin. Mark Weisbrot put some of the data together in the UK Guardian. As it turns out, the OAS experts did a very poor job on their election analysis. They threw out 234 tally sheets, thus changing the election result. According to the OAS, the government candidate, Jude Celestin, was pushed into third place and, therefore, out of the runoff election. This leaves two right-wing candidates, former First Lady Mirland Manigat, and popular musician Michel Martelly, to compete in the runoff. The OAS has Martelly taking second place by just 3,200 votes, or 0.3% of the vote. The first problem with the OAS missions report is that there were more than 1,300 ballot sheets, representing about 156,000 votes, that went missing or were quarantined. This is about 6 times as many ballot sheets as the ones that the mission eliminated. Since these areas were more pro-Celestin than the rest of the country, he would very likely have come in second if the missing tally sheets had been included. The mission did not address this problem in its report. The second problem is that the mission examined only 919 of the 11,181 tally sheets to find the 234 that they threw out. This would not be so strange if they had used statistical inference, as is commonly done in polling, to say something about the other 92% of ballot sheets, which they did not examine. However, this is not included in the leaked report. Préval was also very concerned about being sent into exile by the U.S., no idle fear given Aristide's fate. The candidates. Who were the candidates? Jude Celestin was Préval's chosen successor. Préval represented a leader who, while he had cooperated with the U.S. since 2006, was not entirely under their control. As Ambassador Sanderson had cabled, managing Préval had always been a challenge. The new elections were an opportunity to get someone easier to manage. Not that Celestin was a good choice from the perspective of the popular movement. Activist Patrick Ellie described Celestin as a very poor choice as a candidate. Mr. Celestin had not been part of the democratic popular movement. He was almost like a rabbit pulled out of a hat. And also, I never understood what was the ideological or political cement holding that platform called United was doomed from the beginning. Now, of course, the international community, especially the US, also helped to doom it. Not because of Mr. Celestin himself, but because in some indirect way, this would have meant a continuation of the Lavallaz experience. Not because Mr. Celestin was Lavallaz, but because, whether he claims it or not, Mr. Préval originates from this movement. 5 U.S. pressure during the second round of elections was to try to get Celestin to withdraw, or for Préval and the CEP he controlled to exclude Celestin, leaving the runoff vote to two candidates completely favorable to the U.S. Our analyst and I_IAD scholar Jeb Sprague wrote about Michel Martelly in December of 2010, including a note on a press conference where Martelly spoke nostalgically of the de Valierist era, when François Papa Doc Duvalier and later his son Jean-Claude Baby Doc enforced their iron rule with gun and machete-wielding Tonton Macoutes. Duvalier returns in this context. Baby Doc Duvalier returned to Haiti on January 17, 2011, in between the first and second round of elections. His Return was tacitly supported by the US in an op-ed arguing that Erstert should have been the one to return. Mark Wersbrot quoted the US State Department asked about the return of de Valera, who had thousands tortured and murdered under HRS Dictatorship. State Department spokesman P. Crowley Sard, THRSR's a matter for the government of Hardra and the people of Hardra, but when asked about Erstert return, he Sard Hardra does not need, at HRS point, any more burdens. Baby Doc was case troned by Hardran authority the day after Ars arrival, charged WRTH corruptron, theft, and misappropriation of funds, though without any clarity about whether he would be brought to trial on January 21. De Valera stated that he felt profound sadness for those harmed by HRS dictatorship, stated he would help rebuild the country, and called for national reconstruction. 9 Isabo Doucet, WRRTRNGR and The Guardian. Summers the situation after Baby Doc's return most clearly. What Ars eardern Ars that Baby Doc's return Ars merely the starkest manifestation yet of a basic political fact. After the interlude of 1990 to 2004, Hardra has once again become a de facto dictator. SHRP its affairs are at the mercy of the international community, and THRS latest, so-called democratic electron Rs double speak for a process that effectively ensures the near-total disempowerment, exclusion, and pacification of the Hardran people. 1 degree Aristide returns on March 18, 2011, Ian Bertrand Erstert returned to Hardra. He was greeted by thousands of people who worked for HRM at Port au Prince Airport for Erstert to return, 7 years after the coup, was STRLL to defy the unrooted states. The State Department tweeted that Erstert Rs the past Hardrans must look to the future. Erstert gave an RNSPRRRNG speech at the airport. LRNKRNG Lavalas S exclusion from political LRFE to the exclusion of the 218 OLLFY of Hardrans from meaningful participation. The problem of exclusion. RTS Solutron Rs Renglusren the exclusion of Fanmer Lavalas Rs the exclusion of the majority. The exclusion of the majority Rs tantamount to cutting the branch on whole Rewi SRT. The problem of exclusion. RTS Solutron Rs the Renglusren of all Hardrans without favoritism. Erstert then proceeded to avoid public LRFE almost completely. For years he had been saying that he wanted to avoid politics and focus on education, and HRS behavior after HRS return suggests supports HRS Clarm. He also contracted to avoid providing details about the coup herself. When asked by Amy Goodman about RTR and the ARR headroom toward Hardra, Erstert Sard maybe one day IWRLL talk about RT, but RFU don't MRND, RFU allow me, today I would prefer to concentrate and to focus on the positive given Erstert silence. The TRMRNG of HRS return Rs a matter of speculation. He returned R and the very short window of TRME after the FRRST round of precedential electrons and before the runoff preval was STRLL precedent, but he was going to hand power over to one of the Candrestates. Preval S Favart Candrestate, Celestrin, had Rust been dropped if Preval had feared some KRND of international actron agarnst HRM or HRS admirin restrictron RN retaliation for allowing Erstert to return. By THRS point he had little to fear. He was leaving office anyway, and HRS Candrestate was out of the run. WRTH the runoff about to start. A coup to force HRM to extra would be both wasteful and excessive had he worked any longer. However, he MRGHT not have had the authority that Erstert arrived, currently despaired the inevitable celebrity welcome, suggests some careful planning and subtle deons to the international community by both Erstert and Preval. On the other hand, RT was 7 years later, the coup had been consolidated, and the subtle international dictatorship was RMLY established. Erstert could be allowed back home to play an educational role, whereas RFE had been able to return sooner, and return to politics. The coup MRGHT have been reversed and the democratic government restored. Martelly's chaotic presidency. The idea of a new electron gained ground RN early 2011, but a new electron MRGHT mean new rules with the banning of Fanmer Lavalas and the extra of Erstert continue to hold RN a new electron? Could the US and donors RRSK such an outcome? The OAS decided to declare the electron fraudulent was tempered by these RRSKs. The US suggestion would be to put Preval's chosen Candrestate, Celestrin, out of the run without any procedural barriers for doing so. Attack WHRCH eventually succeeded on February 3, 2011, when the CEP announced that the runoff would be between Manigat and Martelli, who Mark Weisbrot pointed out had won around 6.4 and 4.5% of registered voters, respectively. 13 Haiti needed a legitimate government, but it was not to be. In their excellent blog Haiti Relief and Reconstruction Watch, the Center for Economic and Policy Research, CEPR, noted the second-round victory of Michel Martelly was not the landslide it was purported to be. Preliminary results announced by the CEP last night showed Michel Sweet Mickey Martelly with 67.6% of the vote, while Mirland Manigat received 31.5%. While news headlines focus on the landslide victory for Martelly, he actually received the support of only 16.7% of registered voters, far from a strong mandate as early reports show. Martelly with just 716,986 votes to Manigat's 336,747. Reports indicate that turnout was even lower than in the first round, when it was a historically low 22.8%, and Martel won %% of votes, as well as Manigat's, would have been even smaller were it not for the use of new electoral lists which removed some 400,000 people from the rolls in his first months in office. Martelly had the same sorts of difficulties previous governments have had, but his connections to the Duvalier dictatorship added a different dimension. The first task of the president is to appoint a prime minister, who then must be ratified by the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate. Martelly's first choice, Bernard Gousset, was rejected. His second choice, Gary Connolly, was ratified in October 2011, 5 months after he assumed the presidency. Connolly resigned 4 months later, in February 2012, too soon to have accomplished anything. Martelly announced several programs in 2011, including a schools program and a camps to homes project, but even a year into his term, he had fulfilled neither the hopes of his supporters nor the fears of his opponents. Instead, Martelly's early months in power featured deadlocks in parliament and dangers of constitutional crisis. Haiti activist and Haiti Liberté publisher Kim Ives identified two different factions in Martelly's government, a pro-Washington faction dedicated to maintaining international control of Haiti, and neo-de Valerists seeking to use old strategies to enrich themselves while subordinating international forces. Connolly's resignation in February 2012 was a loss for the pro-Washington faction in Haitian politics. Recall that Gary Connolly was a former member of Bill Clinton's staff and was appointed with the promise of focusing Clinton's attention on Haiti. The loss of the PM's office by the pro-Washington faction was a gain by the neo-Duvalierists, who seek to establish Haiti as a sort of chasse gardée for their business interests and corruption, rejecting oversight by Washington and the international institutions. 15 According to this analogy, Martelly is trying to replay some of Duvalier's tactics, working to re-establish the Maco-Utized army and flirting with the Venezuela-led ALBA alliance, much as Papa Doc would get his way by threatening Washington that he might ally with Cuba. It is unlikely that Martelly can succeed with neo-de Valerist strategy in this decade. Haiti's new dictatorship is based on international control, not control by Martelly or someone like him. In trying to turn the clock backward, however, Martelly appears likely to plunge Haiti into further political chaos, exacerbating the economic and social chaos wreaked by the coups, the earthquake, and the exclusionary model of development imposed on Haiti from without. Conclusion: replacing dictatorship with sovereignty. In October 2011, I spent some time in Port-au-Prince, mostly looking into the housing situation. Some Lavallaz activists I talked to put on a brave face, while others were more afraid for the future than they had been even immediately after the 2004 coup. But the affront to Haiti's sovereignty was felt well beyond Lavallaz, including politicians, like Senator Stephen Benoit, who want nothing to do with Lavallaz. Haiti is this country where if you want to experiment, you go to Haiti. Brazil, for example, had never had I Love Brazil, but let's tell the truth. Brazil had never had an international peacekeeping force. Brazil is preparing itself to be a leader in the UN, which is no problem, good for them. They have over 150 million people, and they are a huge country, so it's only normal that they are part of the UN with the right to veto, and this is their goal, and this is why they are in Haiti, to prove to the world that they are just like the Americans, the French, or the Russians or the Chinese. So Brazil's thinking of Brazil. Brazil's not thinking of Haiti. Argentina's thinking of Argentina. So it's time for Haiti to think of Haiti. The international community has never helped a country become a success story. If you can remember one country, please let me know. Only us Haitians can save Haiti. Keep in mind, after 200 years, the French are here. How would you feel if the British had come back to the US after 200 years? When an American is watching this, they need to feel my grief right now. Because how would you feel if the British were in Manhattan and reclaiming Manhattan? The French are back in Haiti, the Americans are back in Haiti, Sri Lanka is in Haiti, Nepal is in Haiti. We say thank you, but no thank you. Haitians need to take charge of Haiti. At the time, there were demonstrations against the UN presence for a number of reasons: a videotaped sexual assault by Uruguayan soldiers against an 18-year-old boy, a growing body of proof that the cholera epidemic that killed thousands of Haitians was introduced by UN troops, and years of violence against demonstrations all had eroded the prestige of the fundamentally confused UN mission. There was discussion of MINUSTA's mandate eventually ending, to be replaced by a reconstituted Haitian army. This was Benoit's preference. Whenever the UN mandate ends, the mission will have played a dishonorable role in suppressing political movements and exercising social control. Whenever a democratic government is toppled by externally sponsored violence, the sponsors use a defined strategy. Understanding the strategy in a particular case may help resistance the next time. On the other hand, if we fail to learn, if we accept the notion that even though the same thing keeps happening it is the unique fault of some uniquely corrupt leader, we may be condemned to repeat the past. The Haiti coup of 2004 and the coup regime of 2004-06 were experiments in a new kind of imperialism. Labeling a coup against a democratic regime the overthrow of a tyrant was an old trick. Finding proxies to do the dirty work and then call for imperial backup when they got in trouble was also a practice that went back to ancient times. What was new was how successfully human rights communities, progressives, and radicals were co-opted into this violent coup by a few $1,000s and some cheap rhetoric. These progressives ended up supporting a coup and occupation that was, by every single standard, far more brutal than the regime it overthrew. If they can look at this history and recognize that they were duped, perhaps they can be on the right side the next time this sort of thing is attempted. If, by contrast, they decide to try to defend and rationalize their errors, they will contribute to further irrelevance of leftists and progressives to the difficult situations faced by the victims of imperial foreign policy. The coup was a successful experiment in dividing and confusing solidarity movements and progressives, who ought to have been the first constituency to respond and the constituency with the clearest understanding of what had occurred. It was also a highly successful experiment in winning progressive Latin American regimes over to local collaboration with imperialism. In the case of Lula's Brazil, and to a lesser extent Chile, blunting its foreign policy independence and getting it to go along, willingly, with the suppression of the sovereignty of another country in the Americas, was a significant achievement for the US. Haitians paid for it, but so would everyone in the Americas and in the world. Smashing Haiti also provided the forum for the US, Canada, and France to patch up their disagreements over Iraq. The contempt for Haitians implied here, in making their lives and deaths an arena for patching up differences between powerful countries, is striking. Although I disagree completely with Philippe Girard's point of view as expressed in his History of Haiti, I do agree with him on some of the prescriptions at the end of his book. The answer to this oft-mentioned question, what the US should do to help Haiti, is simple: as little as possible. US farmers do not need to donate rice to hungry Haitians. This will undercut the local rice industry. US taxpayers do not need to bankroll the Haitian government. This will make the business of running Haiti too lucrative and desirable. US troops do not need to patrol the streets of Port-au-Prince. This will give rise to an understandable nationalist outcry. US ambassadors do not need to select politicians they deem to be best suited for Haiti's future. It is up to Haitians to set up their own government. What would sovereignty look like? Let us imagine sovereignty in three spheres: Haiti's electoral and political processes, in Haitian financial and economic affairs, and in social matters. In electoral processes, international observers and the international media should be welcome in any and all elections. Such electoral observers might be helpful in keeping the electoral authority, the CEP in Haiti, honest. Having such international observation need not prejudice Haiti's independence in electoral matters. The banning of the most popular party, Lavalas, on procedural grounds would be a clue that normal processes are not being followed. So would the heavy involvement of the embassies of the US, Canada, and France. All of the elected governments of the past decade, Aristide, Preval, Martelly, have had difficulties making policy because of the supermajority requirements of Haiti's constitution. Whereas the government, to spend its small share of the money, needs massive amounts of consensus won through expensive electoral processes, NGOs and private businesses can operate without any of these mechanisms. Perhaps Haitians will choose to change the constitution in future years. If they do, it will be incumbent on Haiti's friends to support them in doing so. In economic matters, ultimately, Haiti will finance its activities from tax revenues raised on work and business activities done at good wages, not through donations and aid. This does not preclude France paying back the indemnity that it extorted from Haiti, $21 billion in 2004, but the interest continues to accrue. It does not preclude reparations for the damage done by slavery, successive occupations, and international debt payments. To become self-sufficient, Haiti will need capital, and this will have to come from other countries. Understanding that this is not aid or charity but Haiti's due will be key in changing the relationship between Haiti and the countries that are currently running the dictatorship over it. Insightful writers on Haiti have argued that aid needs to get to Haiti in a way that builds up the public sector, in a way that is controlled democratically, and in a way that is accountable to the public. But it is important to note that even with all the aid, the absolute amount of economic resources available to Haitians is tiny compared to most poor countries, to say nothing of rich countries. It is easy to talk about billions of dollars in aid and where did it go, but billions in aid, delivered to millions of people over years or decades, amounts to tens or hundreds of dollars per capita. The citizens of wealthy countries have thousands or tens of thousands of dollars per capita, raised as taxes from the public and spent by elected governments on them every year. This simple point cannot be repeated strongly enough. What looks like corruption or backwardness or cultural practice is actually adaptation to scarcity. That scarcity was violently imposed and continues today only through violence and terror. To address social problems, given that Haiti's murder rates are lower than many of the MINUSTA countries, it is strange that these countries are there, costing more than Haiti's annual budget. In order to protect Haitians from gangs and crime. Haiti's problems of crime and violence can be traced to inequality, which could be addressed through economic programs enacted by a sovereign and democratic government. There would still be a need for police, but without an unequal order to enforce, the police would have a very different role and function. Haiti's new dictatorship was imposed from the outside, and is maintained from the outside. It is unlikely that it can be replaced from the outside. Instead, Haitians will have to replace it. This would be easy enough for Haitians to do if those who were imposing the dictatorship on them would stop doing so. To begin with, we could stop believing the lie that Haiti is a site of heroic foreigners struggling against local corruption and look at the facts of Haiti's recent history, facts that paint us in an unaltering light.